watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hoffman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, and I'm Rebecca and I'm happy you all are here. And let's go ahead and get people pulled up. We have a really large crowd for you all tonight, a big show, and I'm excited about that as well. Let's go ahead and start with Samuel Hoffman. Hi Sam, how are you?
Hello.
Oh boy, we got a big crowd tonight for everybody, and I think there's going to be a large crowd watching too. I feel it.
Well, that would be a good thing. Yes, wonderful.
I know.
Welcome everybody who is already. Actually, I need you to click over onto the comments and see that we've already got a whole handful of comments.
I see
wonderful.
that. It's
wow.
We have a big list to go down already, and we just got started.
I'll let you bring everybody else back in.
Okay, let's go ahead and get everybody pulled in here. Let's see. Here's Jesus. Hi, Jesus Marquez.
Hi, everybody.
He's in Utah. Sam's in Montana, just so you all know. And here's Christopher. Hi, Christopher. Good evening.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Hi, Sam.
Good
Hi,
to see you.
Hi, Christopher.
Good
And
to have
Christopher
you here.
is in Nevada.
That's right. In Nevada. And here is Jillian from Scotland. Hey, girl. My girlfriend, Jillian.
Hello,
You know what I mean. Not
Jillian.
girlfriend, but friends. All right, you know what I mean.
No,
Anyway.
girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. And then let's go ahead and get Rocket Man in here from Colorado.
Hi, everybody.
And we
Hello,
have
Rocket Man.
a very special
Hey,
guest
Sue.
this evening. It's the first visit
Christopher,
here. And
How you doing?
I've been
Sam.
talking. Sorry, I'm sorry, Rocket Man. I was
It's okay.
excited to get to JD also, but JD Martinez
Oh,
is here. The one and only JD.
Hey, JD. Hey.
This is our first
JD.
time ever talking face to face with JD Martinez.
hey, JD.
Hi, JD.
Hey, JD, how you doing?
Hey, how goes it?
It's going
Doing
great.
Can you
well.
see me?
Yeah, we can see you
Yeah.
fine.
Nice purple
We can see
background.
you good.
Right?
Yeah, JD goes way back in Samuel Hoffman's group on Facebook, and that's where I met JD like 2017, 2018. And he also helps as a moderator on our Nibiru Followers Anonymous group. So
His feed is breaking down.
he's
Unless
he's in Kansas too. So we're all
Oh.
kind of spread out.
Where's Toto?
we are not in Kansas
Oh,
anymore.
there's Toto.
You might want to
Yeah,
type to him,
yeah.
have him go out of the room and then come back in because he's still
Okay.
walking out, and that happens sometimes to
will.
first-time joiners as well. I've had it happen numerous times
Yeah.
where I'd have to go in and come back out and go back in, and then the second
Yeah,
time it
I
works.
will do that. Let me just tell him real quick to.
Just go, just hit refresh on his screen, and then it'll then re-click onto the link, and then it'll bring him in better. Yeah,
So
Jillian
I'm
had to do that.
coming back in.
Jillian had to do that before the show. She sounded like
He's
she was talking
ironing out.
underwater or from out of another dimension.
She
It
is
was
another
interesting.
dimension.
Yeah, well, yes,
Scotland
Scotland,
is another
Scotland is
dimension.
another dimension. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go look at the comments section and see what's happening over there. So
Everybody's here.
first in
Caroline
line,
here.
Experimental Elemental. I think I'm going to start keeping a tally of how many times she's first because it's often. I know that much.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. I think it was several
Hello.
hours ago.
Experimental Elemental.
Hi,
Hello.
Experimental, and our friend Michelle Cox. Good to have you
Hi,
here.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Lorraine was asking how to get a video to me. I put in the comments our email address, and if that doesn't work, you can send them to me on Messenger. That's probably easier for me to get a copy that way on Messenger. So you're welcome to do that. And then our friend Carol Ann, our little cheerleader from I think
Carol.
Pennsylvania.
Hi, how you doing?
I forget. I'm going
Hey,
blank. But I know
Caroline.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Carol
I'm
Ann.
gonna keep going and going, and I'm reading them.
I know. And Kaylee,
Wow, all right.
Kaylee Lewis. Good deal. Happy to have you here, Kaylee.
I'm very
Brandon.
happy everyone's here. Thank you for being here.
I know. Good deal. And my friend Michelle or Melissa, like she's like we're friends in real life, friends. We, see each other all the time. So that's awesome. I'm happy you're here, Melissa.
Hi, Melissa.
And
Hi, Melissa.
my friend Tracy, she's a co-admin on our group on Facebook, Tracy Moses. And she's
Hi,
a
Tracy.
fellow Oklahoman.
Great to see you.
She's not
Glad
too
you're
far
here.
from me. So Tracy is here, and Amy is here. Our friend Amy, good to have you. Let's get JD back in here. There's JD. It's working good now. And then we got Maria in Alaska.
Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Hello, Maria.
And Dawn is here. Hi there, Dawn. I like your
Hi,
purple
Dawn.
heart.
Good to
Hey.
I'm
see
all
you.
about the emojis. If you know me, you know that, right? Kathy is here. Hi there, Kathy. Good to have you here. And let's see.
At the bottom
Katie
is
Jo.
Egg.
Awesome.
Egg is
Katie
here.
Joe, our
Egg's
friend
on
in
there.
New
Katie.
Jersey.
Hey.
We're going to have a surprise guest here in about an hour, and he is also from New Jersey. I'm not.
Cool.
We'll have to find out if he's close to you. So
So let's do a
I was
JD mic
I was
check.
seeing that. I was seeing that.
And-
So is he from TikTok? Is that
yes,
is that
he
where you met
is.
him?
Oh, great. Okay.
Yes.
Hey,
We
Rebecca,
found
Yeah,
a
he was really cool the other night. He was so with it, that guy.
rooster.
Well, there he goes again. I was just going to say, let's
So-
give JD a mic check to let him talk for a minute, but then he
Oh,
just,
okay.
he-
I was
he
gonna
just
finish
panned
the
out
list.
again.
Real quick, we have Robin here. Robin. Hi, Robin.
He's
And
having technical
Andrea.
difficulties.
Andrea is here. Good to have you in New Zealand. And
Hi, Andrea.
Egg. I formerly met Egg today on Facebook. I actually got a face to the name now. So
Ah, cool.
it all makes sense. She's really pretty lady. So I'm happy you're here, Egg.
Hi, Ed.
And I think we're caught up. Wow, that was a mouthful. And anyway, I'm happy everybody's here. In general, I'm just a happy person, so I can say that as much as I want,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for JD to work out his kinks there. And let's take a moment over at the TikTok. Rocket Man, at some point, if you can help me figure out how to get TikTok included into my comment section, because right now they're watching me from my desktop standpoint. They see what my desktop sees, and I have them on a whole separate chat.
Oh.
So I'll talk to you about it, and maybe you can help me understand how to get them on here.
Sure.
So, but over here on TikTok, there's actually almost 9 people here. So that's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. Power Sports, PNR Power Sports, and Rodeo Queen, for starters. They have commented hello, and they're saying hi to Sam.
Yeehaw,
if you
Rodeo
guys-
Queen. There we
On
go.
TikTok, if you want to, get into the main chat and easier communicate with Sam, I would recommend going to YouTube and watching this, and then you can see it from a different standpoint. That's a little bit easier to watch, I think. So YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and you'll see that we're live, and that's an option for you guys.
Hey, JD's
So,
back. Give us a mic
glad
check.
you're
Tell us
here.
you're here.
Let's talk to JD a minute. He's our, new guest. He's never been here with us till tonight.
Can y'all hear me all right?
Now,
We
yes.
can.
Can y'all hear
So-
me?
Yeah, we can. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, and I got my son working with me over here trying to see what we can get going, but he keeps on kicking me off too.
Oh,
Right.
man.
Right. Right. At the moment, it's working well.
Yeah.
I see at the moment you seem to be okay. So hopefully it just stays that way. No more kicking off. So
Yeah, y'all sound
Yeah.
pretty chopped up on this end. I'm having a hard time hearing what y'all are saying.
wow. What do you guys recommend he does? Rocket Man
Well,
ideas?
Have you rebooted your computer?
Or your cell phone? If you're on
Or
a cell
browsing
phone,
it.
Or your
History.
cell phone? Yeah, or a cell phone. If you have a cell phone, reboot it.
Yeah, I can't hear nothing. I can see you guys, but I can't hear nothing.
Okay. I'm going to message him.
Yeah.
on Messenger.
How's your
Oh.
feed? I mean, how's your internet feed?
If he's on his phone, the best thing
Oh.
to do is just to shut it off for about a minute and
Ah.
turn it back on.
Yeah, let me try that real quick. Then I guess let me reboot
Yeah,
it.
and restart your Wi-Fi maybe.
Oh God, that hurt.
Yeah, he's experienced some of what I go through too up here. You know, bad internet. Hey, Rocket Man, did you just get electrocuted off your keyboard?
No, I have a problem with my hand.
Your thumb.
It's a long story. It just I moved it the wrong way and it just hurt like.
Yeah, you got okay. You know that middle muscle between is a really prominent nerve center. Massage your thumb and forefinger.
I had my nerves severed.
Well, hey, I have cut off both of my thumbs, so yeah, been there, done it. I have. I've blown the shit out
It
of
hurts
my
so
thumbs.
bad. I think I need to get a hand brace.
Oh no, not good.
I
Thank
have
you,
one
Carol
somewhere.
Ann. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. It's the same kind of thing. We bust ourselves up, don't we?
I know. I'm a broken man.
Wow, Carol Ann.
I'm sorry. I don't have
Thank
my
you so
violin,
much.
but I wish I was in the sound
really.
booth. I really do. I would add a lot to this show.
I'll
I'm
add
such a joke. Sorry, I'm all up. I'm still having full moon fever.
Yeah, right. Well,
I guess one of us knows Carol Ann F-bomb later. So
I'll be right back. Guys.
Oh, all right.
okay, Rocket
Well,
I'm
go run
curious.
your hand under warm water.
I'm curious what the weather is like.
Go heat it
where
up in
you
the sink.
all
Pour
are,
some warm
'cause
water on your hand, and that'll go away.
it's unseasonably warm here,
Uh-huh.
in
That's
Oklahoma,
because
and
Earth
it's
is
in the
stiff.
80s
What are we at today?
And
today.
we're
I'm
not
here, and
in Kansas anymore.
the sky looks really like a gray, green, brown color.
And the sun is in the wrong place, and it's way too damn big, and no
Oh,
one's listening, and I'll do a jig. Oh, that song. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, that could be our new intro song.
Yeah, we got to get some copyright-free music. So yeah, don't make me sing out there, you guys.
Right.
Here's your guitar.
Yeah.
What's it
Yeah,
like where you're at,
Carolyn.
Jesus?
we got a little bit of snow yesterday,
Oh,
and snow, but it was like flurry, so it's mostly with just water. None of it really stuck too much, but we got a lot of water. So
That's what's hitting Illinois right now. They're having huge freak storm going over the top of them right now as we speak.
it wasn't as bad as they said it was going to be, but it was eventful. I mean,
That was the Arctic pole influence that came down in the Arctic that we talked about on Saturday's show.
Yeah, we were talking about that
Pineapple
Saturday.
Express that was coming up from Mexico, hitting the Gulf Stream and over the top of Texas. And currently, Texas is having a huge wildfire. And that same two met up over the top of Rebecca there in Oklahoma. And currently, from Oklahoma all the way to Pennsylvania, they've got freak weather as we speak.
Yeah. It's about as much winter as we've gotten. So
February
it was,
27th, 2024 is going to go down. They're going to write. You're going to hear stories tomorrow about some poor folks that are going to lose some property and watch a lot of damage and trees and that sort of thing going to happen right now as we're talking.
And just the day before the snow we had, the night sky was eventful. There was a lot of streaks in the sky. I think there was a lot of asteroid activity moving on because it got really windy. Really windy, and there was just streaks everywhere. I saw two moon halos, one next to each other. I could not get a picture of it, but there was two moon halos, one right in the center, one right next to it. So I don't know what that was about, but it was an interesting night and very windy and very streaky. And the
180-day cycle starts in 30 days.
Yeah.
30 days.
That always happens right before the cycle. What I see first, right before the cycle starts, and I see some very close asteroid passes right as the cycle starts, kicks off. So, I was not too surprised about that.
There we go.
How does it sound now?
All right. It sounds better. A little better, but I hope it stays in. I hope it hangs in there because I really want to be on the show.
Yeah.
I know you do.
Much better.
We want to.
All right, let him talk. Let him give his hello to everybody. Let him tell his story. Go ahead, JD.
Hey, I'm JD. I'm from Wichita, Kansas. I've been on this. I've been with these groups for a while. I'm really happy that I've joined when I did because kind of a long story. Made all the sense in the world why I did, but it's a decision I'll never regret. I'll tell you what. Came across Samuel Hoffman, Rebecca, and everybody else. I had my doubts at the beginning, but tell you what, after seeing the repetitive patterns over and over and over and over and over and infinite over and overs, I mean, I was set in for sure. I mean, it was no doubt in my mind. There was definitely something going on up there.
Right.
Hard to deny.
And then, having to pay my dues. When I say pay my dues, having to, pay really close attention, keep my mouth shut, and really listen and not be too much of a nuisance, because it's very important to sit aside and pay attention, because there's a lot of doubts that can come to mind. But when you run the route a few times and get used to it, you're really gonna pick up and learn really quick. And then you have to put in the work outside too. I mean, if you have a weird feeling that something's calling you outside, go out there and look around. You're just pretty sure you're gonna find something going on outside. It's that synchronicity. It's once you're synchronized with it, there's no turning back. It's gonna pull you out there.
I was saying that to Sam 1 or 2 shows ago. You get that gut feeling, like right now, go right now and look outside. Go take pictures right now, and then it doesn't ever disappoint. It's like usually the right time. So
right. Yeah. I mean, I used to explain it to a lot of people. They used to give me a hard time, and now it's one of those things where they're looking at me going, "Hey, man, you've stuck it with it as long as you did, and I do see these things in the sky now. Whether or not they want to venture any forward down the rabbit hole with really realizing what's going on up there, but I'll tell you what, I got a lot more people that I have told around me immediately, family members and friends, and they share a lot of information with me too. I mean, they might not join the groups, but they definitely know there's something going on there up there too."
Oh, good job.
Right. When was it that you found Sam? When did you find him, and where was it?
Oh, I think was it 15, 13, something like that. It's been over a decade for sure.
Cool.
That's a long time.
But yeah, I mean, I was going through, and then I've always been interested in the skies and other phenomenon and other things that are amongst us, off topic. But yeah, I came across it, and then see Montana Sky Watchers. I've seen all the photos that were being shared, and I've studied some of the Nibiru's binary system myself, and not as in depth as Sam had teached it, but once I started learning the map designs, and he was laying out for us, I go out there and match them up, and it made all the sense in the world. I don't know how you do it, Sam, but keep up the great work, man. You're right on the money, man.
Thank you very much. And I still don't even know how the hell I do it, and I would really very much like to thank you for all the work that you've done over the years, and all your citizen science submissions that you're constantly sharing, and you're right on topic all the time. And I have granted you a little breaking the rules on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 that other people don't get to do, but because you've been such a lifetime member, I've always let your material just run, nor has Facebook had any problem with anything you post. So that's also a good thing. I can't thank you enough for your contribution that you have shared.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It really means a lot. I tell you what, I thank y'all also. I thank everybody, all the members. I'll tell you what, the members who keep on coming on, because they do give us a challenge, and some leave and some stick around. I tell you what, and there's a panel here that I've seen that's, man, it blows my mind. Everybody started to come on and being supportive. I'll tell you what, it means a lot. It really does. You don't feel alone no longer. And for a while, it just felt like it was just us. But now it seems like there's many of us now. So I'm grateful for that.
Well, I keep hoping.
Yeah, I love that about the podcast, how it's bringing all of us, lonely cowboys in this topic together. And you realize that you're not alone. That people are out there kind of in the background, just kind of waiting for this to happen, because I think this is going to encourage a lot of people to come forward.
Most definitely.
What was that, Sam?
I totally agree.
I keep that picture up.
Oh, keep it up. I'll go back.
Oh, that looks
nice. This is a great example.
Oh,
this white area where it says planet, that is Saturn's yellow moon. In front of the bluish area is Saturn, and the grayish area is Nibiru. And this picture is about a year and a half old.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Same pattern, the right of the sun, as they're drawing. We've seen this over and over.
Rounding space and illuminating the Saturn's yellow moon. And if you notice, there is a slight yellow hue to it. Although, look at the gray in the actual photograph, and that shows you like the house and the garage or whatever this is, and the trees. And the great thing that everyone is missing is how odd and cut off and grayish the light has been for months and months. And I can't stress that enough. And if you want to see the planets, and this is for all of the new folks out there, look at the dark areas first. Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, this was that capture on video.
Did you lose JD again?
Yes, he's back.
There he is.
Wow.
He's back. I'll keep an eye on you, JD.
I love this video.
Look at that.
And then you're seeing the
Oh, look at that.
It kind of stretches. The light just stretches over it.
Why is it flashing like that?
Oh, it's flashing.
On that is 2021.
Sam?
Yes.
Why is the sun flashing like that?
Well, they're A, atmospheric. B, in the cut-in of the atmospheres of Nibiru, for example, which
See
is
that? You see the
okay,
pulsing?
see that straight line? Hit pause if you could.
Yeah.
If you look at the sun,
Oh, yeah.
you're taking into account that there are clouds around the water planet Nibiru.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
that is cutting into the line of the sun. And
Refraction.
the atmosphere of a rotating planet has clouds.
There you go.
Thin ones. And as it rotates,
Yeah.
the illumination through the atmosphere flickers.
Like
Because
a
there's
prism.
cloud, no cloud, cloud, no cloud, cloud, no
Mhm.
cloud. We've been talking about that for years.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
And it all has to do with the light. And
Yeah.
once you take into the angle of light where things are rounding and they're breaking in between these large bodies that are between us and the sun. And that's why we're seeing the dark blue back of them, because we're seeing the dark sides of these planets.
Oh,
And until they pass Earth, in which we give examples of that every day, monthly, weekly, etc.
Hi, Facebook.
I love how it
user.
goes into shadow. Notice how it goes into shadow, just like my last post that was similar to Afon's Yellow Moon capture. Somebody told me on my post that they don't see anything, but I pointed it out. There's a big round shadow.
And then you look at the bottom horizon.
As the sun angles away and the illumination goes away, you're gonna see just a shadow of it. That is so cool. This okay. Here we go.
Oh yeah, right
It
there.
pulses. It pulses. And then
See how
there's
it
two.
starts- See how it goes in. There you go. As the light angle is not directly on it, it goes into shadow. Because
you get more or less light, less light,
everything.
it rotates.
Yeah, because
Wow.
light is everything. The light angles are gonna dictate what you can see and how you're gonna see it, guys. So it's all
You see
about the
flat
light.
edge cut off of the light. The actual shape of the sun changes shape, and that's where
You'll
the
see that.
flashing is coming from.
You'll see the dark circle there. I love this video. This video has got to be added to the curriculum on the website for teaching. This has got to be a standard
This is
teaching.
one of the best.
I love this
examples
video.
of
It's such a great
ever.
example for
it's
people to
actually
understand
moving.
what the light does and how it
Right.
affects what we can and can't see.
I'm gonna get it and make it bigger so we can see it better. So we'll watch it closer up in a minute. I'm gonna say hi to Wire. Is it Paladin? Is that right this
Paladin,
time?
yeah, it says
I
Paladin,
did
yeah.
right. Oh, good. I knew I
You
butchered
got it
it
right,
before.
don't worry.
Oh boy, what a relief. And
so
hi,
can some-
JD.
Sam, could you explain? There was a question just a while ago from Egg. He wants to know what the 180-day cycle is.
Yeah.
The 180-day cycle is part of the seasonal summer orbit placement, where the object cluster groups below the passing planets have notably documentationally been closer than the rest of that part of the year following. And in the early years, it was shorter periods, and as the years have gone by, it's sort of gotten longer and more intense. But within the passings of the planets as they go over the top of Earth, the objects and the asteroids and all the debris fields and the stuff around the gas giants gets very, very close to us and actually cuts into our upper atmosphere and has discharge patterns where it creates these unbelievable freak, what we refer to as Red Sonja storms from the movie Red Sonja. These intense focal lightning storms where it's discharging like crazy from hundreds of lightning bolts from one location. And it's always purple lightning, which is upper atmospheric lightning, meaning way above our ionosphere, which also proves that these are objects that are above Earth close passing, which is also part of the electrical universe. And we've watched these discharges on the object cluster group for many, many years, even in deep space, where it was discharging between Uri and Attu on a regular basis. And we saw it for like quite a few years before they even had their first major close passes. So after that, we started documenting the period of 180 days, running roughly from the late end of March till September, early October. And this is where it started out. We just call it the 180 days, but now it's more than that. So that is when the closest passes of these asteroid groups, Wormwood, Apophis, whatever you want to call it, the dragon. And we talked about it in our last week's shows, where the pictures show that this pattern is occurring right now in front of us, and it's only going to get bigger and closer as we enter into late March.
No.
It just makes me wonder, because we know during the 180-day cycle, things are closer than usual. And it makes me wonder, it's going to get even closer next month, starting next
storms,
month.
Things where, we have to also worry about forest fires starting up. Like there's been many documented freak storms that have come in over 2019, 21, 22, 3, etc. And they were in different regions. Example is like up in Canada, they had this whole part of Canada, southern Canada. Normally, they have forest fires in northern Canada, and then they can't do anything about it because it's so far away, blah, blah, blah. But what happened last year, I believe it was last year in Canada, they had this freak storm where this whole area, just unfathomably large area, lit up on fire all at the same time. It could have been a firestorm. I agree. I didn't get to see the footage from satellite like I would have liked to. But so I believe it was a close pass event. There's been some in Ohio. There was one in the San Francisco freak storm that went 3 years ago. Some of these derechos that they're calling derecho is not a sandstorm, and it's not in the Southwest, which is what a derecho is. These are freak bow storms and straight line storms that are coming in, and they do massive damage and have these unbelievable winds and lightning storms from hell, and then they're gone. And these are the close pass asteroid occasions. Not all of them are, but some of them are. And we've documented it.
Okay, there was a question.
I want to get back to
Andrea.
JD. I want to get back to JD. If
I
you don't
hear
mind.
you. Well, we're going to, for sure.
Okay,
I got his
I'm
pictures
sorry.
ready to go.
I
That's
figured
okay.
since he was here.
I do too. Really. I just wanted to address a question because I had it in my notes. Andrea asked, and I can't find it again. Andrea, if you're still here, let me know what you wanted to know. It had to do with what was above her head. I saw that much of it. And anyway, she said she has to go to karate soon, and I don't want to just leave her hanging.
Where does she live?
In New Zealand.
Or New Zealand, yeah.
Okay.
So, Andrea, if you're still here, will you put your question back into the comment? And
She
what
said,
you
I
wanted
hope you
to
can
ask.
answer what's above my head right now. I like to know what I'm
Attu
seeing.
and Attu's moon a lot of time is over our heads, along with Uri, depending on which part of the sky you look. And then come evening time, around after afternoon, then you've got Saturn, Jalamoon, and Nibiru is pretty much overhead. So that transitions during the spin, and then they spin around over the top of the night again, and then we start the whole process all over again every day.
Wow, look at that fire. This lady's
300 acres. Okay, good to know.
That's not too far from.
That's that jet stream coming across the Mexican Rockies, and also volcanic Popocatépetl. Yeah, there's that's a hard word. Jesus says
Popocatépetl.
Yeah, that's pumping out a whole bunch of nasty right now. Some of the lower volcanoes in that extreme are burping up a whole bunch of new stuff this week. And,
is that because the suns were flaring like that as well?
Well, we watched, Planetary Pass. I think has a great lot to do with this. And I mean, look at the magnetosphere. Look at there's all kinds of stuff going on. Everything's connected. So
a guy down south of me now said that he was asking, "Can anybody hear that weird hum tonight?"
Well, Idaho had another 4.9 earthquake, and I felt it up here. Yeah, so I'm getting, and then I've been calling for a volcanic activity outburst in the middle of Idaho. I think the middle of Idaho, and I got to actually look up the area again. But there's a centralized mountain range. This is a big, huge chunk of mountain. And I bet you anything, because I've been watching it ever since the 6 point whatever that we had up here where it shook us all. It was like 2 years ago. And ever since then, it's been aftershocks. So I'm expecting a birth volcano to occur somewhere in the middle of Idaho anytime soon.
Wow.
Yeah, it's coming. I'm telling you.
What scale of earthquake?
Yesterday or day before, it was yesterday or day before, because I did feel it was 10:30 in the morning, and it was a 4.9. Now, 2 years ago, it was like a 6.1.
Oh, that's a
we felt it all the way up there, and we're only 200 and some odd miles away from it.
Sam.
Yes.
I'm sorry to stop you like that. I was in an 8.3 earthquake in Guam back in 1993.
That was fun.
How long?
Big.
What was the duration on that?
It lasted about 2 minutes.
That's a long earthquake.
That's a long one.
I couldn't.
Did the tsunamis come in, or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't stand up for the life of me. I was holding on to the inside of a door frame like this, and it was literally pulling me down to the ground. And it was shaking, going back and forth like this. It was just, and
that's what we felt up here too.
And I thought
we were shook for about 20 or 30 seconds.
Scary.
All right.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. It brought down some big old hotels along the coast of out there in Guam, Hotel Row, condemned a whole bunch of hotels. It was amazing.
Well, I believe we're going to expect a lot more of that for everybody, because I've been watching the earthquake stuff going on in California, and we have them going up here in Helena all the time, and on the north latitudes of the Rockies here in Montana, we're always getting movement. You get the 1 points and the 2 points, and they always run up that same ridge line up through the Bob Marshall and up into Canada. And that line is moving, and there's a definite escarpment there they don't even talk about. There's a crack, and that is always moving, and that's literally, middle top of almost a San Andreas, but even bigger because it's the Rockies. So, and it's highly underrated. They don't even talk about it hardly in geological study, and I'm amazed. And it's just all the way from it's the Bob Marshall Wilderness Edge, and it runs literally from Stillwater all the way up to Kalispell and up into Canada, and it's an unbelievable geologic event, as well as the St. Ignatius Mountains, and those are all new, fresh upheavals, and they don't add that together.
Is that the East Coast? Is that the one on the East Coast?
Which? No, the East.
What's that?
East Coast. Oh, I'm talking in Montana.
Oh. There's one of the East Coast.
The crack in the Rockies, in dead center in the middle of Montana. Gotcha. See, we have eastern Montana and we have western Montana, and I live in western Montana on the western side of the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
We have that straight line of the Rockies coming all the way straight from Yellowstone, just east of the Yellowstone, and then it goes all the way up into Canada and through us, and then that's eastern Montana's on the other side, and they have the high plains, and then they have going out into the country that's sort of like North Dakota, South Dakota, rolling hills like Little Bighorn area and all of that looks pretty much the same. Sandy, really cool, plains, cattle country from hell, and where the buffalo roam and all of that. The deer and the antelope play, but
Samuel,
go ahead.
Samuel, I have a question for you.
Always, please.
So back to the OCG 180-day cycle. Which those things are very dangerous, and I keep finding myself going out running video and taking pictures 3, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. It don't matter when they come through. I'm out there. My mom gets mad at me. She's like, "You gonna get electrocuted? You need to get your butt back in here." I said, "No, I don't want to miss this show." But
right?
She knows I'm stubborn. I don't come back in. I'm out there till hours at a time. But there's times when it comes through and it's noisy. But then there's a lot of times those things are stationary for hours at a time. When they are, that disco show they give off is truly amazing. I'll tell you what, that light display, I don't know how many flashes per minute, per hour, but it's I can't even get enough of it. I'm looking at it stationary, flashing, no sound. And then, all of a sudden, there'll be one electrical discharge. I'm making an assumption that's the push away or something. But can you give us some better feedback on the disco fever that happens up there without sound?
Well, they have an electrical charge that is connected to the gas giants. The asteroid groups they're like self-luminescent, and we've watched that for many years. And so they're accelerated from static charge because we live in an electrical universe, not a gravitational universe. And they're literally like the tip of a magic wand. If we want to go into the mysticism crazy, but they're a diode. They're the static collection between the bodies, they're the giant, and then here sits Earth, and there's an electrical magnetosphere around our Earth, and that planet has an electrical magnetosphere, and between the two of them, here sits these asteroids, and they're like a capacitor, and they'll static charge up from their asteroid movement and rotation through between these two things, and then they'll discharge on the closest body, including us or them above. And it's a repulsive force, and it's sort of like part of why the planets don't crash into each other, being that they're the opposite binary. They have polarity is the opposite. Their south pole is our north pole, and our north pole is their south pole. So that's why their shit doesn't. That's also why we don't take their planets and they don't take ours, or our moons don't drag off to them. Not gravitational pull, it's electrical placement. And so they repel when they get too close, they discharge between. And the object asteroids are a very interesting electrical early warning thing. And if you go back through mythology and like the movie Gods of Egypt, where Ra is battling the great Apophis, and stay away from, you will not kill my people. And we lost him. And
go back to Saru.
No, it doesn't actually come from Saru. It comes from the gas giant.
Yeah, but that's what it sounds like he says, though. Go back to Saru.
That's what he said. Yes, exactly. I thought that as well when I watched
I never thought that. Maybe you're right, because it is.
I swear that's what it says. Go back to Saru.
Go back to Saru.
It is foretold that in the Bible and in Sumerian texts, that the asteroids and the bodies that were dangerous to Nibiru were cast behind Saru to protect. So you may.
Wow.
Yeah, because I know that's what it says in Jillian.
And that's why every once in a while I'll talk about the objects between Uri and Saru that we don't even discuss. And that's why Saru has that unbelievably huge luminescent base cloud.
Okay. Oh, she's got a lot of shit under there too.
Her base cloud holds so many asteroids you wouldn't believe. And that's why it glows as heavily as it does, and how thick it is.
Hey, do I see a new face here? Is it Nanta Hayala? I hope I said that right, but glad to have you here. I haven't seen that name here before, but glad to have you on board.
But happy you're here. Yes. And Jermaine had a question a moment ago. He wanted to know if during the upcoming eclipse, if you think we'll be able to see the planets better or worse.
Oh yeah, it depends on where you're looking. If you're looking at the eclipse, no, but if you're looking around elsewhere, yeah, I'd be quickly snapping some sky scenes from everywhere during the light change, besides the eclipse.
Yeah.
Just to see what you could capture. That's a really good idea, and I believe that's coming next month. Or wait a minute, is it in April?
April
8th.
Okay.
April
It'll be
8th.
here before we know it.
I thought it was the 14th. My brain. I better relook that up and write it down, man.
Circle it on the wall, Jack.
I've been hemming and hawing on that date back and forth for weeks now, trying to remember when the hell it was.
Yeah.
Not
So
that it's
I
important
have
up there. We
some
won't see it.
pictures. I thought we'd pull up. Well, actually, let's take a moment just to get a recap or update from Rocket Man on the status of our new platform. You're good. You're good. I hadn't talked to you in a couple of days about it, so I thought maybe we could get an update.
Oh, yeah. There's a new look to the website. It's the font change. The color is a new look that we have out there. It's a green color.
I saw that. Yeah, I love
really
it.
good, and we've got a lot of really good artwork out there that Pamela Uribe and Midi Columbia, she works for me. She did all that. She's responsible for that, for the logo. So if you go out and play one of the movies out there's a lot of good movies for you guys to look at right now for free. But when we go live, we're going to go ahead and make that only available to paid members. And so we're still working on the website. We're working out a few of the bugs just some minor things. So we're going to be purchasing the Android application. So
I like that idea.
Yeah, we're going to be doing development on our little Android app for Citizen Science Project, and you'll be able to download it from Play Store, so that you don't have to worry about the bandwidth between the internet, the website, and your phone. You'll be able to have it like your Facebook app or whatever application you're currently using for your other platforms. And we've got some custom development going on, but that's going to take a couple months before we're able to get those new features in. Everything's moving forward. We've got lots of videos out there that we still need to publish to the website and then add the artwork, but that's going to be Rebecca's and Jesus's job to do that. So I need to get with both of you to train you again on how to do that, so that we can at least get some current videos out there, or videos that you like, so that you can have them out there for your members to watch. And barring some minor issues and some custom development, we should probably have the website fully operational within a month or two.
That's
Awesome.
great.
Wow. Also, I saw in one of your messages that soon it will just be citizenscienceproject.com. We're going to drop
Yes.
the part.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're going to drop the movie off. I have
Question.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we say Nibiru Citizen Science? That way it's a flag topic. Or, I mean, not a flag, but I mean like a hashtag topic.
Not for because you would have to change the.
Well, but if you go to Google and you type in Citizen Science Project, you're going to get 18 NASA things before.
Yeah, but we'll take care of that by making sure that we're visible out there on using hashtags and stuff. We'll have all that stuff in our website. Yeah. So
pardon my not knowing, but I just figured I had to put my 2 cents in. I'm sorry.
We got it covered. Yeah. It's picked up by the browser, Google's crawlers. They go out and crawl the internet and they search for certain like hashtags and stuff like that. And so as soon as we put those out there, Citizen Science Project, add the two together, it'll pop up.
I can't wait.
It's like magic. It's technology.
I can't wait till we actually get the hell out there where we actually, you know, because I went through Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 today, and I got 7 people. This was noticed by 7 people, and I'm going, what?
No way.
I have thousands and thousands of members, and it's like, whoa, and it's gotten worse. So,
we've already got 32 registered members, not paid members, but they're registered. They out there registered to let us know that they're ready. That they're ready to go.
Yeah.
So what would I type in if I was a brand new person and I wanted to go look now?
It's going to be https://Citizen Science Project, all one word, .muvi, V as in Victor, .com.
Okay.
Hey, Rocket Man.
Small letters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Hey, Rocket Man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say, man, I'll tell you what, that was a pretty significant leap there. Where it was Facebooking it, and now it's going to be all official, man. I was like, where did this guy come from, man? It's all cool. So I want to tell you thank you for being supportive in all you do also.
Thanks a lot. I think I fell out of the sky.
I knew I was going to go this direction. I didn't know when, where, how, but it's making sense as we go.
Yeah.
Samuel called it a long time ago, and it sure is going down the road it needs to.
Yeah, JD. I've been watching. I found Sam about in 2014. So I've been following Sam for over a decade, just like you.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I love that you're also on board when it comes to all that. That you're not just the IT guy, but you're like the IT guy that actually is on board with what we do here. And I love that.
Oh, yeah,
it's convenient.
Oh yeah, JD. I also work for the federal government too, by the way.
Okay.
No,
I know a few of them. When they work out, we got a few of them that work in too.
Yeah, I think he's teasing you here.
I work for the EPA.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yep. I'm
right.
just a federal contractor.
Are you guys hiring by any chance?
Always, it depends on you. It depends on which place you lay down your application.
Yeah, because there's so many.
I don't know. Frankly, I don't think you're going to pass a clearance test now that you know me.
I don't think so. I don't think I'll pass a credit check.
You know that evil Sam Hoffman, the dissident. You know him, so I'm sorry. You're screwed now. No, actually, I can still get a very good high government job if I want, very easily.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, once you have your GS, and then that's where the Tarmac security came to me and said, "Who the hell are you?" Because they look me. Well, you see, usually it takes about a 2-year background check.
Wow.
When you work at the airport and you have tarmac clearance, and I had to go up into the tower, and also I had tower clearance, which is rare. And so I had one of the few people on staff to be able to go up into the tower. And so I went up there, and et cetera, et cetera. But my application for tarmac clearance came back in 2 weeks. And it usually takes up to 2 years to get, and that's why the guy came to me. The head of security actually came from the security building, drove into the airport main, and came over to me, and he says, "Who the hell are you? Your clearance came back, and here's your tag." And I chuckle about it. I'm supposed to have government employee, and I'm not supposed to work anywhere other than the government. That was one of the rules when they unhandcuffed me and set me free. But anyway. So long ago.
So Pink Light, hello Pink Light. I think you're new here. I don't think I've seen you here before. So good to see you. And I'm not too sure if I understand the question, but I think she's just asking, what is our purpose here? Like, what's the point of us being here?
We are humans placed here to mine and run factory planet Earth, the far side of the other binary system, on the other side of the tracks. We are self-replicating biotools.
Yeah. No
You sound
kidding.
excited about that, Rocket Man. Are you excited about
Oh
it?
no, yeah, self-replicating. God, that sounds like a lot of fun.
It always is.
That's why they
Yeah.
make it fun.
You like the self-replicating part. I don't know about the rest.
I know. I understand.
You know what's funny about that? Somebody always tells me they're living the dream, and I always say living somebody else's dream.
That's right.
Handing the money to the corporations now.
Yeah, there's a saying in my my home country, Mexico. They say you never really know who you work for.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I know. I probably work for.
Sometimes you don't want to know.
We
Yeah.
probably work for like a cartel.
Yeah.
We probably really do work for a cartel, but we don't know it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, actually, several of them. There is the Federation, and then, of course, the local overlord demigods. And then there's the instilled earthly governments. And everybody gets their slice of pie.
That's weird. What we were just saying last night, JD, about everyone gets their slice of the pie.
Hey, man,
Exactly.
I'm gonna take the biggest.
I recognize that when he said it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the biggest slice.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
These question. So they're asking. So quick question. The website is showing an alien on the website.
Yeah.
That's our artwork. And what exactly do we all stand for? What topics do we focus on? So we're focusing on the fact that we actually have a binary twin solar system that is passing just outside Earth's atmosphere every day. So it's here. We're focused on pictures like this and that. We're focusing on that information. And yes, some of the planets, there's aliens do exist. 2 of these other planets are inhabited. So that's why we're using the aliens in our artwork, because they really are real.
And there are other factions here besides that we've also documented. And because it's so pronounced, strongly, I'm trying to pull bad words out of the air here, strongly cited for so long, that's why it has become a level of topic where we actually do discuss alien craft, etc. So we have a pretty tight band of information that we share, but it's only because it's been gathered and documented, and only through scientific multiple sightings have we ever come to any conclusion.
And Sam has met
definitely.
I'm racist. I was just going to point
I'm
that
definitely
out.
for that term faction. I like to use that word factions a lot when I'm talking to people. It helps them better understand. Sometimes I feel like they hear the word alien a lot. So, but which can be used also. Heck, they use it on the Mexican borders all the time. I figured, why not? We can keep on using it in other examples. But I think factions, I like using that word a lot.
Yeah,
I agree.
And there's not just 1 or 2 or 3 factions here. People have to take into account, just like in Star Wars first movie, the barroom scene, there are just dozens and dozens of extraterrestrial, some galactic and some extragalactic beings here right now for this whole process. This is sort of like the big show, and it happens so rarely. That's why they're all here visiting and collecting their share as well. So it's not just 10 guys in some ship, little dot that we can barely see. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of intergalactic extraterrestrials here floating above Earth every day for years now. And we've been sighting them every day for years now. Trying to tell everyone. Yes.
Sam, so we got that movie Dune out on our website, and it's free for those movies. By the way, are free for everybody to watch right now. There's some current movies out there, and I wanted to ask you, Sam, about Dune. Is Dune kind of close to what's going on up there?
Now, we are the spice planet.
We are the spice planet. Yeah, that's
one of the
perfect.
commodities that we produce provides an actual life manifestation for them in more than one way.
Yeah.
We were created to be able to be here to mine these commodities for them. This is the necessary part of their economy. They function and flow from us. That's why we were created. That's why we were placed here. This has been going on vastly longer than you can imagine. And this is not the only cycle. and there have been many multiple cycles of us doing this for them. There's a nice scoop.
And also, Sam, too, we should also maybe point out that these guys go all the way back to the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians.
Right. Well, that's where the other groups of people on the other planets come from. Our other binary larger solar system is where the Sumerians and the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, and all of that come from. But what I'm talking about when I say factions, I also am referring to factions that are not from Nibiru and not from Saru.
Exactly.
And their presence is even strongly more denoted directly above our skies than the Nibiru system. They're an underling in comparison to the Federation, and the Federation is here.
Our mission statement, really, out of all this, is to get everybody on board to tell people the truth of our existence, and the truth of what's happening in our skies, because nobody's sharing that with us. Nobody's sharing. The government's not talking about it, but it's happening, and I think most people out there have a sense that something is wrong, and we're just trying to put those, because we all went down that rabbit hole. We all felt something was off, and we ended up here. We found the truth. We found Samuel Hoffman, who has a better understanding of this. He has a history that goes way back with these planets, and we just want to tell people the truth because they deserve to know the truth. We're all on this rock together, regardless of race, religion, etc. We're all on this together. So it's important that we all know and understand what is happening and what we are and how we got here and how we're gonna move forward.
It proves all of the previous cultures we can't explain. It proves all of the continental drift. It proves all of these climate change events around the planet. It proves that there was more to the Ice Age than empirical English science talks about, that the entire Earth was frozen during the Ice Age. No, it wasn't. The center band, the equatorial zones of our planet were generally not frozen, and there were communities, there were civilizations that go back time after time, cycle after cycle. And not every cycle destroys everything, but after several cycles, then when you have a transitory reboot of the whole scenario, that way we can provide commodities again next time. And then the Earth produces the commodities through this destructive close passing, which Nibiru means planet of passing. And I never in my wildest dream did I imagine it would be this close.
Wow.
No kidding.
Nantahala, you're basically correct.
Yeah.
It's basically where we come from. They're the ones that aided and basically created our kind. So
exactly.
We are a short-lived version of them.
Yes.
Our 24th chromosome has been clipped, so we don't fully self-heal and live for thousands of years. And this is part of what your body is telling you when it says, I feel good and I can do this and I can do this, but. And that's where we don't.
Scientific fact.
We don't connect.
We know about the DNA and the telomeres and all that.
When I try to teach course and reconnecting to enlightenment and bodhisattva and all of this stuff I talk about, this is a way that you can continue and reconnect and go around some of the processes, and you'll actually enhance yourself by learning to listen to Mother Earth, who is currently trying to talk to you, as well as the skies and planets that are talking to us now, which is why most of us out there have issues with our balance or our hearing or nausea or irritability or these weird vibe scenarios where we suffer hopelessness and we're uncomfortable and we don't know why. And the animals are showing it. It's been going on for many, many years. And people have, of course, not put the two and two together. And why we have diseases and sicknesses and transitions of birds and Zika virus that's sneaking up from the Caribbean and moved now into, the southern United States, and all of these transitions in weather and global warming and the winter we didn't have this year. All of that is all connected to this.
Everything that is happening on Earth, everything.
Incredible.
I'm willing to say, and I don't like talking politics, but I think politically, wars, everything that's happening right now has some direct effect to what is happening in our skies right now. I truly believe that.
So
And if you-
what about what JD is asking? JB, sorry. Can we regain what we have lost? Can we get it back? I'm not sure.
Oh, JB. Okay.
JB, the question.
Regain. We lost it. Where everything we know is about to change, and it's already changing. And,
Yes.
Climate-wise, everything you can throw every prior seasonal knowledge that you have out the window because nothing grows the same, and we've gone into complete climate change already in the last few years, even right before our very eyes. We're watching it happen now. Ask anyone in Russia or China currently. We go there. It's from an old Indiana Jones movie where the little short round guy says, "We go for a ride now, lady." So,
Hey, can you answer Pink Light's question? Because I think that's an interesting question. She wants to know yes, that one. There you go. That's the one. That's the question. How can you answer that question? Because that's a very loaded question right there.
we have to earn it. We earn ascension. Each of us go through stages. It's like climbing the ladder in reincarnation. Once our soul has come back around enough time, hopefully, we will be recycled through a process of heaven is a little bit different than what standard world practice teaches, standard world religion. So it's a little different, but we earn our ascension by doing good and being wise and calm and perspective and retrospect and all of those other things where you take the time to listen. You learn to slow down and listen.
Yeah,
I liked how JD mentioned that earlier, how when you're learning, it's best to just keep your mouth shut and just absorb the information and learn before you comment or before you try to say something that you don't really know. I love that because that was the way I learned. I just shut up and just watched everything I could, your interviews and your illustrations, all that. That's the way I learn, and I think that's a great thing, to learn. So sometimes you have to know when to shut your mouth and just learn.
Yeah, most definitely. I for one believe in that process too, Samuel, about the ascension and the whole school of how we manage to, if we have to return and recycle and figure it out 100 million other times, and
forget it. No more. I'm done.
Well, I don't think that people actually look at the immense value in each of those stages, because, I mean, what other ball game do we have but to come in here and make mistakes and then learn from it? And that
exactly,
and the experience of it is like a unbelievable gift, and that's why they call it the present. If you live in the present, in the now, if you take advantage of that which goes on around you and you cherish it and you treasure it and the people around you and you love, rather than live through greed of how I can screw Joe over there, and you excuse me,
Sam, that's music to my ears.
Well, the trick is to sit on the chair and watch life go by and actually enjoy the birds that are chirping on the ground in front of you now. And if you don't get it right, great, no problem. I'll come back and do it again.
Yeah. Right on, Sam. Right on.
That way you can go back to the pub and get a brand new liver. I'm joking.
It's important. I agree. It's important to enjoy the ride. Don't that's all we can do is just enjoy the ride and learn as much as we can as we go and be.
I don't seek living or leaving and going to some other place. I'd rather just be right here, thank you, and I'm enjoying it.
Oh,
now.
Hey, wait, hey, go
back.
I don't know. Go back, please.
What? Got it.
Right there. Okay, perfect. Right there, right in the middle, you can see the long box cube. Right there.
Yeah. JD, didn't you post something today very similar to this?
There's the long box
yesterday evening.
Yeah. And your assumption was correct too, as by the way.
That's
I
not.
did type that. I did send you a message back.
Yeah, I see them way over there too.
I like how we can view on the right side of the sun on this one. Normally, I see a lot on the left side of it, but this time I saw. That's what caught my attention. Is every now and then I'll catch the right side of the sun really good, like it's just twisted a little bit, like it was turned, just you can see the depths and dimension and the contrast and all that good stuff.
Nice shot.
That's that weird twist I was talking about earlier, where it comes in and we got Yuri at our shoulder on our left, and then all of a sudden the day progresses. They switch places, and Yuri goes into the back, and Nibiru and his Saturn come into our right shoulder, and then above us. And that's where that twist and turn that you're talking about exactly happens. And that's what makes it really confusing on how to draw this.
Yeah. Nice picture.
Yeah. Yeah, come on. Thank you.
that shadow, that darkness is uncanny, man. That's exactly a great example of what to look for, guys.
And the angle of the asteroid group coming in from the left, in the upper left, has also changed to literally before it was coming at us, and by the end of the day, it is going slightly away from us to the west. And that's a change.
Right.
That's part of that rotational change that we're now seeing that we never saw before. Before,
why is that? Why is that?
Well, we used to be under Yuri and the face of Atu, on the other side of Yuri and Atu. Now,
so we wobbled.
No, they went up and over us and are rotating farther past us.
Wow.
So now we are between Atu, Nepesity, and Isatum. We are on the right-hand side of Atu. Prior to last year and the year before, we were on the left-hand side, right next to Yuri and Atu and the object cluster group. Now we are on the other side of Atu as they rotate and spin above us and move beyond us. We've moved under.
Yeah, it just kind of does my head and trying to figure out where they all are.
Yeah, I can visualize that. I see it.
Wow, JD. What the heck is that? The base cloud?
What was that, Rebecca? What was that?
Whoa, that's purple. Look at the purple.
That's Snailfoot.
23.
It's a base cloud, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Snailfoot.
Snailfoot. I knew
Yeah,
it.
Snailfoot.
I knew it. Snailfoot. Let's look at some other examples of a
Now,
snailfoot.
in the bottom of the Snailfoot, you are looking at the red asteroid, and to the lower left, that one it's reaching to is the spiral asteroid.
Yeah.
And Snailfoot is part of the Atu thing, and lead asteroid is far to the right, just above JD's name. You can see the stripes.
Definitely.
Atu's moon in center by the telephone wire, and then just above red asteroid is Atu's moon, and the rest of the blue area is Atu, and that's discharging.
I remember that day clearly. I remember I was outside recording that. Yeah, I remember that clearly. That was the first time I've ever seen so many people outside my apartment. Like it was a movie off of I don't know, Independence Day, where everybody's looking up and the jaws dropped. That day there was so much going on in that sky. I still look at that video. There was so much webbing. There was so much dimension.
The discharge behind Snailfoot. Do you see the lightning discharge behind Snailfoot? That comes from the bottom base core of Nepesity, and we know that Nepesity has this very large, wide discharge.
But she discharged white, Sam, because I seen white in South Africa.
Oh, well, yeah, that's because you're down there below, and it's farther away, and it went from the purple spectrum to white by the time it got down there.
Yeah, I have my kids.
Sorry.
You're right at that too. It was probably about a 30, 35 minute plus duration, probably between 30 and 45 minutes. By the time it started, by the time it was done.
Like
and
it was really excited. It's really cool.
Yeah, these storms, no one has ever.
Yeah, it was awesome that day.
Before in their lives, it's the most intense storm you will ever see.
Yeah,
and it is so worth watching each and every one of them. I love it.
Yeah, I know you go outside and you're like, woohoo!
JD, when it storms like that with the discharge, does it rain a lot, or is it just the discharge happening?
It starts spinning around and the wind picks up and then it stops and then it just sits there forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And I'm just like, and I'm standing out there, so I got to sit down somewhere to continue running videos. I
always thought that with Atu, it was almost dry and warm. It was different with Atu.
Yeah, because before I learned about this information, like I even have video footage of storms like that, but I didn't know it was happening. It's weird going back to your videos and pictures and then realizing, holy, hamster turds, that it's actually happening in your photos, and I just didn't even know.
Right.
Oh yeah, I still go through my old stuff, Christopher. I still go for my old stuff, and whenever nothing's happening in the sky, that's what I do. I go through my old stuff, and then to keep myself entertained, I find stuff in my old stuff, and then
filter out some of your cool pictures.
And I'm like, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? There's so much, so much that I can go back to and just find stuff. So that part of it
like
is
15 minutes of lightning. It was crazy.
Man, it's also interesting, guys, how subconsciously it's like we were seeing it, even though we didn't really quite understand it. We were all taking pictures of it without really understanding what it was, but clearly we were taking pictures of it. I did that for years. I did that for 2 years. It took me 2 years to find Sam. I was taking pictures randomly. I did not understand what I was taking pictures of, but something told me to just take pictures of the sky. And never did that previously up until then, but something just, something just told me to take pictures, and I did that for 2 years.
So when was that you started doing the pictures at first?
My YouTube channel, if you go back to my YouTube channel, you could see the very beginning of my videos. Very random. There was nothing definitive there, but I was just taking pictures. But I would say 2015-ish, something like that.
So because I met you in 2017, now you phoned me by accident one morning. First time I heard an American voice on the phone from me, and it was like, hello, is this
I loved your accent. Personally, then there was a few times I wasn't really understanding what you were saying over the phone.
But that was South African as well. I was probably gobbledygooking in South African English.
I think it's clearer now than it was when we first met.
I think you're picking up little American there.
Yeah, I think so.
A lot less Afrikaners.
Africans. Africans. Somebody said to me, "Are you Africans?" I'm like, what you mean is Africans?
No, that's when you go, I'm British, God save the Queen, and then they'll shut up.
No.
Now you have to try and subtly explain to people very nicely, no, I'm not English, I'm Scottish.
Wow, look at that.
It's like, that's napacity.
Yeah.
Look at that open core. Wow.
It's glowing. It's face
napacity gets that dark blue look as well sometimes, It's not just green, but sometimes you will see this as a very deep dark blue.
It's like a gunmetal color. It's like a dark
I'm amazed the world didn't even notice the passings of napacity, including rain bombs and what everybody called the bomb cyclone. Everybody hooked into it, hook, line, and sinker. Like, oh, okay, it's a bomb cyclone. It's
because that's normal,
Yeah, it's normal that entire time.
Once it gets a name, it's normal. Once it gets a name, it's normal.
Yeah, a year's rain in 3 hours. Normal. Yeah.
Do you guys remember that Superstorm Sandy in 2012?
Yeah.
I mean, did that have anything to do with this? Obviously.
Yeah. Yes, it did. That was napacity. 2012.
I think it was, right? The one that hit New York?
I'll have to look and see. I'll check and see.
2012.
Superstorm Sandy.
Superstorm.
Might have had something to do with the Saru Pass back then, but doubtful. Because you're
the one where the two storms converged, right?
It was October 2012.
Okay, yeah, no, that'd be normal Earth conditions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we weren't having any real close passes until many years later.
Okay.
Okay, I want to say hi to Carla Max. Me and Carla Max go way back. I don't know if this is the first time I've seen you here, but nice to have you here, Carla. And if you ever want to be on the show, Carla, just reach out. I helped Carla administer one of her Facebook groups. But if you ever want to be on the show, reach out to Rebecca, and we'll make it happen. You know?
Definitely. I can put you on. I'm going to put you on my list, Carla.
Yeah, Carla puts out a really a
I'll
lot of
message
nice
you
material.
and we'll talk about it.
She puts out.
All right, Carla.
Cool. Good
Yeah.
deal. I don't know if she's been with us before or not. So
I think she has, but I don't see her as often as
Yeah.
you know. But I have seen. I think I have seen her here before. So
perfect.
Hey, I want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
On like what Stan was talking about, what we were talking about earlier, just real quick on, it amazes me how the meteorologists or the society gives a name for it, like bomb cyclone or what have you, El Nino and all that stuff. But, you know, when it comes to the media, you know, people look up and you know, and they're fascinated with it. And there's like, yeah, some bomb cyclone came through. And I'm like, well, don't stop there just because they give it a name. Keep on knocking the barriers down. Don't you want to know what causes these disturbances in the atmosphere? Don't you want to know why they're so rounding and so massive in depth? You can see the spherical in them, you know. I mean, and, you know, I say don't stop there. Just keep on knocking barriers down and keep on wondering and asking questions, and you'll find out for sure.
Definitely, and we're like conditioned to, you know, just take things at face value now. Oh, it's on the TV. That's what they said it was. I don't need to go any further, right?
And I think that's the purpose of it, because once you put a name to it, we tend to make it familiar and then be more comfortable with it. But don't stop asking questions, guys. Just, you know, I agree with JD. Don't stop asking questions. You know, keep that curiosity open, because that's what, you know, curiosity is what gets people learning. You know, don't let them take that away from you just because they put a stupid name to it. You know,
a prime example is punch clouds.
Yes,
you know, everybody goes, oh, look, punch clouds. We call those punch clouds. You know,
right.
Punch clouds. Ask yourself, what is punching the clouds from above?
Right.
Exactly.
And be serious about it. You know?
Oh, it's punch clouds. Okay. On to watching cats.
What's punching exactly? Like, are you not going to ask what's punching it? It's it's a perfect example of don't stop asking questions. You know, just because it has a name.
Right. We're so disheartened with the mainstream media, but then we don't want to listen to anything they're saying. But then all of a sudden, we're allowing ourselves to contradict ourselves and totally listen to the first thing they tell us, and then we go back onto whatever we're dealing with in our lives. So,
excuse me, I have to go cut pizza.
Okay, Sam.
And while Sam's out there, I'm gonna have to go switch my laundry, guys. You know, Tuesday is my laundry day, so I'll be back.
Okay, Jesus, you do that. Okay. I remember this picture really well.
Yeah, I do too. I like that one a lot too.
Last September.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if I remember what Sam said, which asteroid it was, you know, but that's definitely a trail from an asteroid. Do you remember, JD?
Well, did he say it was spiral? I couldn't remember either, but definitely an asteroid for sure.
I think you could be right. Yeah, we'll find out here in a moment.
But I got one like that today as well, but it's
this is really just wow.
I want to say it looks like the red asteroid in the front, but it's leaving the spiral asteroid trail.
Yeah.
That's the, you know,
crazy.
Yeah, that was another day where a lot of people were looking at that one too, and of course I got my capture, and I made sure to block that sun when it did pop up that way, because before that capture, I wasn't able to get it. And there's a health center right there for like people to go work out and stuff.
Okay. And
that's a pretty good sun blocker. But I waited for that sun to get right behind that trail, and then catch it the way I knew I was wanting to. And it came out in sun. And a lot of people were asking me, did you see that snake looking cloud in the sky? I'm like, here we go again. You know, I said, you guys only do.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, see, look, I got it as well today. Oh, bugger, you can't see.
I've been playing with that with people that, you know, on the street, like a couple Uber drivers. I've just been dropping it on them. You know, oh, hey, look at that asteroid over there.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys see that planet? People are just looking at me like I'm nuts.
Yeah, I've gotten used to that.
It was just a little test to see how people would react. So now I'm going, you know, little subtle with it now.
Right. Yeah, I've gotten used to that. I'm pretty much immune to that. The look and some of the
it's funny how they look at you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I know. You can't help yourself. You just go, oh, look at that asteroid trail. Oh, man. And you go, what? Huh?
Yeah. Most people are not ready. They're just, but there are people who are open about it. I have come across, just random people. I've mentioned, like, I'm notorious for talking to all my cashiers wherever I'm, cashing out at. I get to talking about it somehow or another. But there would be some that would be like actually open to it and interested in it. So I keep telling myself I got to get some business cards, something a card to hand people. I need to get that going for sure.
It's like, hey, have you seen the sky lately?
You're right.
And if they say something like, yeah, it's weird out. Here's the
Yeah,
business card. Here's the information. Go check it out.
Yes.
It's a long one.
Go ahead, Jillian.
Sorry, it's a long one. I seen it just now, but before it got dark.
Let me see if I can make it bigger. Hang on.
Yeah, my wife had a relative here yesterday, and we're in the car, and she says, "Wow, your skies are just,
see it.
They're really weird." And
I see it, Gillian.
And she's like, "They don't look like this," So
I do see that.
Show it again, Jillian.
Yeah.
It's long. It's the same one. I'm sure it's the same one.
I think it is like probably the spiral.
Look at that.
Yeah, most definitely, Jillian. I see it.
Yeah.
It's
got a twist to it, too.
It looked like it was turning away by the time I did take its picture. And you can see the big blue butt on the left of it.
Right.
Yep, that's the spiral asteroid.
Yeah, we knew it. We did.
Yeah.
Good.
Low and off the deck, just off the horizon.
I was going to say, we go back to JD's. We were looking at this one, Sam, while you slipped away.
Spiral asteroids since 2016, 17, when they were much, much smaller, and that's back when we had them all in one drawing. And notice it's bank turning here again too, because the planets, as they pass, they rotate, and these asteroids orbit below the attachment of these passing planets. So as the planet turns over a slow turn, and that's the difference between example of Attu's moon versus Nepesity, and why the weather effects on the ground are different. When Nepesity spins, it spins much faster, and that's why it creates the snorkel that actually sucks up a level of our personal atmosphere. And that snorkel goes, and when the planet stretches away from us, it deposits everything that is drawn up into the air, including the electrical connection and why all that water comes down in the rain bomb. But when it comes to Attu and the asteroids and Attu's moon, they pass by, and we see the ion trails of these asteroids, especially the spiral asteroid. And for example, the lead asteroid, years ago, we were having these real close passes of the lead asteroid, and we'd see the just massive central cloud just zip across our horizon at a very low altitude. And that was the original early lead asteroid passings, which was going on in 2019 and 20. And then previous to that was, I think, 17 and 18, when the Uri transition was going from the right-hand side to the left, which is where it currently is now and has been for many years. Boy, that was a long sentence in one breath.
It was.
Does that mean you got a piece of pizza?
Yeah, it's sitting in front of me, cooling down, and I do go on, but I had to, finish my thought before I took my next breath. So.
And so, did those throat lozenges work for you?
Those things are a little severe. You do not keep them in your mouth very long.
I also felt like that. My dad would eat them like sweeties, but I couldn't.
One of those is going to last you through the whole show, I promise. In and out of the
and they're so tiny as well. Wow.
Oh, they do have a great. They're a rather unusual flavor, and they actually do affect your throat in unusual ways. And so, I wonder what's in them. I should have maybe read the package, but I didn't. I trusted Jillian, but yeah, they're interesting. And in a pinch, I'll definitely eat one.
But did they help? Did they actually?
Oh yeah. I still like my Ricola best of all, but.
But you'll have your pet one, with
a Ricola, I can go for an hour. I pop it in and out of my mouth a couple of times because it changes your whole throat with honey and all the other stuff that's in it. And of course, that's Swedish European cough drops. I like them a lot. But Hall's cherry flavored eucalyptus are awesome too. So
You have
And then-
stretzels there.
well, I've choked on a few Halls in my time on during the shows. You may remember.
Uh-huh.
And we always do that. We always do the cough drop count, and currently I'm on 1. So
Yeah, speaking of, I have to apologize for my voice. I've been trying to get my voice back. This is not my normal voice, but I'm trying.
yeah,
been
I'm going
sick?
through that lung crap too.
Getting over that cough and sore throat, and
Everybody
it's just
has
been
it,
lingering
guys.
around.
How long did you have it for, Rocket Man?
Mine?
Oh no,
You said there's some. Oh, it's JD that said he was sick.
right.
JD.
Yeah. Well, I'm no longer sick. It's just I think I was doing a lot of coughing to begin with. I think I ruptured my voice a little bit, so it's healing.
Yeah.
So,
So now-
you're not shouting at the kids, are you?
No.
Everybody's getting this everywhere.
Everyone's
Yeah.
getting it. Yeah. Yeah.
You can.
Well,
Like
kids-
a
my kids are
natural
pretty good.
You know about
anti-inflammatory,
colloidal
maybe.
silver? Do you know about colloidal silver?
Yeah.
Right.
Colloidal silver. It's available at health food stores. It's semi non-expensive.
What is it called?
Colloidal silver.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, you should write it down.
I'll text
you
it
take
to
it.
you.
It helps
Thank
clear
you.
the bacteria
You
out
want
of
to
your
see a
bloodstream.
bottle? I'll show you a bottle.
And you only take a little bit of it at a time,
Little
couple
bit.
times a week, and it keeps your immune system up.
Nice. I'll have to definitely follow up with that. Thank you.
But then another thing,
Yeah.
if you are ill and you've got a cold or whatever, of course, eat salsa.
Salsa, huh?
Oh yeah, get that.
Oh,
Get that
really?
Japanese
How much
sandwich,
salsa?
Oh look, there's the tan asteroid.
Wow.
Oh, right there in the front.
You know.
Now, Sam, I know
Just
you've
going.
spoken about this before, right? So, the government agencies, they know about all this, right? And are they studying this too? I just don't understand
Of
how
course they are.
Of course they are, right?
Can't be
That's
done,
what a lot of people I've heard, seen ask about.
Agencies, not not the low agents.
Wow, that's a good picture.
I love your work, JD. This is some great stuff.
Ah, JD.
Man,
you're
I always look forward to your post, man.
Did Sam cut out there? Or?
JD, you're awesome.
I think Sam
Oh,
cut
I
out.
appreciate that. Thank you.
And I mean your post in general. Like I like your
Yeah.
Sky pictures, but also
Yeah.
your other posts. I think you're a really wise
Yeah.
guy. I love hearing you
I
talk.
know. Let's look at
Appreciate
some of his pictures that he has submitted. He's done both. He has his own pictures, and then he submits a lot of eye candy.
God.
So let's take a look at that here.
That's
Are you
some
still
talent.
there, Sam?
That's talent right there.
I
think
know.
Sam
You
cut
okay,
out.
Sam?
Yeah, I think he cut out a few, 45
Yeah,
seconds ago.
I don't see him on here. Right. He'll be back.
You know,
I'll be
I've
back.
said this before, but once you understand what you're
Oh,
looking at,
yeah.
you can
Yeah.
take the coolest,
God.
craziest pictures ever.
Oh.
You know, and this goes from as long as once you really understand what you're looking at, you will take
I'm
the
back.
craziest pictures.
There you go.
It
You're
gets so
back.
fun. The more you learn, you get better.
Yeah.
Your photography
Yeah.
gets much better.
Yeah.
Because I
Most definitely.
Because I do think they come hand in hand. As you enjoy taking, I love taking pictures of the sky. It's my favorite thing to do. So, the photography part of it, you'll get better at it because they come hand in hand.
Yeah, no, those are great pictures, JD. Those are awesome, man.
Those are incredible.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
You're good, dude.
Are those
I'll
at
tell you
night?
what.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Well,
Jesus
these are
is
some of the ones-
talking about his photography.
these are some
just
of the other ones I've
JD
shared
was
from other
talking
people.
about
This is
how
amazing
he
work,
waits for the
dude.
perfect shot, you know?
These are some from other
amazing.
people I've shared.
Right.
God,
This is
dude.
a series of pictures in this
God.
folder of photographs
After
that
moon.
JD has shared taken by other
Hey.
people. Just to
The
clarify.
ones with his name, or the ones are his, right, JD?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, the ones with my name. Yep.
And
Yeah,
then
that's
he
Atu's-
submits a lot of
Atu's moon.
pictures for us to enjoy, and these are some of those pictures.
Hey, look
taken
at
by
that.
other people.
Amazing.
And
Right,
that is
in
the
that
red
goal.
asteroid center of right center, and then the Uri onset of asteroids coming in from the bottom of planet Uri.
Wow.
God.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, sort of. There's a
love
lot
it.
more other stuff we don't
it.
even have listed.
Yeah, ships.
Oh,
Yeah, some of them could be
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, back in the
Right.
back.
Well,
Oh,
we
wow.
know there's tons of them up there.
No
So,
kidding.
but there's actually more asteroids
Look
up
at
there
that.
than there are ships.
Oh,
jeez.
God. Something hold on.
Jesus.
I
And
mean,
none of
that's,
these things
that's
that we're
not
looking
normal
at are
jet
in
stream
our
Samuel.
activity. You can see that these objects moving and leaving these trails behind them. This is not normal at all. You can just see it with your own
Yeah, when
eyes.
did you
It's
ever see this
incredible.
10 years ago?
Right. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. It's totally no. It's not normal.
It still amazes me. It still amazes me the cloud signature structures they give off
Right.
around them. It kind of creates their own little atmosphere, but
Sure.
you know we can see the darkness inside of them. We know we can see the significance in them, so we know there's a lot going on there, and they're rotational, so we know they're asteroids for
The
sure.
round edges,
Yeah.
big rounded edge that pokes up from one side or another intermittently. Here it is. And you can see that damn whole rounded freaking planet side and sometimes land masses. And
Hey, but this is a good time to talk about this, guys. And I think this is a big problem with people not really seeing this, is because
Yeah.
a lot of people see clouds, and there is clouds there, right?
Yep.
hold this picture.
Problem is, okay, could you explain, Sam? Because I really love how you explain things. A lot of these objects, as they come close to Earth or pass into the sunlight, do produce a cloud effect, an atmosphere. Could you explain why we see that?
Well, every planet has its own atmosphere. There's many layers that go, and the larger the planet or the gas giant, for instance, the asteroids and all of that stuff is within their planetary atmospheric sphere. So there's a whole lot more to Earth than we even think of. We have an ionosphere and a stratosphere and an ionosphere, and then we have all the other gases that are, up in the higher spectrums that collect, and then we have our electrosphere or magnetosphere, and that goes way out. And so and this is what holds our atmosphere inside, is that electrical field that holds our insides inside. And they have one of those also. And so they put off different colors and variations due to the light spectrum of the gases that are inside of them. When the solar stellar light breaks through and breaks down in a pure prism effect that the human eye can register, I imagine there's far more colors and things going on that we don't see. That the animals do see. For an example, is here. Okay, what do all of you guys see when you're looking at this picture in front of us right here?
What color?
Oh, there's
No, what do you
different
see?
things happening there.
Definitely an illumination for sure.
See, okay, look, this really looks a lot like what I saw the other night. Like I saw a moon halo, but then I saw below it something that looked like another halo, but it wasn't quite as perfectly round. It was just,
It's
it was very much like this.
It's a
Looks like
refractive
four
phase
things, one
because
behind
there's
the
light.
other.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely another body behind for sure.
Say that again, Sam.
Bingo. I was trying. That illuminated area, all the light blue that you see around our moon, is a body behind it. It's just farther away.
I know it because I've been seeing a very it's not your average halo, but it looked like a halo, but in 3D. Like it was just a little, like there was some curve to it.
Light on the bottom that looks like two legs or three legs on a bug.
Yeah.
Is a refraction from light illumination from behind it.
Wow.
That's why we're seeing that halo lagging effect, because it's downward shining from the illumination behind it.
Yeah.
And that illumination of light is coming from our sun.
Now, if you look in the right-hand picture, there is a body that is directly behind our light-illuminated circle, small, normal moon. And if you look just a little bit degree of different color, you can see the larger object behind it.
Right. So it's the light coming from the object?
They're both illuminating off of Earth refractive light.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
The light bounces off Earth in the atmosphere of Earth. And our moon that we see, the reason we see our moon is because it's between us and our moon. The light we see between us is Earth refractive light coming off of the sun, even at nighttime, because it goes around.
Ya terminó la lavadora. Deja.
Sí.
¿Puedo sacar la ropa o la sacaste tú?
No, la lavadora.
Sí,
por la ropa, la otra la lavadora.
Ok, sí, está. Okay. Sí, porque nomás la iba a sacar, ya está.
Nomás.
Pero sí usaste la lavadora, ¿no? Ok, no, pues.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do your own show, Jesus, in Spanish when we buy that radio station in the Texas border, and then we amp up the power and rock.
I'm definitely gonna do that. As we start
to help us learn Spanish too, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
My parents spoke Spanish.
Yeah,
my whole life.
Why don't you do a weekly
word of it?
No, I was gonna talk about that with Rebecca that I really want to, because there is a Spanish speaking side to this that I give people from a lot of Colombia and
Colombia.
Chile
Yep, we got Colombia.
And all these Spanish speaking countries. So I really do want to be able now that we start streaming. I definitely want to emphasize on those countries, on being able to translate that to them, because
you should do a weekly lesson for us fools.
Yeah, can we all learn Spanish?
We're focusing on South America.
We can do that. We can get online 30 minutes before the show, and
for everybody.
I could throw some stuff at you guys.
Yeah, you can teach us the basic planet name.
Yeah, even word of the week in Spanish.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, we can start out just like Sesame Street. Hey guys, the word of the week is.
I saw him.
Hey, Jesus. Man, you speak great Spanish, dude.
You know, my dad had a rule in our household when I was growing up. When we'd come home from school, he said, when you're at home, you speak Spanish. And because you're at school all day, and I know you guys speak English. So at home, I want you to speak Spanish because I want you to stay fluent and be able to communicate with me. You know? So we never lost it. In fact, my younger brother is what he does for a living. He's a translator. He translates.
Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
Lead asteroid?
No.
Or red asteroid?
Correct. And little sister.
So there's two.
Under base cloud.
Oh, okay, I see it.
You know what? It looks
like a squashed acorn.
It looks like an egg, an egg upside down.
It's a nipple. No,
a nipple.
No. I breached community standards. I apologize. Oh no.
You're real boys.
That's a real ugly one, though.
Okay, I got to rephrase that. It's hamster nipple.
It's a hamster turd.
Acorn.
I didn't want to be the first to say that, but that's kind of the first thing I saw.
A squashed acorn. That's cute.
Call it pareidolia, man pareidolia, I guess.
If we were going to go scientific, it would be mammalian protuberance.
Yeah. I saw.
Hey guys. I'm surprised the meteorologists don't call it that.
This, of course, again, is the red asteroid, little sister in front of the red asteroid, followed with the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon. And this is an older picture, because if you look to the left middle above the light pole is lead asteroid.
Okay.
So that makes this picture at least 3 years old.
Look at that.
I think this is older.
Jeez, look at that. It's incredible.
And the shape is basically the same, squashed acorn.
But the thing is I remember it's older. That's the point. Yeah.
Hey, is that one out of Turkey? Because I remember one out of Turkey looking like that.
Yeah, right. It very could easily be. Good. God, JD, it's so good to have you here.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Every time you say something, I'm just like, I treasure every word of it.
I'm really glad that you decided to, man. I'm really glad you decided to, JD, as well.
Yeah, we love you, man. We talk about you all the time. Do your ears ring?
All the time.
There you go. This is an example of the opposite. Okay, I give out model drawings all the time. This is red asteroid creating Attu reach to Attu's moon. Attu's moon is the enveloped rounder behind object. But this is the dropping of a snail foot with Attu in the upper left corner with Yuri behind it. And this picture goes back to, about 2020.
Yeah, the toes pointing towards us.
Yeah, toes pointing toward to us. It's development of snailfoot as we watch the red asteroid little sister. As you can see, this is the bottom cloud in front. And nowhere in sight is the spiral asteroid, which should be somewhere left off camera.
Is it farther away, like really farther away from them?
No, it's just off camera.
Do they get closer and then go out?
Well, it has to do with our outlook over the years, that which the angle and view has changed. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier, where before we were on the left-hand side of Yuri and Attu. And so we're staring at Yuri and Attu's moon and the asteroids below them. But now we have gone to way far, as if you're pulling a right-hand hook into the out and then back into the middle again, behind this area of out view that we are looking at now. We go way off in the distance, just to where the little clouds are on the horizon. In this left-hand picture is where we are now compared to what we're viewing back then.
Okay.
We have moved.
And now, if you think about this,
the larger, have moved over the top of us.
I was just going to ask Sam, do you think
the same place?
All the movement we're seeing with the Saturn's yellow moon, could any of that be attributed to our movement, or is it just them?
We're going to always remain in our normal placement, attached to our star.
Yeah.
Right.
Being that we are passing through them in a very slow migration.
Well, what I mean, like our view of it with our tilt as we move back and forth, is that will that change our view of Saturn's yellow moon?
Oh, okay. Let me plot this in my brain. As this progression, I'm trying to assume ahead in the future here. As the progression of them going to our right shoulder through the normal process compared to what we have seen prior, and the passing illumination of, and Christopher understands illumination recently, of the bodies and objects underneath at the light angle, and he mentioned that in the last show. We will see at sunset illumination of Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru in the north by northeast sky in the near future, and they should be highly illuminated.
Got it.
Wow. Look at that.
There again is the drop snorkel of Attu and Attu's moon. Attu is the blue, almost purple, in the dead center outside the orange band. And then behind it, wow, this is the 2019-ish.
Hello, Amy.
When Yuri and Attu were moving from the right to the left.
Wow.
And
that's an awesome picture. I like that one.
I know. I just can't ever get enough of these kind of pictures, these asteroids, this swirly.
And so,
shapes.
let's think about it for a second. What would, if everything was normal and this wasn't happening, if that's what people think, if this isn't happening and we have normal skies, what natural cause is creating these clouds? You can't explain this. This is not normal.
And the question is,
that shadow, what is producing that shadow? You gotta ask yourself,
right?
Why is there a shadow at the top of those clouds?
Yeah, look what's up at the top. Don't look at the bottom center of the picture. Look at what's beyond it. Look what it's reaching to.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I that is one of the things that I caught really early on, was the shadows in the sky.
Oh yeah, and when we started seeing all of this, they were way smaller, and we saw these portrayals and behaviors that started when they were much, much smaller. Literally, the basketball and the softball size at the extent of your arm, and then they became beach ball size, and then they became as if you were trying to hold up a small swimming pool, and then before you know it, they were sky pillars, and these same base cloud development patterns as the planetary progression through the day, sighted around the world since 2010-11 by Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and all of our other wonderful friends, including Jesus and JD and and Jillian and now new Christopher and all the other people out there that are also seeing this stuff. We've documented this, and this shit doesn't just grow on trees. The pattern repeats itself, and JD, this is where you get to kick in. It repeats itself over and over and over again. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it does repeat itself over and over again. When you see it so many times, I tell people all the time, I'm like, I try to break it down and say, hey, let me try to see if I can give you a visualization. I kind of give them the, our version of what we see. And they look at me like, that's impossible. And I'm like, well, let's talk about what is possible. And I say, you mean to tell me the regular sky you see and what we're seeing, like, let's say, for example, in this picture, the version I'm giving these people, I've talked to a lot of people. You mean to tell me there's absolutely no possible way that there's a binary system outside of our atmosphere that's causing all these disturbances? It's causing these cloud structures, and it's not just once every year. I mean, we're getting pictures and videos that are above and beyond, and they keep on getting more amazing. And they never can say nothing back. It's never just one. Oh, that's not possible. It is possible, and if they can grab their mind around that, the same way I did over a decade ago. I didn't want to be that doubting Thomas. I knew there was something bigger going on. And I did wrap my mind around it, and I studied my butt off, and I said, you know what? Not only that, I went outside and did my own capturing and videos, and I had to see it for myself. And I heard all you guys on here, Samuel. I heard you talking and teaching us, but I had to figure out a way to really truly understand how all this was possible, and then not only that, the depth and the contrast and the dimension and the details and all that. I mean, once you can get a 3 to 4 dimensional view of all that, wrap your mind around that, then that's when it starts kicking in. You're like, oh, they really are there. I can see them. But now, without a doubt, I go out and look. It's automatic now, But that didn't come easy. It didn't.
Yes, and you definitely earned your place. And I, again, for I can never thank you enough for your efforts. You've done wonderful, and I appreciate it. Absolutely.
And I thank you as well, and everybody else as well too. And I encourage all the members. I encourage all members that are truly, really trying to wrap their mind around this. Is don't get discouraged. Like I've heard y'all talk about before. There's going to be those times where you're going to say, this is it. It might be quiet for a few times, and it might come off the front lobe of your brain, and you might not remember, or you might get discouraged. And then there's that one day you go back outside, and it's like, I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew it's. You'll get one heck of a view, and it's like it all comes back again.
Yep.
Yeah.
One heck of a slap in the face too.
But the studying my ass off, I love that, because you have to learn this stuff. It's not something that's just going to come automatically to you. I think the instinct, of knowing that something is off comes automatic for most people, for everybody. But I do feel it's something that you really do have to put the time to study, because there is something to this for sure. That's not just going to come. Putting your time outside, I always say there's no substitute for being outside and watching guys yourself.
JD and Jesus both learned what it meant to be a Montana Skywatcher group member, because I was rather strict, wasn't I, JD? You can go ahead. You can yell at the teacher all you want. Now I give you a boon.
Yeah.
It's true.
But it's a great way to learn that way. The discipline at Montana Skywatchers is something that I always really liked about it, because I've been in other groups, and I know what it does to a group where everybody's just left to run around wild.
Right.
It just ruins a group. It completely ruins it.
Yeah, definitely. I call Montana Skywatchers the filter. You see people come through and fall out, but the ones that stuck around, stuck around and did the work, but the spoon feeding, you're never going to learn that way at all.
That's right.
Also, I'm a firm believer with things that we pursue in life. If we really pursue something,
right,
that investment is going to match you back. There's an old saying that goes, what you seek also seeks you.
That's right.
So,
absolutely. What did you say? Likeness identification.
Proton proximity likeness identification. It's a physics term. It has to do with harmonics, and when two protons meet, they can come from other galaxies. But anyway, you have proton A. It's humming at a certain harmonic. Go ahead.
Is that the one Einstein talks about? Spooky action at a distance. Something like that.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, you get a proton, and it's harmonically humming at a x 528 hertz. And then you get another proton that meets it in space. Going for a walk, whatever, walkabout. So if these two protons meet, if there's a smaller proton that is humming at 425, for instance, example,
I see.
Om chakra and all that crap added just for shits and giggles. Anyway, when those two protons meet in a proximity, in close area electrically, because they're both positively charged, it has to do with harmonics. And when a smaller proton meets a larger proton, this is part of what they're doing in the CERN collider and all of that. But anyway, I can get to that, and that's another story entirely. But anyway, it's called proton proximity likeness, meaning that all of a sudden the lower harmonic vibrating proton raises its level up to the other larger proton, up to 528 from 425, and it'll go and it meets and match, and then forever. Even if you were to take that proton and drag it all the way to the gamma quadrant, galaxies away, they would always forever be connected by that joining.
Wow.
And that's kind of what.
I think that's basically what you were saying, JD. How what you look for also looks for you. I think that's.
My granny used to say, "What's for you won't go past you."
And even time runs in a circle. Time runs back on itself because it's connected, and it only moves forward when the correct procedure that allows it to go forward will it connect. And that's that's going all the way into that Mandela syndrome and all that crazy shit. But anyway,
right.
And that's physics, and that's also theoretical physics, and I'm good at it, but not completely versed enough to stand here and quote it. But anyway, there's more to it, and if you seek, so you shall find, but you have to be calm about it. We've talked about this previously.
Right.
If you're in the middle of the road and you don't get frantic about what you're doing, and you actually take the time to actually go out and do the homework, it will be fruitful, and
Absolutely.
you will learn this, because you can't miss this shit. And what we're looking at here, this photograph goes all the way back to about 2019-20, and this is the lead asteroid.
Wow.
Crossing in front of the sun. And we went through this with Rebecca and her groups and everybody else's back in the day when there were so many scatterbrained groups out there talking about the red planet and all this. And everybody, oh, look, it's Nibiru or the second star.
Okay. It's coming.
Yeah, and we were fighting through this the whole time going, well, we know exactly because of the size of this object what it is.
Right.
And this is lead asteroid, and we've been watching it for 8 years already, when everybody else doesn't even have a clue what the hell they're talking about. Or
shape also. Shape kind of gives away what it is also.
Placement, and this is why we've done this.
It's repetitively at that same spot.
And
exactly.
JD, how have the site drawings helped you?
What's that?
How have the site drawings helped you?
Oh man, the diagrams.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you what. They've helped me out a lot. I go back to them all the time, and every time we change them up on the 15th, and I go out there and view what's going on, they match up perfectly. They've helped me out significantly. And I thank you for that. I could have done it. I could have done it without the diagrams.
We can also take pictures from years ago where somebody says, "Hey, this is a picture from March of 2020," and I can go back to that picture, and then I can compare it to what they have, and lo and behold, as Rebecca can tell you, ta-da! It matches.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is how all of us have run.
Every day I make new comparisons daily.
Well, it's so great to have some point of reference to kind of understand what it is that you're looking at. It makes the world a difference.
I just added.
And the way we've been able to do that is because we have submissions from people from around the world, every day on Montana Skywatcher 1, Montana Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, breath in between, et cetera, et cetera. And all of the other sites, and, and all of our sister sites and Jillian's site and God, I mean, the list goes on. And everybody sends the stuff in, and this is how we are able to do what we do.
Yeah, the signature cloud structures, when you see them look the same, week after week, month after month, you go into a year and then you go into the following year and then you got days after days and weeks after weeks and months after months. And then we got photos. You can lay all these photos pretty much on top of each other, and the design and the everything's the same about it. And I just don't see how people can just not understand it. Once you see it again, and it's the same thing over and over and over. Not only that, there's names for all these planets and everything, and of course they need names so we can identify them. But once you see what's going on and you see it over and over again, I don't see it. I know even in my local news here, I've seen them post them, on the news, these same signature cloud structures. I'm like, surely that's going to draw attention to even the news station, but the people that are viewing it. I know they see it all the time. Don't they wonder? It makes me wonder if they do. I don't know. Maybe it's not important enough for them. Yeah, it sure is important for me, though. I'll tell you what.
It blows me away, and this is, of course, my brain immediately jumps to the cubes that nobody seems to see. And
right.
I'm going to pat myself a little bit on the shoulder here, or pat my own back, or buff up my nails on my collar, and go, guys, the accuracy of what's going on, and the collective group of people that we have accrued together, working as a team to do the Nibiru Citizen Science Project, is so accurate that you cannot argue with this any longer. So everybody needs to do your homework and get on board with this. And going on and on about it almost seems to the point where it's beyond evident, including the occupation of our upper skies by extraterrestrial creatures and ships. And that just blows me away that, how many years have I been talking about this, JD? How many years?
Oh, man. Over a decade. I'm sure you have your career before you started up Montana Skywatchers.
I wasn't talking about it then because I wasn't allowed to.
Right, but I'm saying you were aware of it. I'm sorry, you were aware of it before, allowed to introduce it to us at a safe way, shouldn't say.
I was aware of it on paper. I was aware of it in my mind. I did not expect them to, I expected that we would see this blip in the sky that went by way out there like we used to watch Saturn or Venus is in the eastern sky, get out your telescope. I expected that. I did not expect a close pass. I didn't.
So
Okay.
they've been at different spaces away from us each time that they pass.
Well, I knew they were coming. And I sort of, shelved it in the back dusty part where you put the books on the upper shelf, and that's where the cobwebs are. And then I'm looking up in my camera and I'm seeing the blob, and I didn't even link the blob I watched for like a year and a half, 2 years to the solar system arrival. Actually, it's us going through them because they're bigger. And I never looked at that for years that way, but that's how it is.
Hey, Rebecca.
And then I saw in my yard, I saw a huge close past planet. That was literally.
Okay. Can you post that StreamYard link for people so they can put their name up?
For
so they can put their name in the chat.
Reveal their name, you mean? Yeah. Yes.
Or type it in. Or type it in. I always say that.
Right. It's right here.
It took me years to deal with what I was seeing from 2010 on, but then I also knew that by 2010 I was able to discuss my paper, and I'd gone past the 30 years and all of that, and then I see the shit going on right in front of my face, and I went, I got to talk about this. And I was sweating bullets for years just trying to gather people because this is so batshit crazy. that no one, and you can ask anyone, no one believes that we're going to have all these planets here. And lo and behold, here they are, and all the information matches. That's what's really, and including my drawing and everything. And I was also told years ago by an extraterrestrial that I would be doing shit like this, and here we are.
Right.
And so, and look at my drawings, and they are ahead of time. I don't copy anything off of computers. I sit at my living room table in the early morning every 15th of every month, and I draw my drawings straight out of my head. And I don't reference anything other than my far-seeing abilities, or what I draw, what I see. Let's put it that way. And
Nice.
all my friends here today have seen examples of that for many, many years.
Well, most definitely. We all see it too, Sam.
But I do want to say, sorry, Diddy. I do want to say, what an amazing community you got started, Sam. Just look at all of us here and everything that has added and snowballed over this 13, 14 years now. It's been a great community of people and evidence and pictures, and it's just overall, I mean, it must be, it's something I'm really proud to be a part of, and I'm proud to have happy to have got to know all you guys. And
I also have something to say that links into that, Jesus. I was just saying to a lady, Dawn, who just joined now, she was on the live with us, Rebecca, Dawn Prothero. She's trying to see, well, you know how when we all first started, we only had MSW2, where we would just text like crazy. And it was the only way we could actually almost see each other, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
We learned through how each other spoke, how we texted with each other. That's how we bonded, and how we managed to link. Oh, look, Yolanda, who was in Holland, she's still around as well. She quickly understood the asteroids and what they were better than me. I was having an absolute fit in South Africa, but then something just dropped through the cloud layer. It must have punched a hole through, and we seen its shape and then gone back out again. And she was trying to explain to me, she called it by a certain name, like a baby shape it was. And she tried to describe it to me like it's, I was in tears for a week thinking, oh my God, we repel. That's just awesome. And anyway, what I was trying to explain to this lady was it is good to talk with other people first awakening to the subject at the same time, so that you've got somebody to talk to. You're like, oh, Jesus, do you remember when we first seen the asteroids, And Jesus will remember something else different to what I would, or Matthew Oy, because I woke up at the same time as you did, and him.
Well, it's such a misunderstood topic. And also I wanted to ask JD, how do you deal with that? There's something we ask everybody that comes on the show. How do you deal with the people around you when it comes to this topic? And how do they respond to it? What do you? I personally, I've said it before that I kind of pick and choose who is ready to hear about it. But overall, with my family, I really don't, or the people around me, I really don't go there. Although they're well aware of what I do. But how do you deal with it? I think everybody would like to hear the answer to that. How do you deal with all this stuff?
Do tell.
All right. Well, I'll be honest. Once upon a time, not long ago, maybe a couple of years back, but it used to really agitate me. It was almost one of those things where you see they live, where you want to grab their eyeballs and open them up and force them to look at it, and that's never going to work that way, But in a matter of speech, but not physically that way, of course. But now, it doesn't bother me. There's a lot of people that I have on my Facebook friends where obviously they're from Wichita, and I speak freely about, comfortably, should I say, about, and securely and confident about, what we see, what we share. And it's not nothing that I'm, I feel weird about, like, what are they going to think of me, or do they still think I'm crazy? It's not like that for me anymore. Immediately, my household, there's 6 of us here. It's my mom and then my kids, my young ones in high school, and then I have an older daughter here also. long ago when I was introducing this to them, and come outside and come look at this, or look at my pictures, and look at this significance, how the pattern repeats. They looked at me like, and I would tell them what it was, and explain to them what the whole process of that. And of course, the first time, first introduction to it is. But I think my strategy was I had all these pictures. I'm like, look, this was this date, this was this date, this event, this event, this event. I said, what do you see that's similar there? And they point out the significance of this, the signature points of all those pictures. And I said, well, you see all that similarity? I said, those were all different instances. I said, but you see direct similarities, right? They're like, yes. And I said, and this is what they call this. And let's say, for example, it was the opacity. And, of course, they asked me questions like, well, where'd you get that name from? I'm like, well, and I kind of broke it down for them, but that, that kind of goes into a different, depth of discussion or what the origins of the names. I said, but regardless, I said, this is the name it's given, and we have to identify with the name regardless. I said, so this is what that is, but seeing the repetitiveness in it with the signatures, structures in them, and you see you can, like I said, you can lay them over, and like I said, what are the chances? Okay,
He froze up and we lost him.
Oh no!
He'll be back.
Yeah.
That
was. He was just censored.
Yep, I think so.
I
He
think
just
so.
got to the meat and potatoes.
Just getting to the interesting part. Gosh.
Yeah, right as he's about to.
Yeah.
Dun.
Goodbye.
Right at the climax of the.
Guys, how often do we see this happen to us when we're on the phone?
I know how many times. A lot.
Every week.
Oh no, is he gone again?
To our federal friends who may be listening currently live, it's time.
Hi guys.
It's time to go get donuts and coffee because we're going to get boring from here.
I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
He's back.
Okay. Yeah, we lost you. Just
Keep
when you got
going.
the meat and potatoes, please do continue.
All right.
Yes.
All right. But no, I deal with it a whole lot significantly better now. I mean, I don't feel that weird feeling anymore. Like, people, look at me a certain way because I'm trying to describe it to them. Anybody on Facebook, like I said, I run into these people all the time here in Wichita, and I share this information. And a lot of them, I've talked to in private message, do know that there's something going on up there now. The depth of study and research have they done? I don't know, but they know that what I'm sharing and what we're sharing is a significant source that they can always go to because, to see the approach on all this, I think we've really done it in a very organized way. I think it's been done in such a respectful way. And, I think there's no sloppiness to these groups, man. I'll tell you what, I've seen some other groups and it's like, I don't feel very comfortable, doing, trying to see what they're doing because, it's not that I'm used to doing it over here. It just makes all the sense of, referencing to what Sam, draws and diagram and then having to witness it with their own eyes and experience it year after year after year. But no, your question, Jesus, I don't react to it. I don't feel nothing, shame or prideful or anger or stress. I just move forward. I like Sam and everybody else says, Rebecca, I think I've heard everybody say, once you plant that seed, once it's there, there's no taking it away. It's there, and when that time comes and they're ready, they'll know where to go to.
Good answer. I just want to say I agree with you. I had a time too where I really was important to me to open people's eyes. And then I realized that this stuff doesn't work that way. It's just really something that you have to, you have to kind of get the curiosity of someone, just kind of seek it out. And like people like Christopher, he's fairly new, picked this up very quickly, but he seeked it out. He was interested. Those are the kind of people like Christopher that I will spend my time, answering questions and all that stuff. Because now for me, it's like, it's okay. Not everybody's going to see it and not everybody's going to want to see it,
Right.
Right.
It's kind of difficult to kind of let it go because it's such a great thing. It's such an amazing thing that's happening and also dangerous. I really need to remind myself of that, but it's such an amazing thing that I really wish I could share it with everybody, but I can't. And that used to really bother me. Not so much anymore. It's something that I just understood that it's not something I can really control. It's just, it is what it is basically, so right there with you.
Yeah, and we also have those people that seek us out, and they have, you know, their own images and stuff like that, and they want to run with their own, you know, interpretation, which is fine, but it just, you know, what we're showing here is just facts. We're not trying to change your beliefs or any of that. We're providing the facts based on years of evidence, and you know, you can take it or leave it, but
give it a chance. Give it a chance. If you're here, anybody new, just to add to what Christopher's saying, if you're new, either here or the groups, before you make up your mind, just please give it a chance, right?
Yeah.
Just give it a little chance, and give yourself the opportunity to learn it. You know, before you run off, you know, thinking it's just another conspiracy, because you know we live in a world of crazy, bad shit conspiracies out there. I get that, you know, but give this a chance. You know, if you're here, it's not by accident. You know, you found this for a reason.
Yeah, don't be dissuaded so easily. There's going to be a lot of things in your life that's going to make you feel dissuaded. And I'll tell you what, it's just, you know, a lot of it amazes me how everybody, you know, towards early on for me, how everybody had that same look. But I don't have that same look no more. Like I said, my kids are, you know, now, you know, they don't understand it the way I understand it or we understand it. But they have definitely, you know, do understand that there is something going on up there. And that is, you know, that's the start.
I think most people think that one. You know, I think most people are sensing something's up there, you know, so.
Yeah, most definitely.
And have patience, you know. A lot of people want, you know, a lot of people go outside, take pictures and say, I've got what's in the sky? I don't have anything in my pictures. Some days you're not going to get anything. It may be weeks before you see something.
Right.
At least the last, you know, like a few months ago. Now we're seeing a lot more because of the 180-day cycle coming up. But, you know, just give it time. Give it time.
Yeah.
Look at, use the monthly charts for a reference. And it's incredible when you finally see it for yourself and you see the accuracy, and then you see it again and again and again. It just becomes irrefutable, and
if you
this is unprecedented.
If you look beyond the primary clouds in front of you, and you look at just beyond the top, the front layer, you'll see another layer up in this misty, dark, weird-looking area above you. You can't avoid that during the day, no matter what. Currently, so if you look up and you look beyond that first layer of clouds, you will see the other atmospheres of the passing bodies. They are all around us now. You cannot miss it. If you sit outside long enough and avoid staring at the sun, and you look at the dark areas first and work your way in from them, gray black sunglasses. That's interesting. Kind of almost looks too digital.
This is from Christopher.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I saw it too, and I just don't know.
I don't know either.
It's not helicopters. I mean, and it's not planes, because our airport is way to the south, you know. And
they're just like my little guys, and it's in the purple as well.
These are a little different than Jillian's. Jillian's on Saturday was incredible.
Where do we draw the line on their behavior that's currently happening right in front of our faces overhead? You know, we know that it's accelerating. We've had many events, and look on television commercials. All we see is, you know, like every fifth commercial, you're seeing something about ET or being part of this or Armageddon or that, or, you know, I mean, I mean, all kinds of crap. The television has even changed. And so I think, frankly, we're getting major dumping of solid exposure. I mean, I don't know how you guys are missing the Star Destroyers, cubes, and planets, but, you know, or the Empire Orb, which got here early in 2009. And we had, you know, Montana Skywatcher 1, we watched that all happen through the Norway Spiral. And I was watching that, and that was when the early Federation visit prior to the acquisition of the planets in our upper northern hemisphere.
Hey, Rebecca.
I've trying to tell everybody ever since. So go ahead.
Yes, JD.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you have that one where I was at? Well, I recall I was about to park. I was recording some OCG out there for the distance, and I had that capture that flew in front of the camera of crafts. I don't know if you have that one.
That video, right? You're talking about video.
Yeah, that
Okay.
That one caught me off guard. I went back and reviewed that one. I was like, "What the heck did I just capture?" And I've seen other videos with that, but I just couldn't believe I captured that off well.
Right. I think we called it a docking station. I think.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yep.
I take it, JD, you have seen the Empire Orb video at the startup of our shot here.
That's not what I was going for.
That's the space tube.
Space tube.
I think that's a shipping container ship.
This is a cool one.
Look at that! Look at that!
Samuel, shipping container. Shipping container for what, Samuel?
The commodities.
The commodities.
Yeah,
okay.
Every time.
It can't only be gold, though. What is it? Is it quartz and other stuff?
All kinds of stuff that we mine that has been laid aside for them because people in power know it's coming, and they know there's a rider list for the demigods, and so this is the shipping container, and it got here, I think in 2020, 2019, something like that, and it started appearing up in sightings.
AKA Spices.
Yeah, Dune, Spice Planet. Yeah. We go to movie metaphors. Yeah, you bet.
I'm finding it.
Oh, bump! I looked away and turned around. I bumped my microphone. You guys are awesome. All of you guys who have done this work are just awesome.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, that's a rod.
Thank you.
That's a
appreciate that. Thank you.
That is a space rod.
Sam, guys, I watched a video from 1996 when some guy was talking about in the future everybody's going to be seeing these space rods, these docking stations as we call them, but and here we are, people capturing them.
Well, that was a small animal that comes off the side of ships.
I see.
The docking station is an entirely different scenario. Do you have
that's the one, Rebecca? That's the one.
This is it, isn't it? Okay, good.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a fighter craft docking station. But what you have flying by here looks like a space rod because it looks like a small animal. Or wait a minute, if that's in the sky, then that's the docking station. Yes.
Yeah, I was facing towards that
rod. The first one was a rod that was flying through somebody's garage.
Right.
Yeah, that was different. This is a series
of docking station. You can see the back end matches at the drawing.
Look at that! Wow.
So if you could go back to the drawing, Rebecca.
Okay, which one, Sam?
Back one, I think.
Oh, okay. This is a video, so let's see.
The fighter craft docking station actually matches a fighter craft docking station. Before the not this part of the video, my hand drawing.
Oh boy.
You lost it. Oh, okay. Well,
it's a video. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just talking about the hand drawing of the.
I'm gonna find it. I'll get it.
Yeah, it's right after this, Rebecca.
I know.
But anyway, it matches something I saw in a Star Wars cartoon, and I saw it. I recognized it in space. I watched it offload from the Cube in 2019. That day I watched all of that. Yeah.
That picture.
Yeah, that's
right
it there. And unfortunately TikTok is in front of the good part, but that's it's a support craft where they park the fighter craft in between in those little slots on both sides. And then, they refuel them and do all of that shit. And the front nose cone for travel and direction, like ailerons, and the power and business end of the craft is at the back. And I watched those things and many other craft empty out of the Texas Cube when they came out of hiding in 2019 from my yard for hours. And there was no clouds in the way, and it was clear as day, and you could see them. I mean, it was like I was watching a Star Wars movie. I am not kidding.
Right. Wow.
Wow.
And the fact that it looked like these things on
that's
on
where
the
I came
movie,
up to the point where I
it's
actually
very
started
weird.
Oh, wow.
including that in our topic of discussion, because then I've had an official absolute sighting along with tons of other prior sightings that we've been watching for
That's
years.
crazy.
And I'm
Mhm.
this is just another chapter to the story of the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube and their arrival, and the reason they're called the Texas Cube and why it's called the Long Box Cube and why it's called the Empire Orb or the Federation Orb, and all the microcrafts and the Star Destroyer sized big triangular craft, and then the small landers that come out of them, and the support crafts of all kinds, including the space tube, etc. And this is all documented stuff that we've gotten and collected together for going on 14 years now. So we can't doubt our information that we've collected, and we stand strongly behind it. And that's part of why JD is as comfortable as he is because he took the time to learn all of these facts. We know they're here. Zoom gone.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we know.
Él lo puede sacar. Yeah.
We know there's craft at night, and what people forget is that humans have an off switch. And so, if there's a faction that's coming into land over the top of your area, all they have to do is hit the off switch, and nobody knows it in that area that they're going to land.
Sí, por favor.
That's just wild. I mean, can you imagine a whole city like just sleeping and they're plodding around, well, flying around, whatever.
And some little minor factions don't require doors. They don't use doors.
Oh.
So
Gracias.
some of them do, but some of them don't. So they don't require doors.
Oh my gosh, that's weird.
So any level of self-security that you have, I would strongly recommend that you get heartened and steadfast in your soul prior to self-examination by a visitation, so that you feel comfortable and not threatening. Because if you threaten ET, you will not do well.
I would imagine so. Jeez.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it'd be a smart idea to be full of yourself.
And of course, what does Sam do? I meet a Pleiadian and he's taking the time to talk to me, and I end up arguing with him. Oh, what I would have given it when I had a notebook at that time and a pen, Holy crap, the stuff the man threw at me. And,
Was he tall?
very.
What color was
I
he?
tell you, it was like being in an opera. You're caught up in the story and the theatrics of what's before you, and you can't even comprehend it to a full level. And you're seeing so much information, and the mist and smoke of time at the opera while you're watching the Toreador song or whatever.
What color was he? What was he? The
He was
same?
basically dressed in white, and he was human with a weird head.
Weird head.
Yeah, elongated skull in the back.
Did he speak to you, or was it like a telepathic
Actually,
type
he
of experience?
did talk to me openly out of his mouth.
Wow.
And he said, I'd tell you my name, but it'd be an insult for you to try to pronounce it. So he just says,
right.
refer to me as the student. And
wow, it's crazy.
Oh, I could go on and on and on about that topic as well. Guys, there's freaking aliens are here in mass, and nobody's listening. Hello, where's my bell? Ding, ding.
And I had no idea that. I mean, if that's what we're looking at here, I had no idea.
Is that it, Sam?
Picture.
Well, I can't attribute anything. Okay. Let's examine the picture.
I didn't see it.
Okay,
I didn't
go back
see
to the other one. Go back to the large. All right. Let's hold it there. I'm seeing the green asteroid dead center above the sun. Okay, and the blurs, the four of them, and I'm asking blurs, I'm stating that, versus, okay, let's look at the trees. The trees are not blurry. The light poles are not blurry. The chimney on the right is not blurry, or wall post or whatever that is on the right. So therefore, we have to believe that they are horizontal objects. That could quite.
And I have
easily
video
be.
footage of this. I've got like a whole series of pictures.
Okay,
They
all right.
just,
Guess
it
what's
looks like
behind
these
it?
just appeared out of nowhere. And
Guess what's up? Look what's up behind it. We've been looking at these 4 objects. But look what's immediately middle left of the top one is the Longbox cube.
yeah.
So
Wow.
these are probably Star Destroyers orbiting underneath the Longbox cube. In front of is Saturn's yellow moon.
Incredible. And gosh, I wish you guys were there when I was taking this picture because
Well, we know they're
it
there.
was
We know that.
it was so cool.
We know that there's a lot of Star Destroyer activity usually around the Longbox cube,
Yeah.
and then behind the Texas cube, they're usually to the left of the Texas cube, so they're harder to see until you watch after you go over the top of us. But that too is a transition thing where you got to sit down and watch it happen.
Wow.
It's awesome. It's a show. It's an unbelievable, never-ending show, and they're here too in this shot too, to the right. Let me blow this up. Okay, in the right-hand picture, you've got 3 objects above the light pole and the 3 palm trees.
Oh, look at that. Oh my God, Sam.
What is it?
I would have never seen those.
Well, I am looking at a 43-inch.
I
What
know,
about
but
the palm tree?
I got the pictures. I can't believe it.
And in the left
And I
picture,
did not see it with my own eyes while I was
in
taking
the
this
left
picture.
picture,
I
you
was
have the
looking at
Texas
this event
cube
for about
above
an
the
hour.
sun. In the left picture, you have the Texas cube above the sun.
Yeah. Now I did see the Texas cube cross over. It totally got illuminated. I'm still trying to get the footage
And
because
in the
I have
right
so much.
corner is
My memory is
the
dead on my phone.
orb is in front of the Texas cube, right at the edge, visible dead center in front of it. So yeah, that's the Texas cube.
And
And
you
of
guys,
course,
when
asteroids
while
and
the sun was
Uri and all
setting,
of that.
it was incredible. The everything changed. It was so blue, and then everything turned purple. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
I'm gonna get
in
your
my
picture
life.
you sent because there's a huge noticeable. Well, shoot, where is it?
Rebecca.
Like the sky was so purple, it made your skin look purple.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was
I
yesterday.
know
That
I
was
included
weird.
it.
Rebecca.
Yes.
Somebody, Dawn has just sent me 4 really amazing pictures. And she's also interested in being a guest on the show. I've been talking to her now. She would be really interesting
okay.
too.
Is this
And
Dawn
you remember Frizzle from TikTok when we were on the live?
Yes, I do remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have her
I've
contact.
sent them to where you've typed Full House Tonight.
What?
You know, you said as it said Full House Tonight.
Yeah, I did.
Then-
Okay, I did. Sure. I remember that. I'll get it. Okay.
They're just wowzer pictures. Yeah, they're wow.
Sorry, guys, I had something I had to go
Okay.
tend to.
I was wondering
Okay.
where everybody
I'm
went.
glad you're back.
There we go.
Here is a couple of pictures. Well, one picture from Tracy Moses, and she wants to get Sam's opinion on as far as being maybe that docking station. We'll see. Hang on. It's similar looking. I know. I'm nervous, y'all.
You know, and why do they have to look like Star Destroyers? I mean, come on.
I don't know. It's just so different.
I don't know.
It is a little nerve wracking because I'm like
It's
Sam.
just weird.
You feel like leaving Earth might be the thing you want to do, but then again, it may be so different. You may just be so miserable and homesick.
Oh, I
You
would
know.
like that.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I'll stay in Montana, thank you.
I would like to visit. I'll take a tour, but
Yeah, there we
moving
go.
there, I don't know.
They talk
But
about, you know how
I want a tour for sure. You know,
yeah, I
it's-
want to do it too because they said
Hey,
that some
hey,
of the people people, like Ezekiel and those guys, they all got beamed up for a bit. If they're really good and write their story cool,
maybe.
Don't knock it till you try it, right?
That's right.
Yes.
I'll try anything once.
Oh, come on, man. We just want to go one trip around Earth.
But I do get what Sam says.
Culture
It's
shock
not as
really-
easy. It's not as easy to just completely change everything that you think you know. It's not like moving from one state to the next, guys. It's gonna be a whole different thing.
Painful.
So
having
moving is a little extreme. I agree. Leaving everything behind, your family, everything. But I would love a tour of our solar system. I would just love to see it from up there.
Hell, getting over just meeting an extraterrestrial alone, whether or not you even leave and go anywhere, and spending
Hey, Sam,
an actual.
how was up until you met the Pleiadian? How did you feel about that? Were you a believer of extraterrestrial life, or were you one of those that was closed off?
I've had contact with other races since I was a small child, and I've also had attempts on my life when I was 9, even for this.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, where I wasn't allowed. We're not going to allow you to do what you're going to do in the future. We don't want you to do it, and all of that. So, it's a real screw to your brain. An example: when I met a Draco, a lizard man, having taken many years to digest that ever embedded memory and burned into my brain from that interaction, and how charismatic and cool they really do look, and that they've got pink areas of skin and like humans, and they have semi-human traits as well, and yet you see them and they're kind of like Klingons in their mindset, where they're warlike but yet very, very charismatic warriors, and 5'6", 5'8" ish, and they command a very strong presence that instantaneously you notice, and having taken many years to achieve that level of complacent understanding rather than fear, I now can say that one of many life forms that I have met, it really screws with you. It messes with you, and you go back and you revisit it and you revisit it and you try to chew it and you try to chew it, and then you try to tell yourself you haven't lost your freaking mind.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take on a Draco.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'd like to give him a piece of my mind.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're dead.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. First you hit him. He looks down at his chest, where you hit him, and then he looks up at you, smiles, and then you die.
I'll take him one on.
Yeah, no, they're very warlike. They're like Klingons. I wouldn't mess with my interaction with them was out of respect.
I sense some pent up anger there. I think we need to get your punch.
You have to remember this is a free zone. What you give is what you get.
Right.
Yeah.
This is from Tracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys.
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
My battery's getting low. I got to tend to the kids. I just want to tell everybody thank you for letting me be on. I'm going to look forward to being on some more shows, obviously.
Yes.
I give y'all my love. Let's keep up the great work. I thank each and every one of y'all. And I'll be looking forward to seeing it. I'll be looking forward to get on live again, guys.
Okay.
Right on.
Members out there.
Have a good night.
Love you guys. We'll see y'all later.
Good night. Thank you. Love you too, JD. Bye-bye.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yes.
We are just past 2.5 hours. I think it's time to put in a short.
We can do that. We can do that. I have some.
Bring it on.
Did you find the pictures? Did you find the lady's pictures?
Yeah, I think she's highly underrated for how hard she's worked, and I'd like her to play some of her material.
Yeah, I've been inundated with people sending me pictures.
Well, that's amazing. I'm just so happy for us all. It's starting to work out. Look at
it's like up to here in pictures. So,
you know, I've been watching YouTube videos to teach myself how to use Streamlabs, where I'll be able to do that myself.
Yeah, go for it.
You cannot share that workload with you, Rebecca, because I know
I cannot wait.
It's why I haven't really been sending you much, because I know between us and the people watching, there's a lot of stuff probably flooding your inboxes. So but once we get onto Streamlab, we'll be able to do you and me, and then maybe somebody else or whatever.
Yeah,
we'll be able to share that, because there's a lot of stuff too that I would like to share that I can't sometimes. I tried earlier to kind of teach myself how to do it on StreamYard, but I kind of did it last minute. I downloaded Google Slides. I think Google Slides, so I'll figure it out, but eventually Streamlabs will be able to do that. And
I can't wait.
Yeah, we'll have Pamela train you guys.
Yeah, I can't wait until we're just like proficient at it, where we get over the.
Although I've been watching your stuff, Rebecca, and I gotta say, it's incredible how much you've improved and how much you've learned in such a short time. It's incredible. I would, if I didn't know you, I would not think you just started doing this. I really would think.
Right?
Yeah, it's like so amazing.
TikTok page.
Let's say a round of applause for Rebecca. She's been
nice. Really.
I think you really have. You've been a great leader in taking us to that next level, because I think a lot of us here, we're a little reluctant to kind of go public with it, and you were always so outspoken about it, and I really admire that, because personally, I don't know if I would have been able to do that on my own, honestly.
Jesus, I think we should call her
Jesus.
Commander Benningfield.
Oh my God!
Our feelers leaders. Yeah.
That's right. Well, I appreciate you guys, really. I mean, I never, I was telling Rocket Man earlier, I never would have guessed that I would be, part of something like this, let alone, helping so many other people. And I was on TikTok earlier. I started a new campaign a few days ago. Let me pull it up here real quick.
Well, by the way, I'm not getting any notifications of your lives. Will you, can you tag me when you go live?
Yeah, they're just uploading on us, boy. Like my friend said, she doesn't get any messages.
I am not getting any notifications. I saw one today, and it was 2 days old.
Hey, thank you. Thank you to Teleporter Mission, by the way.
I was just going to say that.
Teleporter Mission, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Yes, because we're going to only be able to keep doing it if people, step in and help us, because this is, citizen science, and your, contributions are important. And thank you.
Thank you, Teleporter. That's awesome. Really, thanks a bunch.
Well, thank you.
That's nice. I know.
I talked to a nice lady at Walmart today, and I told her that we were going where we're going on the platform, and she says, "Oh, well, good. You deserve it for all the years of work that you put into this." And we do have to get bigger, and that's why we are here and why we can do this topic. And Rebecca and I were talking about it prior to the show, that there is nobody else out there going to hand you this information. So if you're, if you really want to get on board with it and actually stick with it, are you ever going to live on cam like others? Jay, we have a little problem with my internet service here in Montana. My live cam would be running, except I can't run my microphone and my camera at the same time. Otherwise, you would hear it.
We're gonna have to figure something out with that. Maybe a Wi-Fi. I think they saw like one of those booster Wi-Fi things where it kind of increases your signal or something. But
it's not. I got great high-speed incoming. It's my outgoing. And Montana has like 0.8 megabytes per second, when California has 16.2. So there's a huge. It's outgoing. It's not.
Right on.
I get all the high-speed wireless in I want, but what I send out is what sucks.
God, teleporter mission. Thank you so much. God, look at that.
I mean, I literally have to go Starlink.
Also, Joe Vino, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
J Vino, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen that name here before. At least I haven't. I don't know if you guys have, but
no.
Either way, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Yeah, and I figure we should tell everybody just about every time we do a show that sorry for my still picture, but the camera and the microphone do not work at the same time on outgoing uploads.
Well, we will have, Sam, even if we ever get like a little get together, which I think I want to believe we will have it, where we do a meet and greet between us. We will definitely do that. You know, Sam will definitely be on.
I just got all the pictures from Carla now as well for you. Everybody's sending me pictures for you.
I know, listening to you now.
Being bombed by
Thank
pictures.
you, Jay. I just now got caught up to what was going on over here.
We have to have a
thank
full
you,
production
Jay
team, everybody.
And Teleporter, really. Wow.
Yeah.
That's 2 back-to-back, Teleporter.
This is part of, the citizen science amount of stuff and people that Rebecca and I both deal with on a regular basis. We have so many people talking to us all the time. And
all the
it's
time.
Great, but it can, it eats up your time. Boy, does it eat up your time.
Speaking of my time, I had this idea. I can't even tell you. I do know for sure where I got it from, but I had this idea to start engaging on TikTok more, because since I started the show, my TikTok has, become more stagnant. I've just been busy, and I pushed that aside. TikTok, anyway, so I felt like I need to, focus on TikTok, and anyway, so I started a promotion, I guess we'll call it, where I'm going to go live for 30 times in 30 days. Basically, I'm going to go live every day for a month, and today was day 3 and it went really good. I mean, I was only on for 45 minutes this evening. I had a very busy day, and I went up the street and went outside and talked to people. And in about 45 minutes, I picked up 300 followers.
Wow.
It was really, that's a lot for 45 minutes. So it's going well. It's going well. So
I think you should do that. I think that's a great idea, Rebecca. That's a great idea.
Yeah. So I thought that would be something, different. Let me pull up the video. We'll watch it a second.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
please.
I just saved it. Where is it? It should be right at the top.
You should tag me next when you go on, Rebecca. And if I'm like in a good place, I could probably join you and kind of show around my skies as well.
I would love. We could definitely figure that out
with yours as well. So just tag me, because I'm not getting the notifications from your lives. I saw the video that you put that you were going to go live 30 times in 30 days. But after that, I waited for your live notifications and nothing came through till like 2 days later.
Oh my God, you're going to be working 7 days a week now.
I'm going to be.
I feel guilty when I'm not on. It's like, I got to get back online.
I don't know why.
Do your homework. Got to do the homework. Got to talk to everybody. Actually, people get mad at me if I don't answer them.
They do.
It's always been like that, though, Sam.
Yeah. And I can't reach everybody, and if I don't get back to you, try again and be patient. It's not you. It's just that I'm busy.
And I got to thinking about it, and I realized they are absolutely right. I should go live more often, considering as loud as it gets that I'm sharing, and how.
I meant me.
Basically, the biggest secret in the world, and the fact that we actually have another solar system that we are purposefully not being told about. And not only does it exist, but it is here now, passing just outside Earth's atmosphere every single day. I'm sure most of you have noticed that our sky looks peculiar. The clouds have changed dramatically, and our weather is becoming more and more severe and extreme. It's all related to this other solar system that we are purposefully not being told about. Therefore, I do feel like I should go live more often so other people can learn this information. So starting tonight, I will be going live 30 times in the next 30 days. So yeah, for the next 30 days, I will be going live every day in order to help share this information with others. And I will also be promoting our new platform that is coming soon. It's the Citizen Science Project, and it's not just our own website, but it is our very own social media platform where we will be able to share and discuss and show whatever we like without the repercussions of community guidelines coming down on us. So basically it means freedom of speech, that we can say and show whatever we want. It's going to be a complete social media platform where you can post pictures and videos of your sky captures, and it's truly freedom of speech. It's not backed by any big corporation. It is our own platform. That will be coming soon in the next couple of months. You can visit the website and you can pre-register for when it does become available. You will be notified, and at the moment it's under construction, but you can see how it's progressing as time goes on. And also recently our IT guy, Rocket Man, has included some recent movies. So if you are into various movies, then I suggest you check it out, because you can watch a series of movies for free at the moment. Later they will be included in the paid subscription, which will be $2.99 a month, and that is to help upkeep our own platform. But otherwise it gives us, like I said, freedom of speech, and it helps control the problems with the bots and the trolls everywhere. So it's definitely going to be a much more comfortable social media platform compared to the others. So if you see that I am on live, I sure hope you stop by and say hello. I'm sure over the next 30 days we will get to know each other a whole lot better, and I'm looking forward to that. Take care and chat with you soon. Bye.
Right on.
Yay.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
I was looking for that today.
Oh, right. Yep. I need to reshare it some more. Thank you guys, really.
If you're getting a lot more,
What's that?
I like it. It gets me
good.
pumped, you know? It gets me really pumped.
Yeah, I know. I love that.
Yeah, it makes me want to run outside and take pictures of the night sky
I
quickly.
watch it every day. Yeah. So it's going good. Like I said, I went live yesterday. I went outside and went live, and which leads me to our next guest. I see him in the wings waiting here. But yeah. Yesterday, the first live I did it from my laptop at night. I was here, and so that went okay. Then the day 2, I went outside because it was a perfect day for going live. And Jillian was there, and Carol Ann was on, and they're a big help. I need to make you guys moderators, because that's what you're doing already. Is they're answering questions in the chat while I'm talking. So it's a nice little team we got going. But
Can
anyway,
you turn up the background music, please? I can barely hear it, and I've got my volume up.
You know me.
I know, because you got headphones and I don't. I need headphones.
Hint. All right.
No. So, I'm not.
What I was going to say is,
it's another nightmare. I'd have to get to work on my machine here. That's barely everything works, but I got to learn it.
Right. What was I going to say? Okay, so I went live. It went really good. Okay, and I was talking away, and I don't know what I touched on my screen. I touched something, and it invited somebody that was listening. It invited them to, me being on live, to my chat, whatever. And so I said, I could hear somebody, and I was like, hello, is somebody there? This guy named Rooster, and he was listening, and he actually ended up being on the show with me for a good, 20 minutes till I had to go, basically. But,
and then when you left, he talked to us as well.
Oh, he did? Well, cool. Okay, good. So he's actually a very nice man. He's in New Jersey, and he has some questions for Sam. He's familiar with Art Bell. I knew Sam would like that. I can tell he's done a lot of research, and I thought he seemed really knowledgeable. So he started asking questions I wasn't sure about, and I said, you know what, Rooster, we're going to have a show tomorrow night, and I should bring you on and let you ask Sam directly. And he was all for that. So we have been working, and let me go ahead and get him added. So now that you all know the story, okay?
Yep. I am
Here
ready.
is Rooster.
Hello, Rooster.
How do you do?
Rooster.
Good evening, everyone.
Very
Hi,
nice
how
to
you
meet
doing?
you.
Hi there.
Out of New Jersey. Here's the negative
Great.
side of New Jersey, called the Garden State. Why? It's the land of blooming idiots. So we're here anyway. And let's just keep people confused and stupefied and never look up above your head because you're told to, not to look up. Anyway, very interesting theories, very interesting proof. And I want you to understand maybe a little bit about me. I go back, like we said, back to the early Art Bell days and through the rest of the guest host there, coast to coast and stuff. And back as early as the early 90s, my father was still alive, and I was showing him. And he was a firm believer, well, that's just condensation. My son, you don't understand. And I realized also on the Facebook page, we don't want to talk too much about chemtrails, but we do because, again, that's a disinformation program. And I don't believe they've really given us a good answer what is called, why we're doing that. I don't think it's just a screen.
Oh, I can explain it quite easily.
I want to hear some of it. Go for it.
Okay,
I actually want to hear all your on it.
Why? Thank you, sir.
I just want to say thank you to Teleporter and good night.
Yeah.
I think she's
Good night, Teleporter.
Thank you,
here.
Teleporter.
I'm sorry.
Have a good night.
But yes, thank you, man. You've been very generous tonight with us, so really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Right.
Have a good night.
Thanks. I've been listening, even though I haven't been on live. So thank you also.
I'm waiting for everybody to get done.
Yeah.
Okay, due to the arrival of the second largest part of our binary solar system, which includes a larger star and its planetary group. Now, that spray that they're putting up in the air, which we refer to as sea trails, that way we don't get flagged.
Gotcha. Thank you. For entertainment purposes only, of course. Go ahead.
Right. And educational.
That's it.
That emittent, the aerosols, or whatever you want to call them, that are emitted in our upper atmosphere are laid down, and they spread out in, we know what they're composed, anybody that's looked it up knows what they're made of, and that has a dual side to it.
Yep.
Because it fills our atmosphere, we don't see immediately what's outside of Earth as well or as easy. It breaks up on direct application areas. It breaks up the obvious side faces of the planets and the cubes. And C, it also, or not C, well, okay, and on the other side of the coin, it also blocks the incoming extrasolar ultraviolet rays, which have been off the charts ever since arrival of 2011, when the second star came from up beneath us along with this solar system. And in actuality, it's us that's heading down through them. And when we went through them as the second star and our star joined to the backflow CMEs, where it's been up until literally within the last year, I think we're seeing transition. We don't fully know yet. And this passing of all of this extra solar is the reason why we do not have any snow in places, and why we're way wintry, not cold, and all this other shit that's going on, and why Russia and China are freezing their asses off right now, and all of this. It's all interconnected to the crossing. It's like two ships passing in the night of solar systems. And they spray to keep the extra sunlight out and B from us seeing out. And it's a double. And they have dropped the amount that they've been spraying over the years down to intermittent dispersals over populated areas just to block the out view. Moreover than blocking of the overabundant amount of radiation, and that they can only minimize rather than mitigate. Does that answer your question, Rooster?
That's a bit of it. I also had read some, I would say, somewhat credible reports that it's part of our defense system. And then the other thing is, this is where we get into another crazy debate of, is that the part A, and we're waiting for part B of essentially the population reduction acts that have been squashed so far.
Yeah, that's
where
not any. You got to discount a good portion of that new world order crap.
Okay.
People have a generalization because we fear the government, we fear this guy, we fear that guy. They have a tendency to easily point the finger to do this, or the new world order doing this, or the they and the them. The whole trick to the whole scenario is they don't need to do that. They just only need to just misinform and keep you distracted long enough that they retain power, while those who really control everything go by, and we'll see a natural decrease in the population all by itself, like it happens every time this planetary passing happens. We see culture, we see drastic climate change, cultural climate migration, all sorts of shit every cycle.
And so I have witnessed those.
They don't have to cause depopulation. It's already happening on its own, even through climate change, temperature changes, and the increase of bacterial production and virus production within the temperature variant to a warmer host climate.
And I have seen it around the world. I've been in the Netherlands. I've been in couple parts of Mexico. I've been, of course, West Coast, East Coast, North, South. I have seen it in different parts of the world. So there's no question about it being not just our country initiating this. So there is some effort to filter our sky or block our view.
The G7 countries, what it does is it stops temperature variant influx. And that way, local crops in their area will continue at a higher rate than they would they not spray. Because there's so much light. Now, you may remember back in 2011, there was a period of time when you walked outside and your eyes would water, and you looked at your car window tinting, and you could actually see the circles, and you couldn't even look up. Do you remember that?
Sure do. I sure do.
That was the arrival of the second star.
Wow.
Okay.
When it got above horizon view from the northern hemisphere, but we watched it come in from 2010 on from Antarctica, and that's when Jillian and her friends down in South Africa were seeing all of these events and correlating our sky watching program in the early days.
And this is where, in spite or despite my physics and a little bit of meteorology class and all these kind of things, are affecting my thoughts on exactly the topic that you studied. And that would be
talk about the SETI Alpha project, right?
When the Nibiru, or would that be the planet, or would that be the sun of the planetary system?
Okay.
Which Wormwood, Nibiru, Planet X.
Okay, yeah, okay. Nibiru is the planet where the main populace of the Anunnaki, of Sumerian reference, live. There is Saru also, that is a populace of people as well. They are water-type planets. They're much, much larger than Earth. Okay, then there are two gas giants, two smaller rock-type planets, and a third tiny, bright blue other planet. They are attached to their own star, that system is attached to our system. We have a binary solar system. We always did, always will. And follows those two stars are held onto a gas giant electron cluster that travels through space sideways, and we cross paths just about every 3,600 to 4,000 years. And we've always had
the biblical reverence of Wormwood coming through and offering a kill shot.
Wormwood is the asteroid group under the gas giants, which we will be seeing again reoccur in close proximity again coming in March. And we've documented that. And this is what we talk about when we talk about the OCG, which is Object Cluster Group. And we've documented some of the majority larger objects, and then of course the materials that follow behind them and where they are generically for the most part. And that's part of the monthly site drawings that we provide every month.
Okay. And I would guess the other thing that I have just some reluctance and understanding, maybe that would be the better way to put it. Like what? Yeah, the reluctance and understanding that these planets are much further away than our satellite, the moon. As far as I understand, we're not getting the moon they're not getting in with the path of the moon and us.
No.
Yeah.
And our tidal lock moon, we have hundreds of captures of our moon in front of these planets. Yes, correct.
And what we are noticing in the sky from your visual explanations right there are weather modifications right down to the cloud structures. These planets are influencing the clouds, never mind just jet streams and patterns of the weather.
That has to do, it's not gravitational, it's electrical.
Understood. As an EE guy, it doesn't take a lot.
There's a thread connection of push and pull between these bodies, especially with a larger body than ours. There's an ion feed off where there's an electrical connection that pulls certain discharge variations from. I can't tell you exactly how it works, but there's
I got your drift.
But if they pass too close, they discharge and repel each other using the purple lightning, and we've got thousands of examples of that. And because we've watched it, and we saw the discharging, or in the early years when the planets were first coming in, discharge off each other as well prior to close proximity to Earth. So we've understood the behavior of what we were watching, and as it grew, we ended up learning volumes of information about how this is. And we've noticed, of course, through the numerous cycles in 14 years of the passings, that they do not crash into Earth, and we're not going to die from the asteroids because they're electrically attached to the orbits of the bodies that they stand next to, just like our moon does.
Unless they get too close to the Earth. But then again, you're saying it's electrical, not gravity.
Right. Like when you got two Scotty dogs. You remember that old magnet toy, childhood toy?
Sure.
And
I absolutely do.
And you'd walk the one up to the other, and the other one would roll over and turn away. And that's electrical repulsion. And we have a planetary magnetosphere, and so do they. We have an atmosphere, so do they.
And the trail of, let's just for a clean family hour, of crud that is following this planetary system.
Yeah, and
that we went through one side as it approached, or not yet. We're going to as it.
And this is the 180-day cycle. We've gone through it and under it and through it and under it and through it and under it like 5 times now.
Okay. And is it, as it gets further away, equivalent to our Pluto or our Neptune or our Saturn or the asteroid quote unquote belt?
Well,
do they have that, and it's going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better?
Well, we wonder what exit is going to be off the second star. We don't know the proximity and angle of where the second star is going to leave. Although there's a fierce side to that too. But they started out below us as if we were looking at the sun, our sun, to the east, due east morning. Just hypothetically, we'll start there. They came from below our left foot, below us, below Earth. They were pointing out Elenin, which was to the south east at the time, I think. And they were pointing out, it was the switch and bait.
Like our southern hemisphere, below.
Right,
so
and they came up from below us.
Yeah.
And it was first visible. The planets were first visible small. We got many captures of them where they were really tiny, and you saw the Anno Domini star brightness cluster with this bright light and these tiny little dots around it. And that's when that first started. And then 2011 came, 2012, they got even closer. And then we had the joining of the two stars from underneath. And then they, just about 2011, was it rose into the northern hemisphere. So all of us saw that very intense bright light that we assumed was our sun, and it's not. And it was rising in the northeast, not the due east. And it outshadowed our sun for many years until it crossed paths with our star in 2012 and 13. And then it co-orbited against each other or near each other between us and our star. And those planets are spiraling between us and our star, which is why we've seen the backside of them all these years, because they're in a tighter spiral than our solar system. And they're bigger. That's why they're tighter together. And our out view of them has been documented by us from 2012 till today.
And again, another physics thing you've presented and that I'm beginning to understand, our sun and their sun are such, in my negative words here, are such a gravitational pull. It's surprising to me that they did not get pulled in towards our sun, that they wouldn't be able to escape.
Okay, well,
because of the size of our
here's the basis of your problem. You're immediately assuming gravitational
bingo
pull.
Bingo.
We do not.
It's electric charge. Got it.
And it's atomic structure placement. We are an atom.
Got it.
Our star is the atom. Our planets are protons. Our moons are neutrons. And our other astro-electrical reacting bodies are electrons.
Okay.
Incredible.
And we're just basically the God particle.
No. God's way out there. You wouldn't believe how far out there he is currently. And going further every day. But anyway, no.
And let me ask you the final question, and I'll back down on this and listen to everyone's intelligent comments, which you've maintained a wonderful program here, by the way.
Thank you.
Guy that listens to too much radio and watches too many things, except, believe it or not, Star Wars. I don't listen to that.
What else is there? What else is there?
In the club of me and Rebecca.
I know. I've seen, I think, half of one Star Wars movie.
Half of this other thought is another brilliant person came up with the idea when Nibiru would be too close to us, or the entire other planetary system, we would end up getting this kill shot bolt of lightning at our planet that would blow a hole in it the size of any of our continental states, or worse.
Here, let me interject right there.
Yeah.
Were that a single pass event, one-time event, fine. But guess what? This is cyclic. And guess what? There are people on those other planets, and they rely on this every 3,654 to 4,000 years to pick up the commodities. So this is a reoccurring process. This is not a kill shot event where our planet gets destroyed. This is a normal passing planet event that has catastrophic passing events, but not destructive to Earth. Only the fleas who live on her.
Okay.
Just look back at our history. How many civilizations have came and gone? And if you really correlate the time, at the end of the Bronze Age and the Mycenaeans, that was what, around 3,000 some odd years ago. So it does correlate if you look back at our history.
Sure. And about these beings on our mirrored style planet, their method of transportation beyond our understandings of different.
Their tech levels are years beyond ours, and I've seen some evidence of it personally. Thank you. Yeah, they're beyond us, and they don't have to invade Earth. They already own it.
Dimensional travel.
No, well,
and that's still simplistic.
That's the other races from the Federation.
And
I wouldn't say dimensional travel. I'd say intergalactic.
Wow. And you mentioning that we're there essentially for bad choice of words on my part. We're their worker bees, and their necessity for Earth and us.
We are a patented, placed, self-replicating biotool.
I like that word. And their missing element on their planet that they need us so much for that they just scoop up whatever they need, and then we'll see you in 3,600 years.
Correct.
We'll be back.
Tribute to the gods. And in the old saying, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." What do you think that's in that prayer?
Well, on earth as it is in heaven.
Right.
So that means it's no better out there than it is here.
That's not talking about us going to them in heaven. They're talking about the kingdom is coming here, and we revert back to a lot of those old the hieroglyph carvings all aboard. And they're pointing to this shit. Here it's coming. And I'm sure Rebecca has that picture of the Sumerian or King David.
And what was the word I used yesterday, Rebecca, as far as biblical? The idea of the Bible being just representative. Don't take it literally. Otherwise,
it's a man-made thing anyway, the Bible. It's a man-made
thing. If you're talking about the Bible of Rome.
Yeah, well, there's different ways of writing it and putting it all together.
Right, which has been fought over through many, many wars, going back from Spain and Germany and Istanbul, depending on the emperor's seat in Rome, and how it's all moved and all this and been changed and manipulated and argued over and they ignored the Jews, and then they ignored the Moors and the Arabs that had much, much bigger knowledge, and then all the wars started and everybody went cuckoo. Go ahead.
I have a very unique concept that is as much separating as it is binding to all humankind and animal kind, that any symbolism of religion, the cross, the Star of David, Buddha, if you want to go into witchcraft, Wicca, pure magic, helpful magic, dark magic, it all boils down to concentrating on symbol. It focuses your energy. Be it good or bad, you're putting those thoughts out there into the cosmos, prayer and sacrifice, whatever you want to do. It's all a conscious, concentrated effort. And depending how well and how many people are doing it, that has a tendency to change the universe you are in. Not necessarily everyone's, but the one you're in. Then you get into parallel universes and the theory for and against, and that isn't, I know, where you really want to steer this boat. I get it. So
words have power. Words have power.
Got it.
Deeds, actions, intent, thought process. The more this is what we talked about earlier. If you stop and listen, if you stop and look what's happening right before you and watching the birds on the ground and and the clouds and the traffic and the people and the faces and the body language, and you go all the way to the Sherlock Holmes bit where study their shoelaces and the wax in the corner of their ear and whether or not they slept last night and how old is that lapel and are they missing a button on their left sleeve. If you stop and listen, you will learn so much and then learn about touching. Well, there's some interesting sounds.
Sorry, that was just a Facebook thing coming in.
Well, no, it was needed. It was supposed to happen. It's intent, thought process, intent, words, all of that. It's all part of the flow, the Hindus would say the flow of the river of life, or Buddha would say it's part of the way. And they're all here to learn at the right time. No one's late, and everyone's on the right path, hopefully. And we hope they keep listening.
And your belief, I do believe afterlives. I believe it. I don't think we're just a vessel. But what is your theory and belief of when we leave the vessels we're in, our consciousness, our spirit, our soul, all different things, but to a degree, they all come from one particular spot. What is your thoughts of that?
Well,
is it lights out and we're done, or do we continue?
No, I absolutely know for a fact that's not the case.
I believe that too.
Rebecca, he did ask me. I'm going to have to open that lid now.
Okay.
Like taking the lid off of the Ark of the Covenant. Here we go.
Oh my.
Oh, cool. Let's go.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay,
Sam.
Rooster, have you ever studied shamanism?
No, I've not studied it.
Okay,
no.
I have. I have taken stages of shamanism. And a shaman is a person who learns through stages about the earth and its medicine men and things like that. And I've studied a bunch of it all my life. And I've seen spirits all my life, and as a child on. I know for a fact that spirits are not, when you die, you turn into a spirit. You do not depart. As a matter of fact, I was watching one last night in my living room. And you are collected at a given proper time. And this is why spirits roam and realm and sometimes try to get people's attention. And some of them are actually angry because they don't go to where they're told that they're going to go. And so they're walking around and they're uncomfortable. And when some people see them and talk to them nicely, and then they, stick around. And the trick is to ignore them. Even though you may want to talk to them and be nice to them, it's not wise. But I can actually tell you that the spirits walk by you every day, I promise you. And they're all around you right now. And if you think of a dear departed that you are connected to, we talked about proton proximity likeness identification earlier in the podcast. If you are connected to people and you think of them, they will be there with you. And that's and they hang around. And we've had the lady across the street passed away, and she hung around for quite a few months. And she would walk through, and even my kids noticed that she was here. And
are they directed to leave our presence at a certain time? Like they're allowed to kind of interact or attempt to, but then your time's up, buddy. Gotta go.
No, not everyone makes it either. They're intermittently collected by. I'm not gonna tell you all of the details behind this, but they're collected by a green man, and he's like 8 to 10 feet tall, and he glows green, but he's very humanoid, and he has keepers, which are these real weird, freaky, lizardy guys with no legs that fly around behind and gather the spirits to take them to the celestial stairway where they rise up. And I actually witnessed this with other people. Go up into space, and it was at a certain point in time, and that's a story for another entire show.
Got it.
But what we saw was thousands, not just singulars, and we were all witnessing, and we have photographs of it as well. And,
wow.
Yeah, and there were other people there that all documented the same thing. Now we took like 85 pictures, and I think maybe 10 of them turned out.
Oh, you once sent me a picture, yeah.
That makes sense.
I have a few, 3 or 4 of them that are actually worth talking about, and those nasty little keepers. And I'm telling you that we are owned in life and we are owned in death, and it's not exactly what you're told.
That sounds like a fair enough explanation.
And that's our 24th chromosome being laboratory clipped. Which is why we do not self-heal, and why we do not live for 2,000 years, and why we do not ascend or transcend into a higher being freely of our own, because we're limited in a petri dish, and that's why we're half living, a half life compared to our host.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I learned about that in medical school. Not medical school, my medical program, about the telomeres. They didn't tell us why.
A patented, short-lived version self-replicating biotool.
And do you think there is any way humans or intervention from another plane or another dimension will be able to extend our lives well beyond the 100 years that we're approaching now? Should you happen?
Very good question, sir. There is a decree in space that occurred several thousand years ago. And there was a plan that was in place, and progress has taken through the steps that they foresaw in a short duration of time for them and many generations for us to be at the stages that we are standing upon today.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who are part of those changes will be aware of the changes, and the people who are not and because not everyone is going to change. And that way the workforce that is required for the next visitation of the passing of the planet group for the collection of the commodities will of course occur. And because of the decree, there's supposed to be a handful of us to actually hopefully, and I'm not sure it's within my generation or the next or when, but there is an evolutionary process in the works.
Mm-hmm. And just to tell you, my background was really good in physics, pretty good in algebra and math, not geometry or trigonometry. I had to teach it actually, electronics. So I'm kind of into show me the proof kind of guy.
Right.
And when someone passes on and you tell me you can see their face in the clouds, or you look at the cup of tea, look at the feathers, look at
I'm talking about the
pennies.
I'm talking about the one that walks across the room and sits down next to the lady you're talking to.
Yep. And I've been contacted through a phone of all things when would have been my brother-in-law passing. And that's another story, another day.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of
beyond the guy that's worse than the show me state theory. Beyond that, I am so convinced I could explain it. It'll put chills up and down someone's back. It really would. It's not, oh, well, there's another story.
That was my living room last night. I had every hair in my body was standing up. My cat was chasing this black short blob around the living room. And yeah, I was watching it. I even went and got the kids, so we sat and watched it.
And for those that don't understand or don't believe, boy, it's amazing how religious you become in a 1 minute time. It's really amazing how quick.
Yeah,
you're like,
you pull out your crucifix, and you pull out your Star of David, and you pull out your symbol of Allah, and you pull out your good luck rabbit's foot, and then you grab the bunch and you kiss all of them at the same time with your crystal. Yeah, I know.
Yes, sir. Hey, I've
had that my whole life, so yeah.
I've steered you in 6 different directions from where you originally started.
Is that why I'm busy?
Almost every single request on your Facebook page, and I thank you for allowing me to do that. I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to let you other guys take it. I don't mean to hog the show. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for having the foresight to let me ask, and I'm going to listen for a bit. I'll try to.
Amazing listening to your questions. Thank you so much.
Right. I'm happy we met. And I know. Sorry, I was just going to say one thing. I know, I don't believe in coincidence, how, because I've never brought anybody up on my live, and I accidentally bring Rooster up, and I don't know. I was intrigued right away, so I'm happy.
Like the other guy the other night, just managing to get on. It was like people really are starting to connect with us. The other guy already was.
Right on, Rooster. Thank
Samuel,
you so much. Thank you.
One other thing, too. Thank you for having the cojones, the chutzpah, all the above, because it'd be a lot easier just to take the back seat, walk away like a little mouse, and study for yourself. But to come back out in public and say, look, folks, you need to kind of listen to this, and I'm willing to show you, you make up your mind. And I appreciate your honesty and what you're doing. Thank you.
I felt so strongly in 1980 about this And then, here they slap me with a, 30-year non-disclosure agreement before I get to even, nod. And I to this day believe that had we known that this was coming, I think we would be the Jetsons by now.
Right.
And I believe that then, and I believe it now strongly, that we would have been different if we would have known. And I thought everybody knew this was coming. I really, I had a level of genius IQ ignorance, because
I got a question for you. I said I'd shut up, but I got a question for you.
Okay.
Do you believe us as the United States, or as the world, Earth, Galactica system, whatever we want to have as our secret space missions? Do you believe, as what we might want to call Americans or NASA or whatever, are making trips to that? Have we been there back and forth, or we're only counting on them?
No.
Good question.
They're go ahead. Oh, okay.
I just said that's a good question.
Okay. I thought you said all I heard was question. They're definitely embedded with them. There's different factions as well. Different countries are also dealing with other factions. And they literally have no choice but to follow what they're being told to do, period. Otherwise, that big, huge fleet that's parked over our heads right now will come down and land. And that's part of even, the G7 visitation in Germany back in 2009. And that's when the Norway spiral occurred and the Federation Empire orb came through the wormhole and directly over Sweden and Germany and all of that, which is where the collider happens to be, and why the
coincidence, huh?
And why the Texas cube came in over the top of Texas because of the Texas collider. Anyway, and I didn't say that. You did not hear me say that. Anyway, let's change the subject.
For entertainment purposes, thank you.
Yes, and no hamsters were victimized during this process.
You were all willing participants.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do want to agree with Rooster Sam.
I'm gonna go get another Coke.
You have been a big inspiration into all of us coming out publicly, because I think a lot of us would not be here going public with this, at the cost that it comes with, because it does come at a cost. But you've been such an inspiration with that I think, we're here because, you're an inspiration for that. I just want to say, that's I completely agree with Rooster on that.
Thank you.
I don't know if it was more knowing that they were coming or knowing what I was seeing that furthered me to talk about it, or if it was, hey, you told me I couldn't say anything, so damn it, now I'm going to scream it from the rafters now that my 30 years is up.
I got a funny feeling
that kind of sounds like the one. That sounds like the one from Knowing You, Sim. That's probably the one.
It's like, shut me up. What? Yeah, well, I can't shut up for 2 seconds anyway. So,
well,
yeah, that was a bubbly fizzy Coke in a steel can for many years.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yes.
I think that we should start collecting all of the most recent podcasts like these. And if you can send me the links to them, I'll upload them to our platform, so that we can start seeing, and also movie the people at movie they're watching our progress. They're watching and they're curious and they're interested in our venture. And
are you trying to say they know that we know that they know that we know?
Yeah, well, they're going to be a huge promoter of our cause. They're widely known all over Europe, all over the world.
And we've asked them all to contact us and let us know that you are listening. Rooster, for example,
we're going to learn about this then. Wow.
Who are we to you? I mean, how well do you know what's our line of credit, or what's our reputation?
Yeah, I was curious about that too.
Yeah.
What do you mean about that?
Howard, what brought you here?
Oh, what brought me here was scanning through TikTok, and I saw Rebecca with pictures up in the sky and talking about Nubaru. I'll still never get it right. Don't ask me why.
TikTok works.
I could defuse nuclear weapons, but I can't spell to save my life. But Nubaru and Wormwood and all that. But that's where I realized, I said, wait a second, this is a topic I like a lot. Why are there only 7 people currently in this room? What's going on? Because they'd rather watch bubbles being blown or looking at circles being drawn instead of something that's right above their head. Now, here's a closing one, and I'll try again. I'll try again to close my mouth after this.
Oh, no.
Do you, Samuel, do you have any foreseen catastrophic warnings for us humans and pets, or anything that's beyond what we already have discussed tonight that we really should be aware of and just understand when it's happening? Take cover, get out of here, do what you can do to protect yourself. Anything like that you really believe is going to go on.
I probably do that every month to everyone. I do a special bigger run when I watch stuff occurring, when I see patterns that come to fruition. We talked about the event storm that went literally from the United States all the way to Japan, all the way across the country, and it devastated the shit out of many countries in a row. And that was like September on. We do discuss stuff like that, and I watch the patterns, and I watch the earthquakes, and I watch the volcanoes, and I watch the storm and the jet streams and all of that, and I predict the weather ahead of time. And I see all of this quite evidently easy. I love weather. I love geology. I love all, as my youngest daughter calls them, the oleologies. Yeah, those are oleologies. Okay, yeah, I love the oleologies. And so, yeah, and 2020, 2021, 22, 23, I was telling everybody what was coming. And Rebecca and Jesus, how accurate was I?
Oh,
no, absolutely.
It's always accurate.
Still are.
Right. There's not been.
Well, I ended up from South Africa to here, so
and
I knew I had to come.
This summer, we're going to have a catastrophically warm summer, along with violent flooding elsewhere, and freak storms and jet streams anomalies and highs and low pressure storms of extreme value and huge higher winds and frequency therein. And we're seeing northern hemisphere on land hurricanes like never before. So
on land hurricanes.
Northern hemisphere.
He just said that. He just said that. Online hurricanes.
On land, yeah.
Not online. Sorry, on land hurricanes.
Yeah, I think we're going to be an online hurricane.
I know, right?
They're going across the entire planet. And there's mega storms, and all you got to do is watch the barometric pressure of the low, and then you check the barometric pressure versus hurricane strength winds, and these are hurricanes. And normally, most hurricanes always stayed in the subtropical regions. And then when they would head up Florida, South Carolina, and run on land, they would break up and then they become a tropical storm. That'd be the end of it. Now, we have northern hemisphere processing rotational on-waking one after another hurricanic low-pressure systems coming barreling in off the Pacific, hitting the west coast of the United States, running all the way across America, across the Atlantic Ocean, and hitting Africa and the UK and Spain and France and Germany with all these superstorms. And then we watched it go all the way through Russia and kick their ass. And so, and these are these long-running continuous storms, and they're not breaking up. They just stay and then they move.
That reminds me, I'm going to play this short clip. It's only 15 seconds from Michelle Cox. She shared with me.
Yeah, and Maria says we call them typhoons. Yeah, another name for typhoon is hurricane.
What is that?
Whoa. Wow.
That's a planetary discharge.
That would almost resemble like a, not the neutron, looks more like a black hole.
No, it's an ion shaft.
Signature with the spike coming out of the center of it on the top.
Okay, we talk about electron superhighway between the bodies.
I was just
It's a
thinking electron superhighway.
That's plasma. That's a plasma discharge.
Yeah, it's a connection between the two bodies.
Yeah, it's plasma.
I have pictures I can share.
100%. 100% plasma.
It gives electrical discharge, and then it received the larger body backlash.
Yep.
I've flown over similar to that many times, where you see the purple and the orange ore, and then you'll notice the one little quick white blink under that cloud base, as we know as lightning. But you see the plasma, I don't know if that's the right word for it, but you can see the charge building at the top of the thunderhead, and then you know the discharge is into the ground. And I've been right alongside of the negative to positive flow from the ground up lightning. I've been there.
And that depends on the color of the lightning, too.
Blinding white when that happens.
Yeah, and that is normal atmospheric lightning within 35,000 feet and below. When you get higher atmospheric lightning between bodies, the lightning bolt is purple or blue.
Sam, can you answer Jay Vino's question? He asked it a little while ago, but he's asking now if we can address his question. It's a little bit behind, but I could tell it. It says it's Wormwood, aka Ponce Brooks asteroid coming towards us currently. If anyone knows, it's due to pass just under us, under our satellite in 2029. I got
If Pons Brooks is part of Earth orbit model, no. Wormwood is the group of asteroids that are located in between Attu and Uri at their lower southerly asteroid field. And it has a specific shape, and we talk about it every day, literally, and its location. And that is the onset of the 180-day cycle. It's about to start in March. The end of March, around 23rd on, and then Wormwood, this asteroid group, which in some cultures is called the dragon, and in other cultures, previous ancient cultures, it was called Apophis, and I could keep going. And there's all these different names for it. But anyway, the asteroid group, and it has a shape that illuminates like a dragon, and we've documented that for years as well. We have thousands of pictures of it. Take a breath in between. This beginning 180-day cycle, fortunately, one fortunate thing I can say is that they are slightly higher. So I think we're going to see a more display-bound close passing.
They're going to be pretty photogenic. I think it's going to be more of an asteroid photo season than it's going to be a planet.
I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be awesome. It'll be hot too, and
I think I can't wait. That would be fun.
Be prepared for more weird fires and more herds of cattle being killed by one lightning bolt and all this other shit.
I know. I don't want to see that crazy.
Or super storms that like storms like the 2000 Earth to Brain. I think San Francisco storm was in 2020. I could be wrong. And there was a superstorm that went through, and it went through quick, but it was unbelievable. We're going to see some of that. Now that it's risen a little higher, let's hope we don't see as drastic of effects. We might see more. I don't know, because they are farther over us than before, so I can't fully predict what that's going to do. So
it's time to be looking up, guys. The 180-day cycle is upon us. Time to pay attention. Time to break out your cameras and take pictures.
Bunch of
180 days worth of sea trail.
Well, again, let's talk about what's happening right now in the state of Illinois. That's going over tonight, and it's going to go over people in Pennsylvania tonight, and then it's going to go run all the way to Maine by tomorrow midday. And watch what that low pressure system is about to do to everybody.
I was going to say, it has dramatically gotten colder. Like it was in the 80s today, and I stepped out to feed my cats. And
I told you it was going to get cold tonight.
But, oh boy.
Your forecast is going to be 28. Cold. It's going to be 28 degrees tonight at your house.
It's dropped
you
like
remember-
40 degrees.
Do you remember we looked that up the other day? I actually remember the number that it was going to be.
I do.
Yeah, you're supposed to have 28 degrees tonight.
We went from 25 yesterday. I was telling you about that yesterday. 25 degrees into the 50s. Currently, here it is in New Jersey, 11:40, and it's 54 degrees.
54.
Yeah, that's that warm.
Okay, it's
That's
47
that
here.
tropical. That's that tropical jet that came up from over the Gulf of Mexico and runs up to the East Coast, and it met the cold front that went over Rebecca and then jammed into that, and that's what turned into that low pressure system that hit
Yes.
Illinois today.
This is Tulsa weather, but right, you saw it was like 90 today, or I didn't see how high it got. But it's supposed to be 90.
That is all over the place.
And then
I
it'll
know
be
it's going to be
29.
cold. 28.
Look at that
28,
drop.
28. 28 degrees tonight.
Yes.
Yep. And this is the rotational arm of that cold front, of that Arctic front that went through here the other day. Remember, I told everybody that I had that, on Saturday we had that wind that blew and damn near ripped off my house. And we had that thing go over here, and that's what just met you now.
Yeah, I had that last couple of nights, Sam. Not last night, but the night before.
Right.
The night I had a very windy night and a very bunch of streaks up in the sky, which again I couldn't capture with the camera, but from my experience, it had to have been asteroids.
I posted link today on Skywatchers and Anonymous and stuff. The live version of the storm, and I encourage people to go watch the live versions that will be, of course, recorded for later on YouTube, and watch the storm that these people are filming that is just now going over the top of Illinois as we speak, and Illinois, and the closer, all the way to Ohio and Pennsylvania, etc. There's ion towers. That's a direct lead off electrically between a larger body in space and Earth, and our already accelerated ions, which are light, gathers up and travels up between that link between the huger body above us, which directly shows you that we're already being magnetically affected by the passing planets, and why all of us feel this shit and we don't know why.
Whoa. And where are these photos probably taking place?
Around the world.
Whoa. So
We
we're
got
not
help.
talking similar to the Northern Light effect, which they want to start
No,
saying
yeah,
the
yeah,
sunspot activity is causing it.
Yeah, we've had hundreds of these pictures from around the world for years now.
Wow.
I've seen it last year in September when it happened, but
This is
yeah.
ion bleed off from a larger body going over Earth and actually pulling our electrons from us, and those accelerated electrons, including our light, because a light is an accelerated electron, and they gather and in a shaft tower and bleed up to the larger passing body.
Wow. Wow. Well, that's nice that it's a slow discharge.
Right.
Because if it was quick, that would be the kill shot I was discussing that came about a long time ago.
Look at it as almost like a fibrous attraction and repulsion simultaneous thing.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Right. I was going to say pretty much everything above the pillars, the light pillars on up, the gray area is planet.
It's like when when your body electricity goes up and every hair on your body stands up.
Been there.
Been there. That's connection to Mother Earth and so much more.
Wow. If I saw that, and then if it was in the New York metropolitan area, well, folks, we have a unique weather phenomena. Yeah.
Hey, go back to that last picture.
This one?
I just happened to be on large screen. Do you know what is behind this? Those are Star Destroyers in front of.
Are you serious?
In front of the cube.
Oh my!
Dead center of the top middle is the Texas cube.
Yeah.
And those are illuminating Star Destroyers. Park nose down.
I meant to question, what is the Star Destroyer?
That's a good question. I have several people asked that in our Facebook group also.
Now wait a minute. Am I lens flaring here? Am I full of shit? Oh, do they match the big bright lights on the horizon? Okay, I couldn't pull beans there. But they sure look like Star Destroyers to me, but I know there's some square object in the middle
You
on
see
the
some
top.
last week with Jillian,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're
Well,
on the
we see them
lookout
all the
for
time.
them.
That's the thing. So I'm maybe pre-looking for them. I would.
I don't know. It doesn't really look like any lens flare that I know, Sam.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
okay. Well, I'm trying to be aware of it. You got to look at both sides of the coin. Okay, move on.
I'm going to zoom in on it and we'll look closer. Okay, so we can.
What about Jillian? Sorry, did I miss something?
Oh, we were talking about Jillian. You remember your picture on Saturday's show about your capture
her Star Destroyers.
Yeah,
Jillian.
She absolutely got Star Destroyers.
She did.
And what does a Star Destroyer do? Is that name self-explanatory, like our sun?
No, a Star Destroyer is exactly for what they on Star Wars the movie.
Oh, okay. Remember, I'm ignorant to the movie, so okay.
What? Even Star Wars 1?
Nah, I probably didn't have the patience to sit there and watch.
You better. It's a classic movie. You better watch the entire series. Where's your homework? Come on, man.
Okay.
Nobody can live without seeing Star Wars. Okay.
Remember, this whole theory started for me last night, thanks to Rebecca.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize for slamming a newbie, and I don't mean
okay.
that. Okay. A Star Destroyer is a very, very large, multi-football fields long, triangular craft with a conning tower in the back, just like in the movie Star Wars. Exactly. Scarily exactly. And I've seen 2 by eye personally. Well, actually, wait a minute. I take that back. I saw dozens of them in 2019 offloading off the Texas Cube by eye with no clouds around them, so it was a perfect view.
Oh, there you go. Hey. Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Christopher,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I didn't
And
see
if you look, there's a cube in the middle between the 3 center shafts.
Yup. And are these things disintegrating, melting, transporting? What are they actually doing?
These are Star Destroyers. They're parked up there as a show of force. They'll take
what they want.
Yeah, without a doubt. Even if we argued with them, so we don't argue with them.
Wow. Okay.
We have absolutely no choice because they will meet with anyone they want, anywhere they want, and they will show them the level of their technology versus ours, and it's immediate capitulation without a doubt.
Wow.
I mean, and that's not even that, and this is just the local faction I'm talking about.
This is from
And
Jillian.
if you take into account the Federation that is here, that's on top of everything else, which is also
that's just a freaky, scary thought.
There are
right
so
then
many
and there.
freaking ships parked over the top of Earth that we have absolutely no way to argue with them.
Wow.
And they've not only that, this is not the now. It's been going on for literally a decade of interaction and collection of the process of the commodities, and including a very large sighting over Greenland by Europeans and me and many other people in the early days of Montana Skywatcher 1, where we were all sighting this massive, huge triangular ship over the top of Greenland. And there was a yellow pile that melted out of the ice that was 20 miles long by 8, according to somebody that did the math. And, we have to take, maybe it was a little smaller. But then in this pile, within 2 weeks, that pile vanished off the maps, off the satellite footage, and as well as the sightings from Europe about that huge craft. So a large amount of gold was already picked up.
Wow.
And that was like 2012, and they've been collecting commodities ever since.
Isn't the planet going to get empty? There won't be anything left
And
for
it'll
us.
surf up some new, and it'll make it some more, and the tectonic plates will move, and then the electricity between the tectonic plates will discharge and create new gold and new crystals and new gemstones, and all of the electrical processes of factory planet Earth will be rebooted again for the next cycle.
Well,
And
you
that's
have
why-
said it's done it at least 84 times.
That's why destruction of Earth is not the occasion. We have to remind everyone it's cyclic. It happens over and over and over again. And it's, we, the fleas that are hanging on to the dog that have to hang on or die. And then we climb back on after the big quake goes by, and then we rebuild. And
then the question is, are these entities, when they're stealing these resources from planet Earth or retrieving them, however you want to look at it, are they taking them from persons, companies, or are they just basically geographically taking them from the ground or taking them from other deposits we really not even aware of yet? Or are they
all of the above
going after Joe Blow and his mine in his backyard and destroying his business?
Okay, well, do you watch the markets?
A little bit, yeah, I do.
Now, are you aware of the current price of gold?
It's astronomical, but it's getting even higher as our dollar decays.
And what will that geopolitical occurrence of it being so high priced? What would be the cause and effect on that?
Less means higher price.
People will
Supply and demand.
People will dig out every little tidbit they've got laying in the bottom of the jewelry box and sell it, because right now it's worth more than it's ever been before. Correct?
Yes.
Example of why they don't have to invade.
Okay.
Because they artificially increased the value of gold. So everybody sold off every little tidbit that they could pile into a lump because of how much it's become worth. And that way it's target out all the little micro collections all over the planet, which end up going to a very large pile. And the governments who have possessed and massed way more than they ever account for. And then we have to go into other things, which I can't talk about. But in 2025, there's going to be a world economic gold inventory completed that the government's been working on for many years, that is going to announce something that's going to piss off the entire planet. So, and I don't want to go into too much public discussion over that because I don't really want to have my door kicked in.
Got it. So when there's more, there's much less in value.
There's a big problem going on, and it's not what we've been told. But anyway, it's a whole process. It's like I'm sure that the Queen of England and the King are having to give a very big pile to the people above, including all the other governments as well. And this is why I believe the G7 countries were meeting back in 2009 upon the arrival of the Federation early craft, which I have seen by eye personally. And it's on the beginning of our show. And when the startup program, when it says alien craft, that's the Empire Orb or the Federation early orb or the Norway spiral orb, which is what we call it. We've ended up calling it the Empire Orb just because it looks like the Death Star, and I am not kidding you, except the Death Star didn't have lights on it, which the Empire Orb does.
You want me to get that video, Sam?
Sure, throw it
really
up
quick.
there.
Yeah.
If
I love that video.
if Bruce hasn't seen it yet, by all means, play it.
It's a regular in rotation here.
Yeah. Hey, and hi, Thunder.
And having
Hello,
seen it
Thunder.
recently, and it does
Yeah.
exactly what I saw it do. That light comes on and it looks at you, and you just about shit your pants.
Now, what is that light on that round ball?
That's them looking at you.
It's a Cylon.
Pay attention to what happens after it passes.
It's the light that illuminates what the area that they're looking at.
Check this out, Rooster.
Show you those little dudes.
Wow.
And fighter craft behind.
It's being escorted.
That's me behind it, flying in that ship.
And it has a quadra rack of lights beyond that middle light, but that they're looking in around, and if they select an area after dark or whatever that they wish to put to sleep, They'll find a little corner neighborhood someplace off in the mountain outside, and they'll turn that area down. And if they want to, they can land and collect samples and such, and test humans if they want to. Generically, they don't, but they're all here watching and playing and showing levels of control. And remember, it's a chess game.
Yep. Now, is that thing what we're calling the Death Star?
Well, it's like the Death Star from the movie Star Wars, and it looks.
It looks like a ball or a planet or
it's a big sphere with an eye-like open center dot on one side only, and I've seen it by eye, and I saw that blue light turn on and look directly at me as well, and that's why I know what I'm looking at here. And
those are the little recovery ships behind it.
Or fighter craft, keeping it could be in a low orbit. We don't know the altitude of this because it's over roof. So
I wonder how big that thing actually is.
Micro governments may send their people up after them. They don't know. They don't. And if you were to see that in some super Star Wars type attack craft, you would not fly near it. So they keep people away. They're completely in control.
And do our weather radars show that, or is it?
We've even had captures of our radar. That's why you don't get those pictures anymore.
I know.
You get graphics, though. You don't get actual radar footage like we used to. Hardly anywhere unless you pay for it. And all of that's been limited to people. There's stuff that flies in, and you can watch it go by.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're here.
Little discouraging. These guys drop in, pick up what they want, when they want, how they want. And here I am fighting with Uber Eats to get paid.
If we only had 5 sightings, it'd be one thing. But we've had hundreds and hundreds of sightings.
Wow. Thank you for sharing it. That I've never seen that clip, and that's just blew my mind away.
Yeah, we found that. I think.
Welcome
to our world.
I do want to say something. It's not all negative. I like when you say, Sam, that though a lot of bad shit has happened, there's been a lot of good happen as well. A lot of people are waking up, and a lot of people are ascending to a higher, vibration and a higher consciousness. So it is an interesting time, though there is a lot of bad shit that's happening. I mean, look at volcanoes after an eruption. There's a lot of, it's a very fertile land, so out of destruction, out of all this comes a new beginning. And I don't think it's all bad. I just want to say that it's not all bad. It's cyclic.
If the people from Pompeii were around, they might differ with your opinion there.
Yeah, you're right. But I do feel that there is some good that comes with us, with this kind of information being made public. I think maybe we could change a lot of what is happening. I mean, we can't compete with their technology, that's for sure. But I mean, there is a lot that we can gain out of getting this information public, and perhaps we could change, the outcome of it by coming together and maybe figuring a different way,
And is there any belief that some of this could be our own government in technology? And again, this is so far beyond what we know and use in physics, which I got a caveat to also. Why do we think all of a sudden quantum physics, AI, it's really the idea of anything is possible. That explains quantum physics. Anything is possible. However, the percentage is so slim that I'm going to turn this sawdust to gold, but there is a possibility. That's the quantum physics in a nutshell. So you don't have to be a scientist to understand it. It's the probability and possibilities. And for years, we've had the death ray. I mean, and that was, land of make-believe. But long before it was even a movie, we already had the concept and was utilizing things for that just in case. We have it for crowd control. We have microwave energy weapons and things like that. And cloaking, it was in its infancy. Thank you. Not too many syllables. Infancy. And it's being used today, but it's 10 times more. Now we'll use mind control to make you think what you saw is real. You don't need cloaking anymore for it. We can plant voices in a narrow beam, and person next to you will never hear it. You will, but the person next to you won't. We can do that type of beam particle.
Yeah, they use the harmonics of your skull.
Yes, sir. Exactly. So that's not hogwash or sea theory. It's,
by the way,
reality. So
you can use the harmonics of your own skull as well.
So what is the reality of, or the possibilities? Eliminating quantum physics, anything is possible. Eliminating that. What do we believe? It may even be our own government and not out there. And as this activity increased with the approach,
with our own government, I laugh. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You cannot swim in the swimming pool of blame the government.
Right.
The government's already here. The government's already here.
There's also numerous facts and numerous.
The government's already here. The government's already here.
Yeah. Blame them. Okay, everybody, now throw a tomato at the back of Samuel's chair.
Never. I'll try to catch it for you.
Rotten cabbage, or hey, my favorite is rotten potatoes. Boy, they really smell, and they're miserable to clean up. Anyway, me and my salad. People can't point fingers until you have evidence, because if you have supposition, you have no evidence. And we have shown that the planetary occurrences, anomaly effects, have been predominantly most responsible for everything that we report, including the lightning discharges, megastorms that do come in. And for the longest time we were using satellite footage to even document the onset of the planetary shadows, and that fell on deaf ears. I did it for like 5 years straight, and nobody ever commented on it. And I just went, "What? You don't see this?" And nobody said anything. And I always chuckle about it, because when people hit spots, they don't want to comment and go, "Oh, I'll make myself look dumb if I say something." Then, or there's the quiet people that take it in and then don't comment, or there's the people that just ignore it. But I reported watching the planetary shadows form on the face of Earth in radar sites. I can't even remember the name of the site I used, but anyway, I was using it for years, and now it's hardly even available. So we've been proving it, and we've been seeing it. So it's just amazing that the rest of all the other ologies out there haven't somehow, with their tenure and everything, and they can't speak, and the government would stop them. And I bet you the government is shit busy trying to quell all this information at some point.
Hey, I just wanted to say right on to the Facebook user. I don't know who he is. He's a Navy SEAL, ex Naval Intelligence, right here, brother.
I stopped reading the comments for a while. I was on full screen. We got to catch up. Sorry, guys. Navy SEAL. Oh, brother. Agree with
I was just seeing that comment as well. I was wondering who it was. I guess they don't. They haven't shared their name, but
awesome. We're glad to have you along. It's really.
Yeah, I'm a vet too, bro. I'm a vet too, bro.
And what we have to comment that we do try to remain within the rules, classified rules, especially with me, a kind of tiptoe. And then there's a variant degree, because this is my opinion,
right?
And I try not to break rules of things that I know that I gained during my involvement with, and we'll leave it at that.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yes, right.
I've gained some third-hand knowledge of Cheyenne Mountain and Area 51, which I will not disclose my source, and therefore it would seem almost. But I do give high credibility to the information I received.
Yeah, and those are the ones that we know about, and that we also have to remember the fact that all technology that we do know about is many years behind what we have.
Right.
And we are fed information at a base level to keep us sheep corn fed or grain fed at the trough, and then we retain, because I mean we've seen evidence of that coming from the live cameras off of the ISS, and they've been feeding us old recorded stock loop after loop after loop from years gone by, and we're buying into it as it's being normal space, because we know that there's also sightings of the planets from the ISS, which were immediately quelled. And then the bee video was really good, where the ISS has a bee that lands on one of the solar panel arrays, and you can actually see it in the camera, which tells you it's filmed in a studio, and somebody let a bee in the big studio. So yeah.
Wow.
They put up a huge camera in the background, and then they've got a mock model of the ISS, and they film it, and then they play old videos on the camera on the big screen in front of it. And we watched a bee land down on one of the arrays, and it's like
CGI.
Yeah, and so when the planets go by or are visible in that outlook, and look, most of the time they're facing towards Earth; they're not facing away.
Oh, camera magic.
So you do not see away from Earth; you see towards Earth.
And I do remember watching the old DirecTV Planet Earth from the space station, and immediately cutting to, okay, we can go back on now.
Yeah,
so you knew that there was a time delay to begin with, and you certainly know somebody is monitoring that.
Yeah, just when you start to see something, they'd shut it off.
And they use fishbowl lenses too.
Yeah, and loop footage. Yeah, and then we caught him in that, and just after that, I stopped watching the ISS for a long time. And we know that NASA will give us tidbits. They did actually announce the Skull asteroid, and then they gave us the false orbit model and location, and we just laughed because we'd already been talking about the Skull asteroid for like 4 years ahead of them, and so and Skywatcher has captured. Well, thank you. Sorry, something just went past me. Thank you, whoever or whatever you were. Actually physically felt it. Wow. Where was I? Earth to Brain. Where was I? Jesus, I lost it.
What they feed us.
No, I just had something go past my leg, and it's our ghost cat. So. I'm not going to sneeze from this one. Anyway, and then I completely lost my train of thought because it was so vibrantly felt that I actually had to look around the room, and then when I looked back, I'd forgotten the topic.
Wow.
I was fervently distracted.
Directed energy.
Something went past my leg, and I felt it. So I looked around the room to see what it was, and then there wasn't nothing.
Yeah. You were discussing of technology, how far behind it is, and then we went into the space station.
Yeah, and I've walked the deck of a lander, and seen their technology above ours, and how we don't even have a clue in comparison to what we use now is nothing that they use currently, and how many years ahead it is. And I've never doubted it from that point on, that they didn't have absolute control over. And I've seen the effects of what the blue light can do to you, and experienced it firsthand. So that in itself, people always go, "Oh, I wish I met the aliens," and believe me, you don't. It's rather uncomfortable, and depending on the level of your approach. And and I've had events where they weren't so kind in the past as well. Additionally. And I always say to everybody, well, if ET is listening, anytime that you're going to show up in my house again, would you just show up and knock on my frickin' door for once rather than freaking the shit out of me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, we're watching you, Sam.
Yes. Oh yeah, like I'm gonna get paranoid.
Just kidding.
I feel things beyond, and I smell things, and beyond, and I hear things beyond anyone around me, and
clairvoyance.
Well, yeah, and I can feel the electricity of the cat. If the cat's 20 feet away, I can feel it.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, it's weird. It's like you feel it in your body. A little, at ground level, you can feel it in your legs and your butt when the cat's walking towards you. It's weird. It's weird. It's really strange.
Took me a minute to find it, but the price of gold per ounce is $2,042.65.
Right. That's a lot of money for an ounce of gold, and because of that, everybody's cashing it in while they can. And I wouldn't recommend purchasing it right about now. No, thank you.
Yeah, and guess who's bought a whole ton of it in the last year?
China. Am I right?
I mean,
it's
right here. You guys can look it up.
It's China, right?
Yeah, we bought a lot of gold.
Who did?
The United States.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, it shows a graph. I mean, within.
Hey, we might be feverishly trying to replace that which was removed.
Within the last year, a whole ton of it.
Well, we might be feverishly trying to replace that which was removed.
Yeah, that might make sense.
Yeah, I think we paid our tribute on early because our president was in Germany on arrival. So I think we ponied up our share right away. And that was 2009. For those of you who want to look that up, and I'm going to tiptoe around that topic.
All right.
Hey, Sam, is that why there's no gold in the Federal Reserve?
Well, that's who bought it.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
There you go.
Very solid answer. Thank you.
Well, if you go back to some of my many years older early videos,
very cool.
I may have actually said something about it. Everybody be feverishly searching, going, I know Sam Hoffman said something. I got to look it up, which is good. That's good. Yeah, and I'm going to pat myself on the back again. And I mean, after all, how many former insiders do you know?
Right.
They don't grow on trees.
So you think it happened back in 1933, Sam?
No, I think about 47 is what the common belief is.
When the government got in bed with.
I'll be right back.
Right. Yeah, I think that was when.
I'm up on TikTok broadcasting around the world.
Well, there was Wilson and all that.
Space, planets.
He's talking to somebody. As of 47 after World War II, they found other craft, and then I believe the faction on the dark side of the moon had a minute revolution, and they got connective to another smaller faction that came over to the government, and that's where you got some of the ET employees for the United States and perhaps a few other governments. I don't know for sure exactly. I don't have other government information, but I do have some of ours. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that went on as well, that where it was in the treaty and out of the treaty, and both sides got in trouble in the 70s and 60s. And then part of the treaty from the 40s on was there would allow so many abductions per year of American citizens.
And only because, Samuel, you had some knowledge of these inhabitants of the other solar system of the water planet, similar to Earth. Are they capable of surviving on Earth? And are Earthlings capable of surviving on that planetary body?
Have you seen the movie Gods of Egypt?
No, I haven't.
Excellent movie.
Okay, you're giving me a lot of homework here. I'll be sitting with a big bucket of popcorn.
I hope you got a notebook.
They are.
Well, all about homework here, man. We're all about Homer.
The other races don't function in our atmosphere as well. They can. They're not comfortable for long periods of time out exterior. Excuse me. That's why they have the gray populace works for the higher races, and that's why the grays run out and do their heavy lifting or their light lifting for them. And grays don't travel individually; they travel in a pack, and they have a pack mentality. And they're nasty little boogers if they're not well supervised.
Wow.
Yeah, and they've got attitudes, and there's different classes of them. Drone-like, hive-like, almost insect-like, but not. And they do that. They work for the other races, and I don't know if they work for the Pleiadians or the Nibiruans, per se.
Or the Anunnakis.
Yeah, I don't know about their technology and landing, but I imagine that they would, being that we are a patented item. I would imagine they have a group of us who may be accustomed to different planets.
And closer to home, thoughts of reptilians. Any idea of those?
Now they are a member of the Federation.
And they are
a prominent member of the Federation.
And they morph.
I've never been a believer of the changeling reptilian thing. I've never been a believer in most of those stories. I can't say no for sure, but I think that there are whoever's squeaking. I can't. I have no proof or disproof of that. So.
And hollow Earth, hollow Moon theory.
Agartha, I know that the hollow moon theory, and I know of hollow Earth theory, and I do believe in Agartha, and I also believe that there's a faction of magi living under the ground, and giants, and cryptids, and.
Yeah, go watch the series Sanctuary.
I absolutely and firmly believe in a mermaid population of many variants, human-like or non-human-like. There's shit under the ocean we haven't seen.
Right.
And giants, you believe from biblical time, they're actually still, but they're underground here on our planet?
There are smaller factions of the Nephilim. I believe the Nephilim were responsible for the old Marduk tale of denying the gods the commodities. And this is where we have those nuclear explosions around the planet that were about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 BC. I can't remember exactly what standard science believes. That's a date I'd have to remember. But I believe that the Nephilim are. You look at the large city populations in the United States, where those mega cities with the mega blocks that they can't account for, and the steps and how big it all is. I believe that in the previous cycle, not this cycle, but the cycle prior, that the American Indians and the entire Incan and previous civilizations were all working for the giants to continue a great, massive mining operation from Montana to the Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Your reference to that was actually recent in some other
separation between copper. When you separate copper and gold from each other, there's a byproduct, and that happens to be the blue stone that the American Indians treasure so much, turquoise.
Mm-hmm.
And the more turquoise you have shows how your chi, your service to the demigods, the giants, shows you how well you have served them, which is their part of it. And then it's broken down through time into being just a treasured artifact from the connection to the gods. And that's why the American Indian through the South American Indian populations loves turquoise so much.
Wow. That makes a lot of sense.
Representation of service to the demigods. And I believe that the Nephilim were destroyed. And I believe that partially responsible for that was Apophis, Wormwood. And I don't think they ever collected the souls from them. And I think they're collected in that area that Jesus and I talk about regularly.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, who's the one clicking stuff? Who is that? You, Chris?
Are you
Who, me?
clicking?
Are you the one clicking?
No. Clicking.
Not
Something's
moving.
clicking.
I'm trying to look up this
I'm
nuclear
not
explosion
moving.
here.
Yeah, it's way past annoying.
I hear it. I don't see anybody moving even.
Yeah, Rebecca, I think it might be your background music.
Oh,
It's your background music.
let's
I think.
try changing that. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
that's it. Okay.
Put some Anya on.
I took it off because I was getting hit with copyright.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. Yes. I'll select the Mozart for a minute. I gotta find some more music as time goes.
Hey, Rocky, I don't know if I asked you
I
this.
know.
If I've asked you this before, but what's the music situation going to be on our platform? Are we going to have to be careful with what we use or that stuff?
Oh no, not at all.
We're
Are
gonna
you serious?
have to find a
Really?
keyboardist to play the music
We
for
can
us.
use. That'd be wonderful because
No.
yeah, they're
No,
they,
no,
I
we're all
get
good.
pretty much every show. I get an email from YouTube telling me I cannot monetize that particular video because, and it will list all the music that I played. You know, even if it's music that's in the TikTok videos I'm sharing that aren't even mine. But
Well, Rebecca, on this platform, you're going to be the gatekeeper.
I like that. Wow. Okay. That's good. That's good to hear. Really.
I
I mean,
no
I've been
longer
through
have
some.
I no longer have a current subscription, but also different music players such as not serious, what the heck is the name of it? But the different music players DJs use, that includes broadcast rights with it.
Hey,
so they pay their fee to ASCAP, BMI, and some of the independents.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca, go out and look for some Stive Morgan. Stive Morgan, STIVE.
Okay.
Stive Morgan.
Morgan. Okay.
Check it out.
I will.
Somebody's
For
texting
sure.
me in German.
Thanks. Stive.
Stive
I
Morgan.
may pass out unloading a
man.
thing. Somebody's sending me a German here.
Yeah, because
Right.
pretty much all the music I had downloaded was getting me slapped around. So last week or so, I took it all off and I just found a few things that were non-copyright music, which I don't really like a lot of them.
Stive Morgan, I don't think is copyrighted. You should go check him out.
Okay, I will. I might go do it
There's a
now.
good reason why some of that is not protected.
No, this
And I want to say hi to Susanna.
is right up our alley,
To the-
Rebecca.
Who's the
Yeah,
Facebook
okay.
user? I don't. There's no name there, but he's been
I
saying
think
the
it's Audrey.
Audrey. Well, they were saying that they were related to Admiral Byrd, and now they're this next one. They're talking about. Can't think of the name. Pagosa Springs, Colorado. You're probably talking about Farmington, New Mexico. I used to go from Farmington to Pagosa because it's pretty close and work there, and a lot of weird shit happens in that area. There's a lot
Admiral
of,
Byrd had to do with the study of the North and the South Pole.
Yeah,
searching.
He was one of the first ones to explore.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's something to do with the poles.
Hey, Sue.
Yeah, he went to the South Pole and then
The portals in Antarctica and stuff like that.
Yeah, hey, Sue.
And then
I'm actually
and immediately to the North Pole afterwards.
Hey, Sue, I'm actually right there. Pagosa Springs is a couple hours away from me. I'm here in Durango.
Yeah, well, every time one of my last years in high school, I used to go up to work in a ranch in Vail, and in between Vail and Steamboat Springs, and I'd pass by Durango all the time.
Yeah, you know exactly where it is.
I know exactly where you are.
You've been here already.
I have to pass by anytime I go to New Mexico to visit my family. I pass right by Durango.
Well,
so
you should,
next time I do visit my family, I'm gonna come see you.
I've got a room here. I've got a guest room here for you.
Yeah, I will definitely stop by. Which isn't usually I go see them in the summer when it starts warming up. So it won't be long from now. I'll drop by there, man. I'll let you know.
All right, man. Sounds good. I'll put the welcome mat out.
For sure.
I want pictures.
Absolutely.
This
we'll
person.
We'll go live while we're there. We'll go live.
Yeah. Oh, you could. You could have a live. We could do a show with you two at the same desk or something. Yeah, that'd be cool.
And from what I remember, man, those are some really great skies in that area.
Oh,
great
yeah,
skies
yeah. I got the best.
I hope by midsummer.
Yeah, Dulce, Farmington, all that area is very, very close to each other. Yeah.
I was going to say the person that's talking about Admiral Byrd and other comments, it's actually Sherry Rogers Smith on Facebook.
Okay.
That sounds.
Sherry Rogers Smith.
Anyways, interesting.
Right.
I wanted to acknowledge her comments because she had made a few. I just wanted to acknowledge her. So
everything.
a lot of weird shit happens around Dulce, New Mexico, Farmington. Yeah, a lot of Pagosa Springs. That whole area is pretty nuts.
There's a lot of stuff going down, man. Going down.
There's a lot of UFO activity, a lot of underground.
There's definitely something that's going
crazy
on
shit.
In the mountain ranges between the Texas and Mexican border. There's all kinds of activity going on, and New Mexico included.
I used to hear some crazy stories from the natives.
The reason that people can see that so much better is because of how flat it is, and you don't have the long distance mountain ranges in the way.
It's high desert. It's high desert is what it is. That's why you get some of the greatest views.
All the better to land your Star Destroyer.
If you go into the airport and Air Force flight pattern data, there are corridors of no-fly zones for a reason. And in those corridors of no-fly zone is where the ETs travel in.
But that's where you land your Star Destroyer.
Yeah, through treaty.
And what areas is there a generality that occurs?
Generically, dead center over the Rockies, all the way over the down Colorado, down into New Mexico, and then horizontally, laterally between the Texas and Mexican border, and that's the end of our treaty. I don't know what Mexico treaty is, but generically, probably over the top of the Rockies, straight up.
Wow,
that's
close, you know, as a kid,
everywhere else they do whatever they want.
When I was a kid, it was in the 60s, and it was the 60s, definitely, 64, 65. And in North Jersey, there is the famous area called Ringwood and Wanacue Reservoir. And those mountain ranges, we call them mountain ranges in New Jersey. You might reach 800 feet, 1,000 feet, okay? Very high concentration of iron ore and miles of reservoir drinking water for big cities in New Jersey like Newark, Patterson. And that area, as a kid, was inundated with flying saucer reports. Glowing circular objects landed in the middle during the winter on the reservoir, burnt a hole into it. In the morning, they all came out. Cops were fired because they gave reports to the news media, and this goes back to the 60s.
Well, you can't think of it as one faction. There's all kinds of never-ending little guys from out there that are coming in, and they don't belong to this, and they don't belong to that, and they fly down here, come pick up what they want, and then leave. And because their technology, and it's just like Star Wars, the movie, there's so many different races, and generically they will stay, away from us, and we occasionally run into some of them, and then we could talk about the cryptids and all of that crap. And there's a lot of shit running around that we don't even know about. And this is where all these legends come from, because there's truth to it. And we live in these little clusters of electricity that are really uncomfortable for animals. And so they stay the hell away from us, smartly so. Self-preservation. And now that the planets are here and they can feel it and they know about it, that's why we're seeing way more.
Guys, I hope you continue for like another 2 hours, but I'm parked where I'm utilizing a club's Wi-Fi because Verizon services wasn't working so well. So that's why I had to sign off, sign on, sign off, click the microphone. It just wasn't working. So thank you so much for getting me in with you guys. Thank you for your time, your sharing, and allowing me to babble with you so much. I can't thank you enough. I may lose you, but I got to go home, which is about 15 minutes from where I am. And if you're there, I'm going to try to join you, or at least listen to you through TikTok if you're still broadcasting there, Rebecca.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for coming on.
Thank you for giving
thank
me
you so
something I
much.
can never give you back, and that's your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm happy we met, Brewster.
Thanks. Ditto. We'll talk to you later
Okay.
if I lose
Talk to
you.
you
If
later.
you stay on, then you know what's going on.
Okay,
We'll be
you
on
have the
for a
link
little
if you want it. Okay.
Nice guy.
Well,
I
there's
think we're
Rooster.
going to meet a lot of roosters as we progress with this stuff. So
It's exciting
Definitely.
to hear what other people think and feel and know.
Did he get the Facebook group information or?
He's
Oh, good.
I sent him the link earlier, so I've connected with him on Facebook too now.
That's cool. Yeah,
So-
Okay, so you can
Get the
stay
group
linked with us a bit.
drawing and everything.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he'll stay in touch. So
Right on.
Facebook user again. He's mentioning Roswell. I lived a couple of hours from Roswell. I had nieces and nephews on my ex-wife's side who lived in Artesia. You probably know what I'm talking about.
I had
more
lunch
crazy
outside of
shit.
Roswell.
More crazy shit happens there as well. Roswell, Artesia, that whole area. Jesus. Tucumcari. I was in Tucumcari, so I was like 2 hours away from Roswell, and it's a very interesting area. Anytime I'm in that area, I'm gonna take photographs because it's such a photogenic and just such a great place to take pictures.
okay, so I have a point here. Like, do you want to watch a video? I have a couple of videos we can watch. I have current events. I have time-lapse videos. I have Sam. Actually, he sent me. Here, let's watch one that Sam sent me.
Yes.
He sent me some links before the show, like special requests that
Yeah,
we play.
thank you.
So
Thank you.
yes. Let's go. We did that one. Let's do this one. Oops. All right. Wow.
A single, inescapable fact.
Can you send me that one, please?
Yes, I will.
Whoa.
Check it out. Fuck, hanging out there.
Wow, that was a good one.
Good.
Look at
That
that
was
tail.
that
That
one.
tail, that
I love
tail
that
is
picture.
that tail does not lie.
I know. We'll do this one too. He
I
sent me-
love that Aptus Moon picture. I just hate who it comes from, but I love that picture. Craters and everything.
Eye candy.
Ah, look at that.
Oh,
Wow. High fingers. Big saggy saggy. Look at the color.
I love these little TikToks. I think
Yeah.
they're
All
so
of those were planets directly over the top of our heads, and nobody sees them.
yeah, I was just thinking, and I was like, I'd be freaking out. I'd be breaking out my camera and
Right,
everything.
you would
Well,
think there would
everybody's
be
just
like
moving on with their
a 20
lives,
car
and-
pileup. Hopefully not, but I mean, or people pulling over at least like by the hundreds just to look at that.
Who could not look at that? Who could not stand and just go,
people
Right?
think that's just clouds. That's just clouds. Yeah, right.
Oh, it's purple
Yeah.
Clouds.
Yeah.
You could almost touch that thing.
Yeah.
Tickle its belly button.
This was back when Atu was behind Nepesity. Nepesity is the green one in front, and Atu is behind.
That's different. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way back when it was doing the dance.
Yeah.
We're switching on it.
Yeah, I've seen something like that fall through the clouds. I nearly had a heart attack. Probably
all the
was
way back in
the moon.
2018 and 19 and all of that. And yeah, I love this one.
Ooh. Bubble, bubble, bubble.
Yeah. And you know, we've seen this pattern going for years now, people who are new. And it's all documented in monthly drawings. And we've got all of this information logged and cataloged and memoried and all of that. And this is what's going on. And everybody here can tell you that the drawings match the pictures ahead of time.
No question. All right.
Absolutely. And if you two follow this information, you two will see this.
That was fun. I think that was all but one of them, which one of them is a little bit longer, is that electrical
you have
discharge.
tons and tons of shorts and movies going back years, and I encourage people to go to Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube channel and watch. She's got just this entire library of old videos for you all to catch up on, and even beyond our podcasts here. And she did tons of work for years, and I encourage you to go back all the way back to the beginning of her early stuff, because some of it's interesting.
I was going to say,
And
no, you
some
get
of it,
too early, and it
there
gets
was a
very
learning curve.
interesting.
I still
Yeah,
haven't gotten through all of them yet.
You were reading into a lot of rabbit holes
by what I see. It's just
Well,
you put
it's kind of
together
like Christopher. I mean, he's in his beginning stage of making videos, and I
Right.
have a beginning stage, and it was very
and
they're
then
very
you got it,
simple
then you got
and
corrected, and then you were on track for right away.
yeah.
Within a very short period of time, and you were on track, and then you got your topic together, and then off you went. And I encourage
Right.
everybody to go back and watch
Over
that
time,
process.
It's
a great body of work.
It's an evolution process. It's an evolution process. I think we're seeing it again. We are seeing it now with Chris too, and it's going to be interesting to see what Chris, because Chris is learning very, very, very quickly. Thankfully, this has been a lot easier to learn now in your time, Chris, because of Rebecca's information, because a lot of the information that's been
you
compiled.
guys have been so supportive through this whole thing. I would not be able to see what I've been seeing without you guys. It's just, that's the bottom line. No way.
I'm looking forward to see how you're going to evolve in this. And
yeah,
Rebecca, it's been interesting to see your evolution as well, and vice versa. I'm sure we all started from nothing and we got better at it. And
right. And
in the beginning,
we just do different things.
It's all incredible.
I'm going to get Christopher's video. There's one
It's
I
all
saw
that shit
days
crazy,
ago.
but
So
it's
good.
really happening.
the one with the Septum Yellow Moon, I was just seeing yesterday. Oh my God, that was crazy.
That one picture is just
yes.
There's
That was crazy.
there's the one I put in the video, and then there's one I found that I should have put in the video. I'll send it to you, Jesus. It's just like
Yeah, and we can't forget Afon's capture here just a couple of weeks ago. That was just unbelievable capture, and I want to thank Afon again. I mean, ever since I saw that one, it's still in my head. I remember it. Like, oh boy, they're really, really real. They're really, really, really real.
Oh, it's so small.
Yeah, so this one is from Christopher.
Major pinch.
It gets better.
And your average person go, well, it's just clouds. But then you look at the shape of the sun.
Wait. You guys got to go back and watch it on Facebook. It might be a little bigger.
You should get a YouTube page, Christopher.
I'm working on it.
That way you have a sort of like a cyber log
Right.
where you can secondary place your videos to be able to come back to.
I know, and like everything's on my phone, so now I have no memory left.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
How big is your phone's memory?
Hey, Christopher, it's laptop time.
Huh?
It's time for Christopher to go up to a laptop.
Yeah, it's time. You can get one cheap at Walmart.
Yeah, well, remember, buy HP. Don't buy any of the cheap other garbage.
Okay.
If you
mine's HP. I got it at Costco for $200 Christopher, try Costco. That's where I got mine.
Oh,
came with a mouse and everything.
Look
I love that part.
That's a Saturn Jello Moon.
That's crazy.
I'll send this to you, Sam. This blew
I
my
love
mind.
this. Wow.
This
is crazy.
I was like, I couldn't believe it. I
The
couldn't
flying
believe it.
wishbone.
Couldn't believe it.
And there it is.
I was like crying. I was like, hey, I had tears in my eyes coming down. It was bad.
That aha moment. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
And then we were talking about the faceplate on Saturday, and it showed up again yesterday. Just big wing, yes, big wings in the sky. The stripe right down I saw him. It's just so cool. I couldn't believe it.
Yep, and that's the outview and why, we do the Montana Skywatcher monthly 15th of every month drawing. Because we see it and we see it and we see it and we see it and we share it with everyone. Oh, there, that picture is the Saturn early, way 2013-14. We've been watching them that long, folks. Skywatchers, Citizen Science Army.
Thank you, Christopher.
We've been watching them, and it's time that everybody out there, the new folks, get on board.
In the chat, go to Facebook and just look at the post I made, because I put all of the, repetitive sightings of this, faceplate that Sam talks about of Isatum Jello Moon. We saw it on Saturday on the podcast. I got it yesterday, and then I put up the older ones that you guys had.
It's sort of like an air. It's an odd base cloud, is what it is.
Yeah.
And when
the
yellow moon on the lower left-hand side of its Saturn pushes in close to us in a closed pass, it puts out this roundish, almost like a crab shell face plate that has these straight lines. It's more straight than rounded, but it isn't at the same time. And there are stages where you can see it come in, and then all of a sudden, as it rotates past you, that view of it goes away, and then you see the angle of the ion tail change. It's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah,
it
it's the greatest show there ever was, man.
50 minutes for it to change, and then it was just.
Yeah, and there are no other clouds in the sky that even remotely look like it. Not even close. And it's the flame-like cloud that we've been watching, since the onset when it started coming back at us in 2019 and 2020, and then it got bigger in 2021 and 22 and 23. And here the damn thing is now over the top of us, right in our faces, and the reddest skies we've ever seen. And oh my God, look at that damn thing! And here we're still hearing crickets, peep, 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 peep. Come on. Freaking coolest show that ever was, and people are sleeping through it. Wake up! Oh, sorry. What? My shit in front of me here vibrated when I said that.
No, people are not aware.
It vibrated when I said wake up, and it went ring afterwards. Like, okay, that was loud. Hello, planet above Earth. How are you? That's Atu's moon.
Oh.
You can see Atu's moon is just now starting to be seen. The rest of the early part of the body was Atu.
Look at that.
Oh, so cool.
Wow.
And here come in the asteroids in a vertical. And they start to round off to the right, but yet the planet's still moving a little farther away from us. and yet rolling and rolling, and it's so huge it just takes forever to go away. And then we see the onset of the Uri stuff off to the upper left because they blend into each other. And then now we're seeing the Asatum come in. Look at the blue on the right that's moving in. Blue on the right that's moving in. Blue on the right that's moving in. That's the Asatum Jello Moon.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. Look
It
at
just
that.
kind of like grabs at you. It takes your breath away a little bit, doesn't it?
There's the ion tail that it leaves behind on the right.
That
At
is
the horizon. There's the drag off ion tail that looks like nothing else in the sky. And there's the other object right there above the tree in the center. That's where the red asteroid's coming in right by the sun. And this is Uri onset
I was going to
rolling
say,
in.
is that
Uri
an
is rolling
asteroid?
in. Yeah, Uri is rolling in from the left above us.
Wow.
You see that?
See the bubbly coming in, and then we're seeing
Mhm.
Uri onset. And then at the same time, on the right-hand side, we're seeing an odd blue, deep blue rotation, and that, of course, is the bottom and side of Nibiru. This is awesome. Look at that thing roll in. That is a Nepacity roll in. That is the bottom of Nepacity rolling in.
That would explain that cloud. That video of that cloud like it's rolling backwards.
Look,
I think that would explain.
Count the base cloud rings that form 1, 2, 3. And you'll see the cumulus nimbus at the top flatten out. And Nepacity is the white area in the upper left.
Wow.
And this is a close pass push. Now Nepacity is small. And its core is illuminated inside in this dark blue area. The core, you can see there's a certain illumination underneath inside. See the big white area in the upper left?
Yeah.
That's Nepacity. And this is the base cloud inflow as it comes passing Earth. And that's her smaller atmosphere pushing into ours, which causes what we call the Nepacity base cloud. And this is underneath it.
Wow.
And to Facebook user who's asking how do we differentiate between all the sky spraying? Very simple.
You learn to ignore it.
Yeah.
You learn to ignore it, and also, most of what you're seeing in the sky are effects from the planets. The spraying is very little effect, if any. You'll see just a little line, but it's not really gonna cause everything that you're seeing in the sky. Very, very little of it is a spraying. So,
right. I mean, because at any given time, you could see a handful or 2, 3 planes out. And if you look around, there's like millions of streaks in all directions. And those 2 or 3 planes can't do what we're seeing, so it doesn't add up.
Yeah, I mean,
it's impossible.
Even over my area, I don't ever see planes flying outside of their normal flight traffic paths ever. I don't know if that's because I live near an Air Force base or whatever. I don't know the, no-fly zones around here, but I never, ever see any planes flying outside of their designated pathways, and it's been the same forever.
If I think about it, we've actually not seen any of those. We have EasyJet and things like that up here, but I hadn't seen them for ages. But for the last 3 days now, you can see all the planes, and they're really on low altitude suddenly and coming in from another angle than usual. So,
I mean, we live here in Vegas. It gets to 118. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing to be spraying aluminum or whatever it is, but yeah, I would welcome it. Maybe a few degrees cooler this year would be nice.
Did you live by the military base, Chris? Is that the area you're in?
Yeah, I live on the east side of town.
what is it called? What's that military base
It's
called?
Nellis Air Force Base.
Yeah, Nellis. Yeah. I know exactly. Okay, now I know where you live. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up over on this side of town, and then in the 90s, my parents moved to a newer part of town, and now I'm back over here again. But when I was a kid, you could like feel the bombers flying over the house. You know, pictures would start shaking on the walls and stuff like that. And you know, since this whole thing kicked up with Ukraine and all that, it's activity all the time now. I think you know, those B-2 bombers take off from the base, and they do it at night, but they have a whole different sound to them. You can tell when they're kind of doing their thing. They're pretty incredible, you know, piece of hardware there.
I'm not sure what OzJ means. What do you mean by illegal alien invaders are coming? I'm not sure. Could you maybe
OzJ?
You mean migratory immigrants?
Here.
Yeah,
illegal. I'm not sure either. And are we live?
I don't even know human is illegal, but I'm not sure if that's what you mean. But
if you're referring to human beings looking for a better life, well, there's no reason to discuss that.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's what you're talking about, we really don't like to go there. You know, I don't think any human is illegal. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think any human is illegal, but you know, that's my opinion.
Well, hell, I'm an immigrant. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I'm a first-generation American.
We all are an American. That's the funny thing. Everybody in America is technically an immigrant. You know.
Yep.
I have dual citizenship. I'm a Dutch citizen and I'm an American citizen. Yeah. I'd say something now, make a joke out of it, but then I would be telling on myself, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm just that crazy guy living up in my cave here in Montana. Aloha from tropical Montana.
Welcome back, Rooster.
Oh, I've been able to watch some of what you got, and I'm glad to be back in my happy domain. So we'll try to get some better views, and hopefully you'll be able to hear me better too.
Right. Yeah, well, good. It didn't take you long at all.
Yeah, you can't shut the rooster down too long. Oh no! Watch, click. Watch this.
Yeah, right. Watch this. No.
Famous words.
Just by the way, guys, I really think I'm beginning to wonder about all you. No one took a 10-100 break here. How do you manage this?
We sneak away.
Yeah, you know.
Sneak away. As a matter of fact, I just snuck away.
Okay.
Now real quick. We go to the little scientist room.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm going to the little scientist room right now.
Yeah,
so
that'd be a good idea.
I'll be back.
And I got plenty of more stuff. By the way, I was a DJ for 26 years in New York City, and
that's where
not on the radio, but in what probably most gentlemen would love to have a job at. And I could probably discuss just about something of anything, and not be an expert on any one thing except working in gentlemen's clubs, not even music, even though I was the DJ. So it's kind of a weird background I have. And as I mentioned, I'm more of a electronic show me, prove it to me kind of guy. And that is why this is so unique to me, because you guys aren't just, babbling and going on conjecture. You definitely have some facts there. And Samuel, thank you for bringing it to surface and letting us see these beautiful pictures you're posting up there for us.
Well, the U.S. government doesn't come chase down some stupid kid in high school when they're 17 years old and tell them they can't talk for 30 years for being wrong.
Yeah. And yet there is the disinformation program. That's another great. You can't prove it,
Oh, well,
But
you know, we're about from the same era, and there's this huge prelim setup all the way through the 70s that anyone that talked about alien abduction was a whack job. And that
correct.
was smeared and smeared and smeared. And anyone that ever talked about ET, and that was during the Project Bluebeam and all of that, and anyone in the military who ever said anything, their career was instantly over. So there was, you know, this whole peanut butter thick prelim scenario where you didn't dare discuss alien abduction in public. And now we're finally coming to terms with it because they can't argue with it.
I would also, just because my girlfriend has been listening, she was
glad
me
she is. Welcome.
Oh yeah, and she's very open-minded to it, and as a Libra, she is also very two-sided. She's two sides.
Yeah,
you know, she's not. She's a whoa. What are we looking at with that open hole in that cloud pattern? And again, do we want to talk about that?
That's the bottom of Attu's moon, and it's illuminating above Earth after sunset.
What?
Yeah, Attu and Attu's moon are directly above us, and you can see by the bubbly pattern. And that's the illuminated moon above us. It's that big.
Wow. And
Really good one.
is that a real cloud cover, or is that
Attu and Attu's moon are Attu's moon has this unbelievably momentous cloud bubbly bottom, and you do occasionally see some refracted through where you can actually see the craters, and we have hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures, and you see the purple here. This is illuminated Attu and Attu's moon above Earth, and if you look at the sunlight and the orange of the horizon, that's where the sun is really. But this rest of it is you're seeing the bottom illumination of an overhead passing planet, and you can see it rotate in the secondary background. See that right there is
my God.
That's Attu's moon.
So
And
you're saying that moon,
it's huge.
its atmosphere is that close to us that it's making us look like we're looking at our own. Whoa, that is our regular clouds, and that upper level that we would consider
Keep it there,
jet
Rebecca.
stream. That is Attu's moon's.
You see the sun
cloud
right where she's got it frozen. You see the
Yeah.
sun. You see the facial illumination to the upper right or upper left of it. That's the illuminated face of Attu's moon.
Wow.
I'm gonna get your drawing.
Wow.
There.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
And
Oh
we've
my
been
God.
watching this we've been watching this for years since they were tiny, and now they're huge.
I can't say how many nights I've gone out walking my little buddy here. He might be there. There he is somewhere.
And wondering why it's illuminated way after dark, and you can't. It's just amazingly weird up there.
And I am 17 miles as a drive from New York City. So very often I'm like, look at those lights from this city. Look at the lights from this city, lighting up the sky. You've opened my eyes, guys.
Cool.
That
Hey,
ain't the lights from this city. And why would it be only some nights and not every night that there's low cloud cover?
There you go. This is where Attu's moon is sitting in front of Attu as it passes overhead, and we see
Don't
that
change
white
that
moon.
if you can. Hang in there.
We turn that where we see that white moon illuminate.
Hey, I just wanted to say goodbye to everybody. I'm gonna hit the sack.
All right.
Okay,
Good night,
Rocket
Rocket Man.
Man.
Good
Good
night.
Rocket
night.
Man,
Hi.
thank you. And I'm sorry for babbling away. This is a whole new thing to me. And I thank you for your patience with me. I really do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the
all good,
problem
bro.
is that you missed all this stuff when they were small.
Better late than
Yeah.
never, right?
See you guys later.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, Rocket Man.
Night.
We've been doing
Talk
this
to
and
you
talking
later.
about it amongst ourselves
Thank
as
you.
friends for most of us.
I need to go to bed as well because it's 6 in the
Okay.
morning here in Scotland.
Yes,
go,
Jillian.
girl, go. Good night.
I know it is. She's
Good
been up
night.
all night, you guys.
You guys are awesome, really awesome. I just
Yeah.
can't stop listening as well. I forget what time is, and then I go, oh sure, but I've got to go to
I
work, or I've got to go
know.
and
I
do
know.
something now.
Time
Like,
didn't go by.
You really
Yeah,
hung
I
up that
did.
last show too.
And I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
7:30 where you're at? last time.
What's that?
What? It was late last time you were.
Yeah,
on the show.
it was just like this. She stayed up all night, so she's
to bed.
tough.
Go, girl.
Yeah, well, I almost don't know how I did that one because that was 2 really grueling days in the care home's kitchens, and you have to be on ball with, and we couldn't because of other things that are going on as well. So it really was not a good time. It's still not a good time, but you know.
Take your colloidal silver.
Yeah, be safe.
Gargle with Listerine. Stay healthy. Go to get ready for work.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Right.
forget your
Okay,
vitamins.
Jillian. Good
Bye
night.
bye. Love you guys.
Bye bye, kitties.
Bye bye.
Night night.
Bye bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah.
And supposedly, colloidal is not such a hard thing to make if you got a little bit of a scientific nephew or son or grandson.
Right,
It's supposedly not too difficult to make if you like using it. And it's one of the few. There was a shampoo and there was a body scrub that was including, a little bit.
But that'll kill the bacteria on your skin.
And you don't want to do that all too often either. We do need that bacteria.
If you take too much colloidal silver, you're actually going to turn blue.
Blue.
Amazing. Thank you for that disclaimer warning for entertainment purposes only, of course.
Swear by and drink way too much, and and they're actually their skin turns blue. And there have been a few freaks throughout the 70s all the way up to current day that do that, and they live by it, and they swear by it. The trick with colloidal silver, it goes actually into your bloodstream, and because of the positive ionic charge of it, it actually does kill bacteria in your blood.
I know it's been used when other antibiotics have failed, and people's skin are rotting off their bone.
Well, that's
they
where
finally say
the term born with a silver spoon in your mouth. That's where that comes from. During the Gothic period and stuff, when they were the childbirth rate, the survival rate was usually a lot just high loss mortality rate in children of still 2 and 3 years old. That's why sometimes they didn't even name them, because they would die so often. And if you were rich and wealthy, the first thing they did when you were a baby and your mouth was big enough, they would put a silver spoon in your mouth to actually chew on and teeth off of.
Wow.
You could get the introduction of silver into your body.
Wow. And I know it was very difficult to find. There was a couple stores in New Jersey. I didn't
Your
go
average
looking
health
for
food store, Walgreens, may even carry colloidal silver.
That's good to know.
You can get it on Amazon.
It's like $8 for a little bottle of it. You don't need to take a lot of it. When you every couple of days, take a teaspoon.
Mm-hmm.
And then that will keep the silver level in your bloodstream, and that helps fight bacteria.
Amazing. If I'm rattling in the background here, I can mute to the mic if I need to. I'm about to take my diabetes. Thank you, Pharmacy of the United States. Pill medication in an attempt to keep sugar under control, because I'm an idiot that still likes eating pizza.
I went low carb, man. Last year, sometimes 0 carb, if I can help it. And I got my A1Cs back in check, man. But I was just right there at the diabetic line. So try going carnivore. That's my best recommendation, man.
Did you say also? Oh, low carb. Okay. And you didn't say carnivore, did you?
I only eat really animal-based products, meat, eggs.
Don't forget your citric acid, like grapefruit and oranges.
Yeah. Well,
sugar.
Grapefruit is really important to the diet, because grapefruit carries like natural quinine, which will help boil out some of the bacteria as well in your body.
Well, I can't take actually grapefruit. I take blood thinners, so I can't take grapefruit. But The way I reversed my diabetes was going low carb. Zero carb when I can help it.
Okay.
When I do eat carbs, I'll eat like fruits and some vegetables, but mostly I stick with protein and healthy fats. I know it's hard. Flour is great. I love flour, but I had to get rid of it, man, because it was killing me. It was absolutely killing me, you know.
Yeah. Well, they found
in a couple of years, I managed to lose about 120 pounds. You know.
Wow.
Yeah. And keep it off.
Congrats.
Rebecca has seen a lot of my weight loss just in the last few years. So
it's dramatic.
It's been my recommendation is to, if you want to reverse your diabetes, try to go low carb as much as possible. You get used to it. And before you know it, you don't even crave that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah, you're looking at a guy that's been eating pizza for the last 60 years. I think actually when the doctor smacked my butt, I'm like, pizza, please.
Oh my.
Flour's the worst thing. Flour. Once you get rid of flour, that alone will make you feel so much better, man.
Yeah. And the white rice, bad.
All that stuff. My mother died. My grandmother on my dad's side. So I have it on both sides. So I have to be really careful.
Yeah, and it's one of the hardest medical conditions to deal with.
It is, but it is possible. It is possible to live a mostly normal life. It's just watching what you eat. You know,
it's difficult.
It is. There's times where I do indulge, but for the most part, for me, it's just protein and healthy fats is what I do, and it's helped me feel so much better, and even it even seems like even my aging has gotten much better. It's been the best thing I've done for my health. What was that and quitting, smoking and drinking and all that other stuff.
Oh, you had the trifecta going on.
Hey, man.
Yeah. I had a lot of bad habits, man. I did construction work for a long time, and I was borderline alcoholic, a package smoker, and a bunch of other stuff I don't want to mention. But I got sober pretty much overnight. For
entertainment purposes, by the way. Go ahead.
It was really weird going from that lifestyle my whole life and then being sober. It was a complete shock to my body. But I swear to you, had I not done that, I feel that I would be dead right now. Like I really
higher purpose struck.
My diabetes was discovered when I came out of a shower one day. I just wrote it up to you're getting older. But then I realized I couldn't read the numbers on a clock in the same room. And I was in tears and went to the hospital. I said, you probably got diabetes. What's that? And I rung in at a 590 on the sugar count. And you're supposed to be around 100. Mm. Yeah, they put me on insulin, and the rest is history. But I even got stem cells because you roll off, your body stops accepting metformin and the other narcotics they put you on are drugs. It's not a narcotic.
Insulin will only make you worse. Like over time, insulin will only make your body more what do they call that?
Resistant.
Yes.
Insulin resistant.
More insulin resistant. The more you use insulin, the more you're going to be resistant to it. So the more you're going to need it.
So thank God I never took the insulin, but it was the pills.
Well, yeah, but eventually either you're going to have to take it or you're going to have to change your eating habits because it's all in your eating habits. Yeah. I don't even exercise that much. I walk a lot because I like to take pictures and I like to be out in nature. So that is where I get my exercise. But I don't go to the gym. I don't do that. I just walk a couple of miles a day, most days, 5 days a week, 2, 3, 4 miles, minimum like 1.5 miles on a bad day. But that and sticking to mostly protein and very low carb. If you're going to do low carb vegetables, broccoli, what's the other one that looks like broccoli? I keep forgetting.
Cauliflower. Nothing's better than cauliflower made mashed potatoes.
Any berries are good. Any
and a pound
berries.
of butter. That's right.
Strawberries, blueberries, anything that's a berry, it's super good for you, and it's super low sugar, low glycemic index. So any berry is very good for you. Any berry is good. Yeah, that's what I would do, man. That's it. I went from an 8.5 A1C down to a 5.1 in about less than a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for
absolutely.
you. That's
Absolutely.
great. Congratulations. You just added 20 years to your life. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Very
So,
good.
So
I
another question.
I eat a lot of mushrooms. Yes, a lot of mushrooms. Really good stuff. I switched from potatoes, so I did a lot of little hacks. So I changed little things, like I replaced potatoes with mushrooms. A little more expensive, but eating healthy is cheaper than being in the hospital all the time. You know,
Right.
I switched out rice. Now I eat cauliflower rice. That's great. There's barely any calories.
Bingo. Yeah.
Any carbohydrates in that, and they taste really good. They taste basically the same. So
Yeah, if you salt it and butter it, yeah. The cauliflower
Love
mashed
mushrooms.
potatoes, I love them. I love them.
I love
They're
potatoes.
great.
That was my weakness, man. But now I love mushrooms. That's what I eat, man. I love mushrooms.
Rebecca, what do you got on deck for us?
Potatoes and flour, the worst, man. They're the worst for diabetics.
Well,
thank you.
I have pictures we can pull up,
really
and I do have
off topic, sorry.
You're good.
I'm trying to drag you back.
I haven't. I
Back to topic.
know.
And I will link you. I'll link you. Do these beings from this other planetary and the Federation, do they have similar diseases as us humans on Earth?
I believe
Cancer.
they're probably well, no. We get our stuff from shooting ourselves in the foot long ago. When we introduce plastic into our environment, we poison the shit out of ourselves, and radiation, of course, and hydrochlorides and all of that. You know, in the 50s and stuff, they were sequestering all kinds of crap in the ground, and that's why a lot of people got really, really sick over the years. We've done most of this to ourselves, but no, they have a higher tech where most of the races lived for 2,000 years. So I'm sure they're, and they might even have, review beds or whatever, like, so no, they don't deal with a lot of our stuff. And, I'm sure that, they have their own problems, which is part of why we provide commodities to them so they can maintain their environment.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And that was the other question. I might have stepped on you telling me it. The commodities that are most desired, like you say, they'll take whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. Understanding paralyzing communities, they'll come and go, and you'll be like, "What happened? And what was there? It just disappeared."
Okay. So you're a high tech race, and you live on your planet, and you need commodities. And then on the other part of your solar system, the other one that you go by every 4,000 years or less, that it's there. But if you send your people there to mine this commodity, it's highly uncomfortable for your people. So what do? And you have the technology to create a race of workers because you're advanced enough, short-lived workers. And if you go back through any of the Anunnaki movies out there, they'll talk about how the demigods came down and put us here, and then they gave us wheat and all these other fruit trees and all these other planets that we grew in the Garden of Eden, which has now been determined to center in the Turkish Cappadocia region in the central, where Turkey is, and that's the origins of wheat. And they have also genetically proven that wheat does not come from Earth. And we were placed here. We were handed a crop of food to feed ourselves, and we're going to follow through with the covenants of our demigods and grow fruitful, multiply, mine gold, do all the things that we're trained to genetically to want to find the gold. And the rest is generation after generation after generation for as long as we can remember.
You see how we tie that back
including
together?
a mix in with Neanderthal and the Denisol.
Wow.
All previous and then there were other, we're not the first generation, or we're not the first version of man to do what they wanted us to do.
So we didn't come directly from the Garden of Eden.
Well, yes, we did come from the quote unquote part. It just depends on which book you're reading.
Exactly.
And which tale you're reading, from the Sumerians to the Egyptian tale to the Chinese books or the Chinese bamboo scrolls and all that, going back 8,000 years and all this.
And we did
all of these stories compare and match. The thing was
men did not come from apes either. I'm thinking, although I do have to say,
yes, we were actually, and that's where the non-rhesus species issue comes in. We were actually, they took the existing hominid that lived on the planet and they added genetic material combined in a CRISPR technology to create with 12 other races, including the ape, who would be the 13th or maybe the 12th. I would have to, of course, there's no way to look that up. And mixed it into, and we are not the first version, different versions of it work better, or multiple ones of us at the same time. I blinked it for a second. Did you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I did hear that. Mm-hmm.
No answer.
A little rattle, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're allowed to scratch.
Okay, I heard clicking, and my picture even vanished from me for a second there. We were generations and upon generations ago placed to do the tribute of the gods, and we were given the food to live off of, and so we could do what we're here to do.
Now, I need some education here in this department. If we are their workers, or we're planted here, how's the definition of humans being? We're the biological reproducing
self-replicating biotool.
Thank you. I'll learn that by the end of the month. No, I better learn that by the end of next month. It's almost over. We're cut short again.
We are a biological life form that has been created solely with the purpose to be a tool for their processes of collection of commodities.
Now, do they guide us, or that's what our governments are for mining these gold and silver and special herbs?
That's all early bred into our natural genetic
our lust for gold
that we see.
Our lust for gold is something that they added.
Is genetically placed in us. And if you ever mined for gold and found gold, you would understand the meaning of gold fever and what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's superhuman what you do.
Wow.
And of course, Facebook user is saying, any thoughts on the Rh negative bloodline? And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, Rh negative?
There's a connect. Yeah, and the O bloodline and all of that. Oh, I got a story, that I can't sit here publicly and dictate out of my mouth, because 90% of you wouldn't believe me, and 10% of you, but 5% of you, you go, oh my God, and the other 5% would jump off a bridge. Yeah, I know stuff you wouldn't believe.
Well, you've proven that already in my last couple hours with you guys.
That's incredible.
Well, a huge portion of my information comes from off-world, and I got information directly from off-planet, not human, and it has formulated my entire, I was altered by knowing this, and I view things differently because of it. And I've also proven some of it to myself personally, which is part of, part of what I was recruited for by the government, was because of who I am and what I can do.
Is there a way to skim over without going? Is there a way to skim over it yet divulge and still kind of stay on topic
have
with
you-
what you're doing here
Have you
about
watched,
positive and negative?
Have you watched my Radio Wasteland series?
I haven't, but I'm home now, and I'm going
Okay.
to start taking a
you
lot
have
of
pen and
notes.
paper? You have a pen and paper.
I actually do. Let me get the
Okay, I'll
pen
wait.
writing now.
I will
Plus,
wait.
it's an
Go right-
American product, and you can't always count on an American pen. Pen and
Yeah, not anymore because it wasn't made in America.
no. When they start talking about alien penware, I'll buy it.
I think
Oh,
it's
good.
just made. Give me one that's made in Ohio, and I'll be happy.
There you go, sir. Okay, I got a pen in hand, so go slow.
Okay,
'cause
you
that's
go to
me.
you go to YouTube.
Yeah.
You type in Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hoffman update.
Samuel Hoffman. I heard of that name.
And most likely, what the link you're looking for is either Radio Wasteland or the update should link you to my 87 videos on Radio Wasteland, or just go to Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hoffman, and that will show you a link on YouTube to Radio Wasteland itself. And then if you go through all of their guest lists and you find me 3/4 of the way down, and then you play all of my videos, there are 87 videos that I've done a series on for years.
Wow.
And that
Wow.
most of the information you're seeking is probably in those.
Well, thank you for supplying the public with that.
Well,
and
he's just can attest to how many hours he's listened to it in his car.
Wow. Wow. Okay, thank you. And again, everyone, I am sorry. It's my first night
Right.
with you people.
This is
Don't
why we're
apologize. We love talking
Right.
about this stuff.
Yeah,
Why do you think
we're
we
all-
spend 5-7 hours doing this? It's not work for us. Bring it on,
And
man. Bring on.
How often do you do this format? Not that I will intrude on you as much as I have tonight, but how often do you do this?
It's not an intrusion.
We're here
Saturdays
twice
and-
a week. Twice a
God.
week. Tuesday nights and Saturday afternoons.
And every day on Facebook groups.
Yep.
Yeah, I sent you a link to our
day
group on
for 14
Facebook.
coming
on
up on
Messenger.
14 years.
Yeah.
This is so much better than watching people write their name on rice. It really is.
I don't know. Yeah, it does
We
get
don't
old.
even watch. We most of us don't even really watch TV anymore. We just.
I haven't watched.
This is an obsession, and once you really get on board with this stuff and really start to see it, it really becomes an obsession because it is just the coolest thing. Again, I have to remind myself that it's not necessarily the best thing happening because it is dangerous, but it is one of the most incredible, amazing things you will ever see in your lifetime.
And
That
you
I
won't
will
find
say.
it on NASA.
That's right.
No,
Hollywood
never a
got
straight
nothing.
answer.
Hollywood has got nothing on this show, man. Yeah.
No.
And
No,
we
I
spend
agree
every
with you.
day watching it, so a lot of our time goes there.
It seems
The
like
only reason I got cable in the house is for my internet connection, and I got a Roku that I watch TV with when I really want to watch it, and I've seen all the reruns of what I wanted to see already. So, really, very little TV except for the weather, and once a week I'll watch some, BS news, and that's about it. What I need to get, pretty much I pick up online and stuff. I see your notification there, Rebecca. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
That's the link
Got it.
for Sam's playlist.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, keep that, save
So-
that, mark that, put up in your saving of your favorites list. And then you can go to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of information, and there's also the Understanding the Sky series, and I did other radio programs with a lot of other people over the years. We've been running on Skywatcher 1, Skywatcher 2, Subaru Followers Anonymous, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Subaru Followers Anonymous 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Jesus says the Nibiru system is already here on YouTube, and there's just lots and lots of people from around the world that we talk to every
There's
day.
a group in Africa that started. I had a group in Italy.
That group is growing like crazy.
Yeah.
I get notifications daily. It seems like every 20 minutes I get a notification of somebody joining the group. It's insane how fast it's growing. So
I hope he keeps his information square because he does reach a little bit. And
Carol Ann has been a little bit more involved because she's also an administrator there.
Good.
And I like what she's doing. So she's kind of steering it in a more what's
Carol Ann
familiar.
has a huge pile of saved photographs going years back. So she's
been a little bit more involved in the group recently, and I like what she's doing. So she's keeping it more where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, we all end up doing our level of science, and we do it in many, many ways together as a group. And we're all comparing notes all throughout the week, all the time anyway. And Rebecca and I are both busy trying to answer everybody all the time. So.
It's deep,
Rebecca, they're asking how can they invite people to listen? Can you highlight that and then and then maybe we can give them an answer. That's a good question. We want to invite as many people as possible. So
like during the show, you can send them the link. I'm trying to think before the show. What would you recommend, Jesus? I mean, you can send them a link.
We post hours and sometimes a day or two before of the upcoming show. You could always share that.
That's true.
And also put that you're going, and then Facebook will remind you like 30 minutes before the show goes on that it's going to be on.
There is no share button.
So every time that you post it, Rebecca, I go and repost it to 20 different groups as well.
Yeah.
And I also put
on
that I'm
right now. I just went to YouTube.
And but we post. Rebecca posts like a day or two before the show when it's going to be on, and then just go to interested and go put on going, because it has a little thing that if you're interested in going, to the show
because you're on Facebook and you look down here at the lower left corner and it says share, like you can share it, or you can go to the three dots at the top right and copy the link and drop it somewhere. So
because some groups, and I've been asked this recently too, some groups don't have the share. It'll just say send, but you could also just go to, if that isn't working, either copy the link or go to another group. I posted like over 30 of them, and it'll tell you some of them will be shareable, some are private. Some are private groups, so they don't allow sharing, but some are open, and you could just share it from there.
So my question now is, right now, this is live on YouTube. So if we knew the address, any YouTube could pick up the live broadcast. Is this archived and available for review again?
See, what you do is you go to YouTube and you type in Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and then it'll show you the link on YouTube, and then you click on that, and then it'll have a list of shorts and stuff, and you click on live, and then you have all the links, including all the past shows.
Wow.
There's like tabs, there'll be like videos and then live. So click on live.
Are we at 30 or 40 already?
We're over 30, 35.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking maybe we might be somewhere around 40 by now.
40. I have to count again.
I think so.
And these are all mega long 9-hour, 8-hour, 7-hour, 5-hour videos.
Wow.
Yeah,
amazing.
We talk about everything
there's really no downtime. Everything that because I rewatch these shows or I listen to them while I'm at work, and just about the entire show is just there's important information in those 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. There's very little wasted time. A lot of it is useful information. So.
And a little bit of gossip and a little bit of us.
And a little bit of gossip and a little bit of
on the phone together, and we do that. We do dive off of topic occasionally.
A little bit of pet talk. health issues, as we did a while ago, health things we can do. You know, I think it all kind of correlates to some degree. You know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We talk about ghosts. We talk about aliens. We talk about what we saw in our yard today. And earlier in one of the earliest shows, there were people that were talking about how so they saw a face on the wall behind Jesus, and so we swam through that a couple of times.
But yeah, I changed my background, as to not have
from weird voices.
Yeah, we had a paranormal event prior to a show.
It's Stargate or something.
It's called the Lonely.
Wow.
The Lonely Astronaut. I had it for a while, but I had it in my other room, and I lost it when I moved to Vegas, and then when I moved back, and then my brother found it recently. He said, "I think you can put this on your background because you need something for your video, for your lives."
That's cool.
There you go.
But it's an astronaut looking at the planet Earth from God knows where,
Yep.
But it's called The Lonely Astronaut. Man, I thought it'd be nice to put it up.
Yay.
It's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll just throw this out there, being we talk about distant places. I believe we did. Did we land on the moon?
Oh yeah.
Everyone else? You're there with that? We were on the moon?
Well, people forget about the early.
Honestly, I'm not really there. I'm sorry. I have my suspicions about that one. I really don't.
People have forgotten about the asteroids, the astronauts that actually died in a rocket that was going up and it blew up. And I think two or three astronauts actually died in the early
Apollo 1. It was New Year's Eve.
Apollo 1, they burnt
and
up.
it was a fire on the launch pad, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got up so just a short distance and blew up. And and they are, even I hate to throw out Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah. Even his name is hard to say. And he talks about showing footage of the landing site of the Apollo missions, and it is visible with the telescope. So yes, we did land on the moon. It is visible if you know where to look.
Okay, I was told because of the size and optics, which is another whole topic.
Well, that was years ago. Now we have way better we have way better technology.
That's what I would think that in the 70s. I think we're definitely capable of doing it now.
There's something really weird going on the moon right now to have all of these. I mean, here they announced that, we landed there, but I mean, Christ, damn near every country has pumped one up there lately, trying to land up there, especially on the South Pole. And I don't know why. And that's, because they're relying on solar panel recharge batteries, which is dumb. They should have multiple sources of power and multiple size of collectors.
Helium supposedly plentiful up there.
Hey, you can send a small micro hydrogen electric plant up there. You don't have the explosive rate once you got it in space. Okay, it's a controlled explosion. Nobody's going to die up there. That's the safety part with hydrogen. It's very volatile, and you don't want it anywhere around people. But if you send a hydrogen module up there, I'm sure it can probably even mine its own hydrogen from the surroundings.
Wow.
Yeah. I threw that out there because supposedly China's on the dark side of the moon, or better known as the side we never see. However,
where the base is,
yeah, and even the side we see, when it's in the shadow, what's it go to, like 210 below zero?
Something like that.
I mean, that's some pretty cold working conditions to be doing anything practical. So it's just kind of odd. I mean, it's a great satellite launching spot, but more than that, why?
Well, a lot of what they're doing, and this is what blows me away, is a lot of what they're doing is they're trying to go for the geological samples. So they're coming up with all these robots. And, yes, they're testing new technology, like Japan came out with these little rolling things that were just sort of pseudo robots. And I figure they should actually focus a little bit more on close-up geological mapping, including some of the LiDAR technology and that sort of thing, and do somewhat of an orbit study rather than a landing study, and publish those details.
Look what they found in the Amazon. And
we have new
Mexico with that
technology that
LiDAR.
looks at stuff better than it ever did before, and I don't know why they're not publicly using that. Perhaps they are, and they're not telling us. But
right,
in our technologies with drones and all of that, we could have a multiple kind of powered drone that would do a close orbit pass. I'm sure that where they could actually just do a good mapping, which would explain a whole lot, and then check for subdermal water and all of that. I'm sure it's entirely possible.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they do this? Didn't they do that kind of sort of with? I think it was something called the Dawn mission or something like that. Maybe like 2013 or
they've studied
2014.
down to about 10 feet in the moon's surface, and then the surface changes, and then that's got them stumped. And so they haven't been doing any drilling because with the atmosphere issues, once you start pushing on the drill, the object goes up and pushes itself out of the hole because of the lack of basic orbit barometric pressure. I'm not going to say gravity. I'll say barometric pressure. So I just wonder why they haven't plopped a big dome on that thing that we build in space and land the damn thing carefully, and then people pop in there and do a study, sealed in something. But maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have the technology to land a geodesic dome on the moon yet. But who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
I guess they're trying to learn how to land odd things on the moon anyway.
I'm kind of there with Jesus. I really can't go there. Really, I'm not there. As far as landing on the moon, I guess.
Well, remember that the moon landing and everything that they did have, they did it fly by wire, where I can't remember which astronaut it was, but their landing equipment failed on them right before they're going to plop their butts on the moon. And
That was Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, right?
Right. And he had to take over and actually land the son of a gun by his pilot skills alone.
They had like this much fuel left, not much.
Yeah, and they popped it down.
Didn't apparently something break on their like launch mechanism, and they had to use like a pen or something I heard about
they
this.
They had an early test
Pull their
mission,
pen apart,
failure, heat shield issue, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they could have got stranded on the moon.
If anyone would like one, I only have 12 of these, and they're originally from the moon, and they're only at $5 a piece, signed by nobody. No, for entertainment purposes only.
The size of the onboard computers back then were smaller than a Nintendo 64.
Right?
And,
wow.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, that just doesn't fit for me, Sam.
The computers
and they talked to somebody on the phone from the moon, and
but Rebecca,
I know it's like, hello, I'm on the moon, and
the signal took about
from a landline. I'm sorry, I just haven't. Sorry, I just no. I don't know. I can't either confirm or deny that one myself. I just
as hard to believe, unattainable would be the idea of smashing something you don't see into something you don't see, and it's going to cause an explosion that will wipe out an entire city. And that was the Manhattan Project. And we managed to do that.
Yes.
There is no doubt about it. We actually took stuff you couldn't see and combined it and made a nuclear explosion.
Well, what we did is we broke it.
And
we broke it, for sure.
That was done through calculations using a slide ruler. There were no major computers in the 30s and 40s to make that happen. It's another topic. I could tell you stories of where the plans are for that. because I met people that were very high up, and they're like, "Oh no, you don't go over there." I'm like, "What? I'm in New York City." Step back.
Yeah.
And they were very serious when they showed their coat and they had a couple 9mm, not one, a couple on them, just to remind you, no, you don't go past that velvet rope. It's hidden in plain sight in New York. I said, you got to be kidding me. You got to, and no, I believe them. Later on, I had a man that confirmed that story, totally unrelated to anyone I knew or anything I knew. And he confirmed, almost paralleled that story of where I really was. So I said, you know what? That's got to be a true story, man. Just the odds of that being fiction, no, it's a real story. And the only thing was, it's the plans. It's where they actually sat and did the final sketching for it. And their thought was, if that's in New York and the labs were, what was it, in
Los Alamos?
Los Alamos, and also they did something else to practice enriching the uranium besides finally doing it at Los Alamos. The whole end of the story is that would be an unimaginable thing, and to know we did it. So I wouldn't put landing on the moon as an impossibility. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Van Allen belt. Don't know. Haven't been there. Have no plans on going out there. But they are claiming that will kill anything and everything you send there. It will wipe out all film, all magnetic information. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Our solar system barrier?
Yes.
Right,
yes.
Right.
No, not our solar system. Actually, our Earth barrier. Because once you get out beyond the atmosphere and you get out, that Van Allen belt, isn't that between here and the moon?
Oh no, that's actually further out.
Okay. Oh, then we went to the moon. There's no question about it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Way.
Our
further
atmosphere extends past the moon.
Yeah, but the Van Allen radiation
that's our magnetic
area is on the way to the moon, right? I mean, that's what we've been told for years now. I mean, even NASA doesn't deny it. It's common, information, right? That the Van Allen belt is something that we have to go through to get to the moon, and it's very highly radiated.
Really? I'm gonna have to relook that up then.
So how exactly did? Yeah. No, it's on the way. It's very big. It's very common in information that it is on the way to the moon. They had to have passed to the Van Allen belt on the way to the moon, and that's another reason why I'm not ready to accept the moon. I can't.
Didn't they have some kind of box on the Apollo mission where it was like a box, and they could look into it and they could see subatomic particles come, from the sun popping off in this box. I don't know what it was called. I'll have to look it up, but it's really interesting. They had it with them on the way to the moon, and they, could look at this thing and you could see these particles, radioactive particles from.
Well, I think it was Buzz Aldrin who mentioned that when he would close his eyes or when he would fall asleep,
I have the definition here.
He would see particles in his mind, like he could just see it in the darkness, like particles, probably neutrinos or whatever.
Okay, the definition of the Van Allen belt is nestled within the Earth's magnetic field. A fascinating phenomenon exists: high level of radiation. The Van Allen belt, also known as Van Allen radiation belts, are simply the radiation belt is a celestial spectacle, which is what we also refer to as the magnetosphere.
Oh, okay. And it's supposedly stronger there than it is here on Earth?
No, that's the electrical field, the magnetic field of our magnet Earth, North Pole, South Pole. It's a magnet, and it has the positively charged body, and that's what that electrical magnetic field is what blocks the radiation from the sun to hit us, and that is the field that gets overwhelmed by an X-class flare, and that's what allows certain amounts of that overwhelmed area to allow the stellar material to enter our atmosphere, which is what wipes out all our electrical equipment in a Carrington event. That is what the Van Allen field is, or our magnetosphere.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
So to
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
an
to think
electrical
that
field.
the Apollo shuttle went through that Van Allen belt.
Yeah,
is not
if you have simple, it's like the difference between a calculator and a more electrical cell phone. It would probably be less damaging with a simpler mechanism than if you had a cell phone and you put it in the same area. You have that you put shielding up for your technology inside your air.
They definitely had some radiation shielding up there too. I mean,
right? Any smart scientist is going to use some sort of a
yeah, but they say that even now they wouldn't know how to get through the Van Allen belt without having any issues.
You just create a negative plane Faraday cage and you can fly right through it.
I think quite a few of those Apollo guys died of cancer anyway. So,
they were exposed to exterior forms of radiation, but I don't believe that the moon is completely outside of that. Because if you look at magnetosphere representations on the computer modeling, the moon is well within the magnetosphere of Earth.
Oh yeah.
So
whoa. Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Our magnetic sphere expands out,
way out.
Huge.
Well, 303. I'd have to actually look that up again. But
and
yeah,
Jupiter has a magnetosphere that is probably bigger than the sun, right? I mean,
it has. It's gas giants are electron clusters, and so they have an unbelievable electrical presence.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Well, that's how they attract all of those asteroids and the gases that they're pulling in to create that turbocharged mechanism of a gas giant that's building and building and building mass as it goes prior to it turning into a star.
Wow. That's incredible.
Gas giants are on-deck stars, replacement models for when the sun goes supernova or whatever, or fails or wanes down. The rest of the solar system will atomically just transcend.
That's incredible.
You're not going to see catastrophic breakdown. You'll see a transitory occurrence of the chemistry breakdown and throw off electrons and protons and neutrons, and then reformation by whatever electrical charge that it has currently.
Yeah, I think
an electrical occurrence in space because it's all chemistry. It's not gravity. It's chemistry.
Yeah.
Proton neutron degradation in shell structure just turns it into another chemical.
Wow.
Hence the aurora borealis. Would that be? But that's much closer.
No, that's just accelerated ions in our upper atmosphere glowing from the polarity of our pole.
Mm-hmm. So that's much, much closer. That glow of the aurora borealis.
That's at our pole of our planet. When it's like 4-foot opposite tube lighting. You put electricity on one end and on the other, and you got a gas in between, and the field, the difference between those two electric poles accelerates all the ions in the gases, and they start bouncing into each other. Then they illuminate.
Okay.
That's what happens in our upper atmosphere about the aurora borealis is those electrons at our pole, because of the coronal mass material that is affecting our magnetosphere, because those accelerated neutrinos and protons, neutrons coming from the sun hit our magnetosphere, and that accelerates the collection of proton or particles above our poles, and because they become accelerated
See it one day.
bodies, they illuminate, and
Now-
that's why we have aurora.
Does anyone monitor the space weather from the sun? Does anyone pay, like, oh, today's.
I watch it all the time.
Now, what was it? About 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm going to say about 3 weeks ago, there was a TikTok broadcaster, and he was watching it snow, and then it stopped. And I kept asking him, this is the day or the day before and the day after, 3 nights in a row. And I inquired, are you seeing more activity of the Aurora Borealis?
Well, yeah, we've been having X-class flares off the sun for the last couple of weeks and months, and
Right?
we're seeing accelerated coronal mass ejections going off in a magnitude we haven't seen in many years, which is also leading us to believe that the separation of the second star and our regular star are occurring.
And no Aurora Borealis. Now, one night he said, absolutely, if it is, I would never see it because of the cloud cover.
Well, that has to do with it is also going on the other side of the planet, moreover, now than us, because we are tipped down forward. Even
I was just gonna say that we're
south.
seeing a lot of it in further southern regions because we are tipped.
Wow.
So we've been seeing Aurora Borealis in places that people should not have never seen it.
Yeah, we
You
are
guys
not
have
in
seen-
Kansas anymore. We are where North America used to be. We are now sort of almost where Mexico was.
Rooster, just look at our.
You mean
moon
right now,
shadow.
within the
Look
last
at our
10
moon.
years?
Okay,
Yeah,
Rooster,
yeah.
do you remember our moon phases? Do you
okay, when the
remember what our
second star
moon
got-
phases
when-
used to look like?
When the second star got here, all the planets,
The
including
moon's all
Earth,
messed up,
all the
Jesus.
planets
I don't
tipped.
even know what to call that thing anymore.
We're all tipped. All the normal planets are tipped.
So
Yeah.
why? Now, here's the question. Then I guess that would lead this and tie this back together. Then why haven't our sunsets and sunrise times drastically changed, or is it everything, including the position
They
of the
have.
sun?
They
Because
have
if we're tilting and the sun hasn't,
the sunrise sunset location. Do you remember the term high noon?
absolutely.
There ain't
It's
no
at
When
more.
was
1
the
o'clock
last time
now.
that you saw high noon?
I have to say, I don't think I ever see high noon anymore.
You know why?
We don't. We haven't had it for years.
Because when the second star got here in 2011 and tipped all the normal planets, including ours, the sunrise now comes up in the northeast because it's a larger star, and we don't see our smaller star. And then it goes to the southeast, and then goes south, and then winds all the way to the southwest, and then sets in the west. It doesn't go over us anymore, east to west, like it used to, because
No, it never reaches high.
right, because when the second star got here, Earth tipped, and our celestial arc changed.
Yeah.
Boy, this is going to piss
And
off the
our-
solar panel guys.
And our moon shadow as well. Rooster, look at our moon shadow. Now we're seeing the moon shadow on the bottom, sometimes on the top, but we're not seeing the little fingernail that we used to
And
see.
the view
that
of the moon is never
thicker.
changed throughout all of it.
We're seeing these things. You know, our jet stream as well. We're seeing it a little further down south now because we are tipped as well. The jet stream has
Transitory
been
jet
going
stream.
nuts.
Yeah.
You mean that ain't El Nino?
Look at all the evidence. We have the jet stream going nuts, not where it belongs. We have Aurora Borealis in the lower part of the planet, where it doesn't belong.
Understandable.
We have our sun arc way to the side where it shouldn't be, and we have the moon phases that don't really apply anymore. So the evidence is all there. It's just nobody's paying attention to it.
Oh, I got questions, and you
Montana
guys are
Sky
answering them. I don't know if you noticed that. I'm
yeah,
pulling
well,
them
see-
out of my little handbag. I'm like, but no, there are no buts here. You've
That's
got
why
the answers.
I am very, very good at what I do.
Yes, you are.
And I have taken We're coming up on our 14th year, and I have studied and researched and talked to people and studied and researched, and we've gathered all this together, and it all fits. And that's how we've known. That's the platform of how with the science that we share. Because if it's not proven, we don't share it.
Right. And if we just share something and we're
you
not
can
pushing it down anybody's throat, we're
No,
not saying
no.
this is how it is, and if
you can ask
keep on doing
Jesus
things
and
that,
Rebecca how very strict our early years of information and topic discussion was. We've been very, very strict in our gathering, and it never becomes topic until we have many, many sightings from around the world that match. If it's not, we're not going to come up with a supposition, and we're not going to go, well, this is what we saw today. I wonder what it is. And no, what we share is all time proven.
So here's the thing that this thick skull is trying to understand, and the video shows it plain, but was watching the cloud cover from another celestial body much further away than our moon.
Correct.
And it's coming in contact with our own planet's atmosphere.
Upper atmosphere.
It's still a lot closer than the moon.
Oh, God.
So the moon is engulfed in that cloud. And those clouds, what are they?
Okay, do you want me to send you an well, not old, a 2019 picture of Attu and Attu's moon where there's no clouds?
Oh.
What would be the purpose of that?
You'll see.
Okay.
Just wait. Sam will blow your mind, dude. Just wait.
And believe me, I'm not asking in doubt. I'm asking for educational purposes.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I just started learning this
and I will
about
also,
last October. And I'm telling you,
I will also tell you this is
it's
not
just
something
incredible.
you're going to pick up in one day.
And
get this in
so
one day.
is that moon of blah, 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 is that moon actually have an atmosphere that we would consider like water and ozone and gases?
No, it has gases, and we have repeated examples of the base cloud when it interrupts our upper atmosphere, and it causes these massive momentous clouds like you've never seen. It's awesome. I love it. Unbelievable stuff. Let's see which one I'm looking at.
And is that part of some government's idea that we have an increase of our carbon in the air, so we have to do something? Oh, you're not doing enough. Is it made up of a carbon, do we think? I mean, if it's that close, then that would mean it's also engulfing our space shuttle. I mean, if it's that close that it looks like it's interacting with our clouds.
There's a lot of room between Earth and 93 million miles to the sun. No, these things are big. These things are big, and you have to think farther out.
Okay.
I'm going to send. I sent you one already, Rebecca. And you can look at the second one.
I got it.
I'm also going to go get a gargle of lemon water real quick.
And he's talking about Attu's moon, right? So
right, correct.
At night, when I see it at night, this thing has clouds like it creates these clouds that I've never seen before. They're like ball clouds, and they've got these swirling tubes that attach each ball, and you can see them like
it's almost like hanging fruit.
So weird, man. And then I won't see them and then they'll come back, and then they'll go, like 3 or 4 days later, and then like 2 weeks later I'll see it again. It's repetitive. It's just the weirdest thing you've ever seen.
Okay, Rebecca, I've sent you 2 examples that you can post of Attu's moon and Attu, and one's an early one from I think the date's on the one picture, and then a second one is a newer one from like about a year ago. And I'm gonna go real quick, get a real fast.
I have to back out and back in too because my pictures are locked up.
Guys, I can't tell you how much I appreciate being able to ask these questions on the fly, and the talent of each and every one of you out there that you're sharing is just amazing. As I say, my mind is very open, and as you can tell, not all my questions may make sense, but there's somewhat what's the right word here? Find a good word for it, but it applies to the topic you guys are kind of discussing here, which is the invasion of our planet by other weather systems, other planets, other electrical as opposed to gravitational effects on our planet. So I've definitely learned some things that I thought I had a good knowledge of, and I don't. So, and again, I can't thank you enough,
Hey,
Rebecca,
where
for
have we
getting
heard
me
that
in
one
there.
before?
Sure.
It's not. He sounded just like Chauncey.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that part.
Yeah, your radio is coming out of you, sir.
Oh my God. Don't make me break into my DJ voice where we play the hot rock and finger popping booty kicking. All right.
Oh boy, that's good.
Live from New York City, New York.
Oh,
Look up. That's where the real action is.
My wife's parents are from Brooklyn.
Forget about it, huh?
Yeah, forget about it.
Well, that's overdone.
Sometimes I'm like, what did you say?
What? You know all about these, dems, and those?
Right.
Yeah. Oh my, okay.
I don't know, it's weird.
Okay.
Now, is that the atmosphere far to the left of center, and the moon itself is the darker gray matter?
The Attu, planet Attu is the blue area up above, directly above the center of Attu's moon.
Okay.
It's a direct overhead pass.
All right.
You're looking at the surface of Attu's moon, craters and all, with no clouds.
Wow. Oh my God.
And what is the lighter blue surrounding it? It's atmosphere?
Normal sky.
Whose normal sky?
Our normal sky. This is directly above Earth in 2018.
Okay. And the tight circle of it, is that because of the lens, or?
No, that's Attu's moon.
Well, yeah, the lens.
Is it in front of its moon, or?
Attu is behind the moon.
Attu is its moon. Got that.
This is its moon.
It's like
Attu's
a
moon is
photograph
white, and
looking
Attu is
straight
very,
up.
very deep purple,
Like if you were laying in the grass and looking up.
looking straight
You
up.
know?
This is sky cam,
Okay.
looking straight up. And yes, it is. It's a fisheye lens, but it's actually, you're looking at the moon and you're looking at the purple planet Attu above it as it's passing over the top of Earth.
Right. That's not our moon.
Okay.
You can totally
So
we have
you can
hundreds of
study it. There's
Okay,
no
the next-
structure on that picture
Yeah, the
right
next
there
picture is
that
a
is
side view.
equivalent to our moon. No.
So there's the moon. Right behind it, it's eclipsing the planet.
Correct.
And then the atmosphere around that planet, that very light blue,
No, that's our
that
atmosphere. That's our
that's our
normal.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
And it
this
just
is what it's-
being illuminated by.
Yeah, Attu was smaller back then than it is now. So it's actually, you're seeing it's sort of kind of mostly hidden by direct view of Attu's moon being so close to us. So Rebecca, go to that next picture if you would, please. There's
Whoa.
the side view.
Okay. To the left upper corner, that's the moon with its potholes and craters and.
Yeah, it's a weird capture. But I threw that one in because it shows you the representation of the facial value. Now we can, I can send you more if you want, or we can go to something else.
And just to the right of the potholes and everything, that's the atmosphere of the moon. It almost looks like an arrow
Yeah, and that
pointing
big-
upwards.
Those really freaky square lines that are in
Yes.
the middle of the right hand.
Yeah.
Those right angle straight edges is the Texas cube.
And to the rest below, above, and to the right, that is the planet.
Yeah, one of. Yeah. And
Wow.
There's an asteroid in here below. There's an asteroid below the Texas cube in the middle bottom. And
wow.
Is of course colorized, and that's an example of. And I'm showing you a side view, and then we've got hundreds and hundreds. I could go on for the next 8 hours on pictures of Attu's moon.
Amazing.
I don't know if you saw the pictures I was sharing earlier of, just some closer passes of planets. Have
I'm
you
going to
seen
send you
those?
that standby of Attu and Attu's moon
Like
and Yuri discharge from
And-
what
That
2018.
Whoa.
Going back.
Whoa.
that's Yuri.
Okay, I don't know what you're looking at. 1 second. Let me cancel here, and I'm
It's
off.
Yuri.
Okay, yeah, that's
It's
the
Yuri.
side of Yuri.
And would that be URIE?
URRI.
URRI. Told you I'm a bad speller.
All right.
And the other planet was Aptu, AP,
No, ATU.
ATU.
Like Attu.
Oh, that's just it. ATU.
Attu.
Okay.
ATU.
Atu. God bless you too. And does Atu's little moon have a special name?
Just the
Attu's
Attu's
moon.
white moon.
A white moon.
And I'm looking for that discharger picture from 2018. There it is.
Wow.
Same planet.
And, if Rebecca, if
Has-
you would, go ahead if you
Has
grab that one.
anyone made, do you know, like when we were back in like second and third grade, you made the mobile of all the, okay, explain here, Lucy, what you got going on here.
Same planet.
Yeah, I've already done a lot of that in my early Understanding the Sky series. I did paper cutout videos, and I could never find styrofoam balls that I did look. I could never find the right size styrofoam balls to actually make the mobile out of, and I didn't want to go with paper mache on balloons.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's early Yuri.
Jeez, look at that.
So you can't.
From
you can't
where
miss
would this be? Southern Hemisphere to see that?
No, Northern Hemisphere.
Oh my God.
This is in around, if that were to be Yuri, this would have to be 2019, 20.
That
No,
night
18,
blows.
19. Depending.
And was that
Depending
like
on
a
which planet
shot?
it is.
Was that like a picture that would last for like 5 or 10 minutes? And then mysteriously we have white skies?
They know they're not white skies, but they do transition and change.
Yes.
You have to watch, and you can get some good captures and some crappy ones, and some ones that you can't even tell which planet is which. And they do transition. So you have to
Just
you
under-
go out
Just
and watch.
understand, if I saw
Okay.
that looking out over the ocean or looking out over the plains, I mean, I got to change the drive through Iowa and through
Wow.
Utah
They've
and
been
through.
going over your head for a decade, so
Right.
uh,
Some days it's a mess. Some days
Guys, this face is
help-
not
help.
made up. I am like in shock looking at this.
And like
yeah, no,
yesterday,
you can't make this up. You cannot. Ask
This is,
Rebecca. You cannot.
this is a
make-
good picture to get
Yeah.
to get perspective of just how big things are. Okay. Now Attu's moon that we saw in the beginning of the first one with the above the first picture we're talking about. That's the moon of this planet that you're seeing that is taking up this entire picture.
God.
Yeah, I just sent Rebecca. I sent you a that discharge. picture
Yes,
of those
I
guys.
when you
got it.
first learn about this, it is the most mind-bending thing. My subconscious would not allow me to believe it at all, and I kept seeing it. I am watching the videos, and nope.
And you will fight with it.
Absolutely
You will
not.
fight
No
with
way.
this something. You will
Now
fight with
that's
it.
more what I
Um,
would expect to see, because I'm looking at something in a very far distance
Right.
that I would not think is closer than our moon. Now, what I was looking at, the approximate distance, I know they want to go with the distance to or from the sun at light speed, and it's A6 or comparing it to the moon. How many moon distances would you just take a guess that thing is away from us? when it looked like it
These-
was.
It's like
Hey,
what?
these
200
planet, what we're looking at here is the
1,000
planet
miles?
behind Attu here is Uri, and that's not even listed, and that's the lower left hand side of that purplish. And so then this goes back 2018.
Wow.
And
Look at that.
Attu's moon is small in this picture. And back when we originally started, we've had the most unbelievable journey from before we even knew Attu had a moon. And then we watched Attu when it was small and pop out in front of Uri. And we even started watching Uri back when Uri was small. And then coming up from watching the live Antarctica cameras and learning about the planet sizes, what we thought were little dots and blips. The red thing and the green thing turned out to be actual planets. And we watched them all these years in a row, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And everybody's just now stepping into the long chapter 10 of this horrendous story that we all know and memorized because we watched it happen.
Wow.
So, Brewster, they have pictures of Uri. That one picture, the first picture you guys have, where there's you can see the actual colors of this planet like it's Neptune or something. It is incredible.
Now, is it because it's that close or that big?
No, that far away and that small.
They were small in the beginning. They've come much closer now. They're
Rebecca
so
just sent you
close.
that small Uri picture. You can pull it up, and that was 2013.
Whoa.
Yes. Look at that. You're telling me that is normal cloud coverage?
No, it's the side of a
No.
planet.
No.
It's an overhead passing planet.
Nope.
It's as round as a beach ball.
And there's no way to judge the distance because of the ground in our out view. And I've said it 1,000 times that we see way far beyond, and yet we don't see far enough. And it's really weird how it grabs your brain until you actually see, like this, for example, where you see an actual close pass of a planet and the asteroids and the moon directly over the top. And you look, it's like you think it was the Goodyear blimp and you could reach up and touch it, but no, it's right there. And you can't tell how close it is, but we see it all. And we documented
That's
it.
downtown Chicago. Look at that.
And it looks like lightning into the sky.
Right. Look
And
how
the
high those
center-
clouds go, dude. And
the
that's
center middle
probably
area
not even
Which
probably not even 1/4 of a way up this cloud.
Okay, the
They
center
go
middle of
all
it
the
is
way up.
Attu's moon, and then Attu behind Attu's moon. And you can see the lightning on the right-hand side is reaching around the side edge of Attu's moon.
Wow, isn't that incredible?
Amazing. Amazing.
And there's a lot of factors in our out view, Rooster. Like a lot of factors. We're our atmosphere is gases and water. Basically, suspended water is our atmosphere. So it's like looking through a pool. It's like looking through water. Where what you see isn't exactly is a little distorted, and we have that fishbowl
it could
look
be even
too.
magnified.
Right.
Yeah, so we see things. They look a lot closer than what they really are. Also,
Now, are we still capable of seeing this in the northern hemisphere, or
Oh,
is
yeah.
this?
Yeah,
We are.
You walk out your front door, everywhere you look, you're looking at a planet.
Wow.
But some areas are going to get a closer view at different times.
That's right.
And there's
Wow. Tell me that cloud cover, almost dead center of the planet, that doesn't look like a skull.
Oh well,
that's a whole.
Is that cloud cover on Attu or on another planet?
That is the outside asteroid group on the outside edges of Uri.
Asteroids.
Uri has an asteroid orbit cloud around its southern base.
Wow.
You think it looks like a skull?
Yeah,
dead center. Yep. Dead. Well, we're looking at a crescent. We're looking at a curve, right? Yeah. Center of that curve. Come up, and you'll see the white. It looks at the eye sockets, and it's looking downwards. Eye sockets looking downwards. I mean, that's just my abstract, stupid mind seeing it. But
then you need us to
call
show you
yourself
the whole
stupid.
asteroid.
all right.
Yeah,
ignorant for the moment.
I'm looking for that now. It's like,
Yeah.
where is
Okay.
it?
So you
There it is.
you see the asteroids to the very far right. There's one plume, a second plume, the third plume, and then boom, there's a big blob in the center. And then you go to the left and there's a pretty abstract blob. The one in the center, right after that third little plume, looks like there's almost like teeth and the skull and a couple deep socketed eyes there. It just looks that way. Hey, I saw the skull when the 9/11 towers came down too.
Oh gosh, don't even start with that one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's creepy.
Yeah. I was
So
supposed to be there that morning. Mhm.
There is
Yeah.
an asteroid that looks like a skull
Listen to
with
this.
this other system. So let's
Whoa.
take a few pictures here.
Absolutely. That's what I'm looking at.
Uh-huh.
That's exactly what you got a picture of. This way it's sideways. I see the eyes, the nose.
Yeah,
And let's see.
Montana Skywatcher announced the Skull asteroid over 8 years ago.
Absolutely. Look at that thing. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Again, look at that thing looking right at you.
We have hundreds of pictures of it.
So creepy, dude.
Oh my
Look at
God.
that.
I would freak out if I saw that.
And now you see the side of the planet too, right? Like, look at that.
I've seen it by eye.
Yeah.
That's why it's topic.
You
Otherwise
pointed
wouldn't
it
be-
out on the
wouldn't be proven.
podcast last weekend or this Saturday.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. And I got to be honest with you, Rebecca, I wasn't seeing. God, that is scary looking.
Right, look at that.
Yeah, that's my favorite capture of the skull. There is the left one.
Skull, a
And
little
that
beard.
That was back in 2017 when Yuri was on the right hand side of the sun.
I mean, look at it. It's got, a mandible, zygomatic arches, and it's just freaky, man. I can't even look at it.
And then of course NASA released it like 4 years later
Be right back.
and told us the wrong orbit. And and then we see it far more often than it wasn't even supposed to be back yet. And there's this.
And
is
that's
the
a
NASA
filtered
release.
copy of it.
This is in the NASA release and another release that we captured.
I think the right one is NASA and the left
the other way
one
around.
is just
The left one is NASA and the right one is ours.
Wow.
okay. Because if you go to Google and you put in skull asteroid, the one on the right comes up over and over again.
Now let me pick your brain a little more, because you got me wanting to actually even take out my old telescope here and get run over by the neighbor's dogs and stuff. But
See what I mean?
I'm in New
If
Jersey,
you want
East
to
Coast.
see the skull asteroid, you look up straight up during the middle of the day.
Middle of the day, you can see the asteroid. And what about seeing the planet or the rolling moon clouds?
Oh, you just got to keep looking. No matter what, during the entire day, now, currently, everywhere you look, there is a planet around you.
Mm-hmm.
North, south, east, west, straight up.
Wow. Wow.
Period. Everywhere. And they're so huge, you wouldn't believe it. And you still can't believe it until you see it by eye, which is what all of these members have learned to do. And that's why we always say, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did hear you talking about that.
And
Boy, oh boy.
What
Boy, oh
everybody
boy,
actually
man.
sees first is usually these asteroids. They can't believe how big they are.
Now,
And
see, I see something like that, and I just say it's a very unique or potentially two suns setting.
Yeah,
Two
well,
suns.
Well, yeah, we're seeing evidence of the separation. We haven't gone there yet fully because we're still at like sightings 5, and I want to go at least to 8 or 10 until we come up to a summation. And we need more proof. It is pretty evident what's going on, but we've been expecting it too. So this is an example of when the refraction light was coming off the side of Isatum as Isatum got closer, and then all all of a sudden the skies changed completely, where they were so unbelievably red, and that's happened within the last 3 to 6 months.
Now, there was another story, I believe I have it right, that Nibiru was between us and the sun, obviously much closer to the sun. So that would put it, if we're looking in a straight line.
Depending on during the process cycle that you refer to, at one point in time, it was very close to us, went away from us, went closer to and above the sun, and then went away for a couple of years, and then has come back.
And the theory was that it would be so obvious of it crossing in front of the sun that the government put up that humongous make-believe sun, and they have a way of doing it.
Simulator, which does not exist. It's a lie. It's bullshit. Look at the picture.
I couldn't believe it.
Look at the picture that's on the screen.
Yeah.
That is why we are between Earth and the sun, and the blue side planet is what's been occurring for many years.
Wow.
And if you want, look at the ground. Look at the color of the light on the photograph. Look how
why
it's
is
weird.
Right. It's being illuminated by the right, not the left.
It's a pinch. It's a light pinch, so the illumination is inaccurate.
Wow.
And we've been showing that for years.
That is amazing.
And we first started documenting it all the way back in 2012, and I kept telling everybody, look at the dark areas first. Don't look at the center of the picture. Start at the blue areas and then work your way to the center of the pic, not the other way around.
So that is a shadow, actually. It's so far away.
We are seeing the back of these planets. The sun illuminated side is away from us. And we are seeing the back side of these planets until they started passing Earth in 2019, 20, etc., going beyond our horizon into the light. And we've got documented pictures of that going back all the way back through to 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And this is where all of the drawings and the placement have been all accurate.
Amazing work.
And that's because we've been doing it the longest and the only ones out there doing it. And also, not only that, and here's the big drum roll catcher of the whole, is because years ago the Pleiadian told me I could do it. So to me, I've already done it. So here we are.
Wow. And let me ask you this: when you were whoa.
Mexico webcams. They showed the best planet passing for years because it's in the center equator and you get a straight shot rather than a distorted looking through a Ziploc plastic bag full of water. But you can actually see this planet. I believe. Let's see. Is there a date? I'd have to blow it up to find the date because it's at the top of the page, but cut off. I'm going to say there. It looks like it's 2018, I think. At that time, we'd be looking at Atu with Yuri behind it. Okay, go back to the.
Whoa.
And it's definitely viewable. And we've been watching these planets for many, many years. And the problem is that there's an example of the lead asteroid crossing.
Yeah, look at that.
Back in the days when it was really big, and we thought we were going to get our asses kicked, but we didn't. And we've got so much documentation, and you can ask Rebecca and anybody here over the years that it's beyond arguing. And we know what the planets are. We know where they are, where they have been, the cycles of size. And I can look at any picture pretty much. I can look at a movie and look at the sky and tell you pretty much when it was filmed just by looking and recognizing the pattern, because we've been doing it for so long. We know what is what automatically. That's the lead asteroid again. And then you can
black
notice the lighting
hole
in the water.
sun. What's going on there?
Okay, that's the Empire orb. That's where the orb hides in front of the sun so that we can't see it.
The orb?
Yeah, the orb that we saw at the beginning of the. That's what showed up through the Norway spiral in 2009. The Federation module.
Remember the video we watched with the
yeah, with the light coming off of it.
And
There it is. It's intermittent and it parks usually. That's usually where it parks, is in front of the sun.
Wow.
And that's the thing that's throwing off the seeing eye that we see you, and then out comes the little.
Yeah, it has a light array around it. We have close-up pictures of the other 4 lights on it as well.
Oh my God!
Yeah, none of what we're sharing with you is guessing. We have 14 years of documentation.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
Oh my God!
And we are the absolute #1 Nibiru citizen science group out there, period, without reproach.
Now, try to understand my context of this question, and it's purely inquisitive. There is no doubt about who you are and what you do.
I don't take offense easy, so.
Well, that's good, because there is none intended at all.
Okay, I don't take it that way.
You were banned because somehow some little birdie and some government twerp thought you would be a threat to national security or the planet Earth, or the Federation told them, stop nosing around, keep your mouth shut. I mean, any way that could have happened, but they told you to mum for wow.
Yeah, because
yep.
I refuse to live on an Air Force base for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I finished equations that Einstein never finished, and to me it was like child's play. And
wow.
It was basic and easy. It was evident.
So we're looking at the sun, our sun.
Yeah.
Gleaming behind.
That is Saturn's yellow moon, and Nibiru behind it, all the way back to 2019, 20, the Dr. Phil Skywatcher era.
And because it's on a vertical plane, we will not see across the sun, but it goes up or down from our sun. Am I correct in assuming that?
Cutting into the light, and it's showing you that the light cutoff is occurring. That's a cutoff flare.
And which way would that planet be moving in relation to our view of the sun?
Well, it is moving towards us over time.
Oh, that's scary. Okay.
Well, this is where you can see the big red circle is smaller, much smaller planet is Saturn. And Nibiru is directly behind it. And Nibiru is much, much bigger than Saturn. Saturn is, I think, a little bit bigger than Earth.
Wow. Wow.
But I don't have any way, I don't have any way to measure that. So
right.
Sure. I'm catching on to this.
Oh yeah, this goes back years and years and years of watching. And we do this every day.
So my thought was, why did they mum for 30 years, but on 31 years, it's okay? Go ahead, talk about it.
Yeah, you got to listen to my Radio Wasteland show. We had that same discussion over and over again. I asked that question, and they said, well, after 30 years, it won't matter. Because right about the time that my 30-year non-disclosure was up, they were here on their way here. And they were just outside our doorstep at 2010.
Gotcha. So if something bad was going to happen, it's happening. And if nothing was going to happen, it's over.
Not only that, I'm just a stupid 17-year-old kid from Montana who refused to work for them. And so they threatened the shit out of me and then sent me back to Montana in handcuffs. And rated me a dissident. Told me I had to work for the government for the rest of my life in some capacity or other.
Whoa.
And then when Reagan came into office, that normal level of we're watching you changed. And that was literally the last time I ran into any interactive, you need to work here, you need here, we'll get you this job here, or here you go over here, we want you to work here. And that ended when Reagan came into office, and he cut down, he chopped up all of these government agencies. And the public people that were watching me sort of vanished and back into the woodwork, although they have let me know that they're around.
Terrible.
Yeah. Anyone else out there getting any heat, or we're just innocent little bystanders?
Well, we are shadow banned in a lot of ways.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
And that's evident from phone calls. Rebecca and I'll be talking on the phone, and just about the time I start sharing what's going on currently above us, we get disconnected, and it happens all kinds of ways. I haven't been able to open my emails for years, and I can't access my YouTube account, and I got kicked off of Skype, and I'll sign up for something. It'll work for a month or two, and then it quits.
I would have just wrote this off to a big cloud if you didn't write planet in there, and you haven't showed me.
Edge. Look at the water. Look at the refraction of light on the water.
Yep. Bold, and it's cut off.
And
so that planet is closer. That planet's definitely between us and our sun in that picture.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's why that whole rounded edge is right there.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And I was just saying, Rebecca, the other night, in looking at your pictures, I'm like, there is nothing. Now, that is one of your, not yours, but one of the ships you're talking about to the right.
No.
Is that one of the Star Killers or?
No. That's an ion trail of Isatim's yellow moon when it was smaller. Let me blow the picture up and I'll give you the year. This is 2018, and that is the side of Nibiru, and smaller is Saturn in front of it. You can sort of see it, but not really well. That straight line is the cutoff of the sun, which is causing a straight line. But yeah, that's a planetary cut in, and then on the left-hand side is Uri.
It's incredible.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I would write that like, it's a shadow. I don't see it's that obvious.
Okay,
Trained eye?
Maybe. Wait a minute, I have to take that back. 2017, Uri is not there. That is Saru.
Oh, okay.
Now, that is Saru on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm not picking that out as easily.
Before Uri got big. Uri is in the upper middle on the right-hand side. No problem.
Sorry.
Yeah, we were watching the transition, and they moved a lot, and back and forth. It's really hard to keep in your head until you cross-reference the year that you're looking at what you're looking at. And there's different cloud patterns and roundings and cut-ins of the light and all of that. And this is, of course, another one that was Caribbean equatorial region planetary sightings. And then you look at the water, you look at the lighting. It's illuminated on the left-hand side, but there's no light on the right.
How is that possible? Yeah.
Because there's a planet in the way.
Yeah. 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 Oh, your camera must have fouled. Yeah, it's a bad camera, bad picture.
Yeah.
Must add your.
Yeah, we got thousands of them going back, for over.
Wow. Yep. Two planets.
You see the evidence stripes of Uri on the left, and on the right is Nibiru.
Amazing.
Yep.
And we documented this year after year after year after year after year after year.
I absolutely couldn't imagine that. I couldn't.
That last
couldn't imagine. Thanks, Rebecca, for sending me that picture too.
I just sent you a picture. Can you? It's just a picture. It's not a video, so it shouldn't take too long. Would you put that up so I can explain to Rooster here when my aha moment came?
I'm thinking, what's next? It should hit me in the head.
It will. Oh, it will.
It's hard to cram years and years and volumes of information in a couple hours.
Yeah, you got to remember that most of us here have been 6-7 years now, studying this thing daily and interacting with each other and taking pictures and stuff. So yeah, we've taken a lot of time to show this stuff to people, So you don't have to take as long to learn as we did,
No, you really abbreviated it as a crash course without crashing. Thank you. Are you getting analytics at all, Rebecca, on how many people you got that's tuned in? I don't know if you're still broadcasting this on TikTok too. And on
right
YouTube.
now it's about 35, 30, 37 altogether.
Sometimes
It's
I
amazing.
forget
Not
that.
bad for 2 in the
Still even
morning
doing
or
that.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not enough people that are listening, unfortunately.
No, no.
I hope people
No,
go
I
through the back
know.
videos.
No, you're
in
right.
the days
It
to
starts
come.
off
Not
high, but as the
not
show
for
goes
the
on.
combined total of each
But yeah,
individual
but I was just gonna
that's
say,
online, that's watching, like I say, people write their name on rice or,
Yeah,
DJs playing music. When this is the stuff, to me, that is so informative, so educational.
I know.
Don't get me wrong. A couple guys are really, really good out there. I mean, I'll give them shout outs. The guy that's the professor is stripping gold off of PC circuit boards. If you've never watched it, good show. Guy giving out free information like you guys are. Another one, the off-grid guy. Great guy. But what you're doing here, this is part of our existence. This is part of our,
Yeah, this
gee, I
is the
wonder why
coolest
those solar
secret
panels
of all
aren't
time.
working.
Yeah, this is the greatest secret of all time, and we've got information that cross-reference all the way to the Teutonic Knights and all the way to the Aztecs and the Sumerians and the Egyptians and the Jewish and the Northern Germanic tribes and England, and we got all of this stuff, and we've just ground through it like you wouldn't
We're
believe.
watching an event that happens every few millennia. It's just incredible.
And documenting it.
Yeah.
And documenting it. That's right. That's right.
And we are the baseline of information. I don't know what NASA's acquired or accrued, but as far as citizen science goes, there is nobody out there that can touch our information base.
No, absolutely not. I'm really
Nobody can argue
astonished.
with it.
No, you can't.
I was going to say,
go ahead.
sorry. No, I was just going to say,
Stop.
because we were talking about the number of people listening, but that's going to change here pretty soon in the next few months because Rocket Man, who was here earlier, he's building our own platform. He's going to be putting our shows out onto Spotify and iHeartRadio, Amazon Podcast, Apple Podcasts. He's going to get it translated worldwide, so I believe that will help.
I'm looking at a sunset and I'm looking at a sun behind the clouds.
This is from Jesus.
Yeah. We also have a lot of this information is not very the algorithm isn't really helping us grow as fast and as big as most other channels. This information is not welcome. It doesn't want to be public. It's one of the reasons why we have to go a different method to get this information out. So we've grown as big as we're probably going to get on these platforms that are censored and mess with. So there's no freedom of speech on Facebook, really no freedom of speech on YouTube. There's freedom of speech to some length, and then there's certain topics like this that get crushed.
The countless times I've been in Facebook jail, oh my God.
Jeez.
Wow.
Right. And the sad
Also,
thing
I want to add real quick to that. Even though there's only 40, 30, 40, 50 people at a time watching, I just went back and counted how many shows we have. It's 38, by the way. They all have anywhere from 500 to 700 views, so even though people don't catch it live, the views do add on as
a residual, and
within that first week, if not days, it'll reach 500-600 views. So I think that's pretty good, considering
we are beating some other older famous talk show hosts that we just recently rediscovered, who were hosting some of my shows. But then I had the greatest views on their program, including all of their guests, and they had many. But I had just my view count beat all of theirs. But
these are the things, though, you could talk about but it really is an audio visual. By the way, that was the name of my company, Plug used to be. I don't do it anymore, but it was Audio Visions. This is an audio visual experience, and you could talk about this all you want. If you didn't have these pictures, I'd be like, okay, I'll keep looking. So thank you so much for putting
people
them up.
cannot fathom the size of these planets because we've been raised to look at the little dots.
Yeah.
And behind the cloud, I see the semicircle going all, and I can envision
All right,
it
so
going below.
let me give you the rundown on the history of this picture.
Please. Where'd you go?
He'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, just when he's getting to the good, the meat and potatoes, he stalls out.
Wow. This is just amazing.
I just got cut off, guys. I don't know what happened.
We know why.
We were waiting.
Yeah, yes, that's what I mean. Okay, so this was in the high plains in New Mexico, so it's high elevation desert, right? So greatest view. Anyway, so this was early into my awakening, and this is the one where really I had my aha moment, right? I was driving home from work, and I noticed a shadow line from horizon to horizon, east to west horizon. Half the sky, half the landscape was in shadow. The other half was in light. And I stopped. I was like, I just stopped. I couldn't. I wanted to watch, and I stopped and took my camera out, and I took this picture. This is what I saw. For a moment, I freaked out. I looked around. I was like, really? Am I the only one seeing this?
Right.
And I saw that it was a planet, a huge planet, along with other smaller ones, blocking the sunlight. That's the reason for the shadow line, right? That enormous shadow line that went from east to west. And we had this planet cutting off the sun. My life, this picture represents how my life changed from that moment on, how I looked at the world, how I looked at the skies, how I looked at everything. I was never the same. This picture is it right here.
Now, on the bottom of the horizon, I'm seeing what would be a traditional sunset on the bottom, the orange left corner. As I come up the cloud line and how bright it is behind the planet. Now, would that be another sun back there?
No, it's just normal sunset.
No, just
there's a
the planet is blocking all the light. Okay.
Correct.
Yes. This is basically the picture of Uri that we just saw. It's the same. It's not Uri. I believe this is Nibiru and probably a Saturn. But it's basically that Uri picture, basically the same thing. You know, I'm just
so this is why I could see why they would think 30 years ago, if this is what there is, they were thinking it would be a lot worse. Yep.
Yeah. But basically, you know, people think this happens really briefly. This view that I got here, very brief. You know, these things are moving. We're in motion as well. We're orbiting as well as we're spinning, and so are they. So the movements are really quick.
Like seconds.
You have a really small window to take your pictures, you know, and this thing could happen within 15 minutes. It could be over, you know, so it's really easy to miss. You know, like I get questions like, well, people tell me, why didn't I see that? Well, I would have seen this. Planets don't just disappear. They kind of do. I mean, not in the literal sense, but they disappear.
The light transition changes.
They transition out of view, and then they transition in view, and then they're orbiting. We're orbiting. You know, from what I surmise, we're moving one way, and they're kind of just coming around. But yes, this is really happening, and if you pay attention, you will catch it too. But you really have to pay attention to what you feel is odd in the sky. Pull out your camera, start taking pictures, because our eyes do miss a lot. You know,
what I'm easily capable of seeing is the curve and imagining the rest of that curve for the planet to the right. And I see the super bright white of the sun, yet on the ground level, I'm just a little conflicted that there is an amber and then there's the red and the orange literally on the ground, like a sunset is already
that's the normal
done.
That's the normal sunset.
And the super, yeah, go ahead.
It depends on the year that this was captured. Jesus, what year was this captured?
This was around 17, 16-ish.
Okay, well, then that red area, what you're seeing, that is actually the Saturn and the Saturn Jello moon back then. And you are
because the Saturn was on the lower part of this capture.
Right. So yeah, you are seeing the sun about 2 inches up at the side of the planet there. That yellow circle is the sun. And the reddish object at the horizon is the Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn back in 2017.
Okay. Wow. That would definitely get the talk of the town.
In 2015, 16, 17, and Saturn was close by, visibly the size if you were holding a softball in your hand in front of you. And then it went over the top of the sun in 2018, and then went away from us to the deep right side, and then came back. And that was the main traveling of Saturn and Nibiru, whereas the other planets, Saru, Uri, Atu, and Nepesity and Matim, have all done other things.
And Sammy, what is or what are the reasons for this? What do they say? Oh, it just doesn't exist. What you're seeing is an illusion. I mean,
they don't even admit that we're seeing the illusion.
This is amazing. Deny.
Bring up anything at all, then, and they're hinting around it, but they don't acknowledge any existence of it. And they NASA did admit, other countries admitted that Nibiru did exist, but then they didn't. Then they hinted it was out there and yet to come.
Yeah.
I did not have inappropriate relations with that girl. It did not happen. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a picture. Take a look at the dress. It happened. Here it is. Look at it. Wow.
I think psychologically, they really knew just to not acknowledge it and not talk about it was the only
and then let
thing
all
they
the
could
crackpots
possibly do.
And then let all the crackpots talk all they want, and the people who are right, you'll stall.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
I would be looking at that picture of our sky.
We are buried in a sea of misinformation. You know, we're like that one needle in the haystack of truth. You know, we're like that one needle of truth hidden in a haystack of a bunch of other crap. You know, so it's really easy to write this off if you don't spend the time to actually prove this information that we're offering to everybody. It's really easy to write it off, you know, because there's so much bad information out there that you could just write it off to just another crackpot, you know, talking about, you know, how the earth is flat and that kind of shit, you know. But if you actually spend the time, this is very real. Absolutely real.
I've been I've been up in jets. I think we were one of the rare ones back when they flew up at, like, what was it, 5 miles, 4 miles up, something like that. They were way.
That flight level is 35,000 feet.
Now they are. After 9/11, it was. But back then they were at 57, 58,000, something like that.
75,000, yeah. Depending on military craft, yeah, correct.
And I've been up in a commercial, you know, flying to England, and they do get up there pretty high.
They go higher for transatlantic.
And you could see the curvature of the Earth. You could definitely see it dips down. And the flat earthers, they got a point. We got a good view of the Atlantic Ocean. And when I look to the east, I do not see a roll off to the right or to the left. I give them that credit. I don't see it.
Okay.
And,
never mind.
you know.
Flat earthers are not correct.
But I know it's a ball. I know it's a ball.
Stellar rounding. It couldn't be a planet if it was a planet. It has to be around because we rotate because of the material that comes off the sun that goes past us.
Yeah.
It makes us
Yeah.
round.
Yep. Absolutely.
Asteroids that are not positively charged are scratchy or conglomerate or made of crystal or jagged or, that's different. That's the proton neutron. We cannot think gravitational.
Just real quick, let me interject there. Whitetail, just want to say, hopefully you feel better. I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
I read that.
Thank you for being here anyway. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here, even though you don't feel well. And, prayers, sending you good vibes. Hopefully you feel better.
And prayers and positive vibes right out at you,
Right,
man.
and I think that's a good point in time. Rebecca was getting ready to wrap it up. And
yeah, I do have to. I don't want to ruin the party, but I have to get up in about 4 hours to take my son to an appointment.
We've been on
Hour
for
and a
6
half
hours,
away.
49 minutes already. We're coming
Like
up.
yuck!
Yeah.
I normally don't have to. I know I have to do
Jeez.
that, and it's like normally I sleep in, and I don't have to worry about that. So
I get to play
Anyway.
Star Wars.
I know it's like hard for me.
As
Battlefront,
you're
here I
closing
come.
out, I don't know if you already do this, but I'd like you to give out just also where we find you, what to do, do the promo, do a little promo speech for us, if you would.
Right. I had it ready to go, and I guess I
Look at you.
Let's see. Well,
Sorry,
here is a
that's
little-
a nightclub DJ in there.
I know. Here is, our schedule. So
Look
you'll
at
know
you.
we're every Tuesday night and Saturday afternoon. We're, on schedule. So we don't just hit and miss. We're always on those times. Okay. So, and then I sent you a link, Rooster, to our Facebook group, so we're on Facebook. And then, of course, TikTok and YouTube. And I'm all under Nibiru Followers Anonymous. And Sam is under Montana Skywatcher. So, and then we do have a group together, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. So, what else, Sam? Have I missed anything?
Like,
covered it.
subscribe, share with your friends.
Yes.
Help
Like
people
that.
about this. Force them to have a
Press the
copy
like
of it on their
button.
phone. Yeah, press the like and the notification ding ding, all that. Only through everybody's efforts are we going to get this
Tell
to
your
go mainstream, and that's it has to go viral.
Rebecca will be on live for the next 30 days, guys.
Oh,
Catch
yes.
her on her
Yes.
lives. I will be
27
joining
live.
you. I'm not sure whenever the time is right, but I will join you at least in one or a few of those lives, Rebecca. Just
That'd be
to
great.
tag me because I'm not getting the notifications. So
I will. I started to notify Jillian and Carol Ann before because they want to be in the comments and everything. So I will do the same for you. I'll let you know beforehand.
yeah.
So
Maybe I can we can stitch it the way Rooster and you I don't know
yeah, you can.
started doing it.
I don't even know how I
maybe
did it,
maybe
Rooster.
maybe
I looked
I
around
think you could
Twitter.
just add. I think I could request to be on your live as well, so I can maybe compare my sky. If it's a good day for pictures, I can maybe compare
be
my sky.
fun.
Now, I do
That
know
would be
one
great.
trick. If she's on TikTok. Now, it's just my experience so far. Remember, I'm only on a month on TikTok, okay?
Okay.
If you're on and you're live, you can request a co-host or other creators to join you. The difference is you can request anyone that is following you to join you.
Right.
And that's what I think happened there. However, if you want to join and split screen it, the other party has to be on live, and then you can either join either way. Otherwise than that, you're going to get the little icon and just have a voice.
Okay.
That's to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so no one, unless they're live on TikTok, can join you like this that you do we're on YouTube right now.
All that.
But
fun.
on TikTok, all I am is a little voice and maybe an icon, or your rebroadcast is what you're really doing on TikTok. You're rebroadcasting, and you are monitoring all the text and talk.
Yeah.
Big difference. I'm just saying, you can't join unless you're already live. And the problem is, if you're live, you can't go searching other live to say, hey, come join me. You kind of have to hit that button for creators.
I think I've seen if I join somebody's live and start watching them live, I could request to join the live. And I
as
think
a
what
little
it does
guy. As a little guy. But if you're live, yeah, you can do that.
That's cool.
Well, we'll have to figure it out.
We'll practice, Jesus.
That's all that
Yeah,
cell
yeah,
phone.
we'll figure it out. We started from scratch, so we'll
I
figure
do
it
my,
out.
What does that
mine's
do?
off a PC, guys. You know, the bigger experience.
Sure.
You know, that
I know.
42-inch screen beats that little phone.
Guys, what entertainment and what knowledge you gave me tonight. I'm just flabbergasted, if that's a
Hi,
word.
welcome to
I
the
can't
Crazy
spell that
Train.
either.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we connected, Rooster. Really.
Yeah, that's what the purpose of all this is. So.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, you guys. I'll see you guys in a couple days.
All right. Good night.
Sure,
Christopher.
Feel better?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Feel
Chris.
better. Those intents are for real. Believe it, I don't do it a lot.
All right. Good night,
And
everybody.
Hope you have a
Good night, Sam. Thank
good
you
quick
for
nap.
being here. Yeah. Okay. And then there's 3. Okay. Well, thanks again, Rooster, for being so willing to join us.
Willing.
Yeah.
This is an honor. An honor.
Thanks.
It's an honor.
Thank
And I mean
you.
that.
Well, you'll have to come
Thank
back.
you.
You'll have to come back again. I know the audience enjoyed you. So.
Well, and any tips you got, I'm more than happy to take them. Like I said, I've only
I'm
been
gonna
live a month,
Message me.
and I'm learning.
Sure.
I've done video before, and I used to DJ from anywhere from 20 people in a room to maybe about 5,000 in an athletic field, So I'm not afraid to speak, and I can keep on point. And the other issue I do have, I hear something, I wait until the opportunity comes, and then I'm like, all right, let me do this. Let me do that. Let me ask you this. So, I can stay a little more on point and be a little quieter too, depending on the purpose and how you like to present your program. So thank you again. I can't say it enough.
Of course. Well, if you
Have a good night's sleep. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Rooster.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
We will be back, as you know, we'll be back Saturday afternoon at 2:00 Central. So thank you all so much. We love you, and we'll see you again in a few days. Bye.